This year, in 12th grade, my dad's comrade took me to his home. His daughter mistook me for her father's illegitimate child from an affair. As soon as I entered the living room, I made eye contact with the girl on the stairs. Her gaze was cold. Our eyes met. The atmosphere was strangely tense. No, that's not right. It was murderous intent. From her eyes, I could tell she really didn't like me. I don't know how I offended her. While I was wondering, I heard the girl suddenly ask a question. How old are you? I stared at her and replied in a low voice. 17. On the other end of the earpiece, Yu Qian immediately exploded. Oh my god, the same age as you. 17 years. How could no one have found out? So exciting. Xie Wanwan frowned. Suppressing her annoyance, she continued to ask, why did you come to my house? I said, oh, and slowly replied, to attend school. I am staying here. Hearing that, Yu Qian couldn't help but speculate. To attend school? That means Ace staying for the long term. He's not here to fight for the inheritance, is he? Xia Wanwan turned down the volume of her earpiece. What did my dad tell you? I just found it strange. This cool big sister seemed to be intentionally leading me to a certain topic, but she wasn't hitting the main point. What on earth did she want to ask? Uncle Xia didn't tell me anything, just that I should treat him like a father, and treat this place like my own home. I answered honestly. Yu Qian, on the other end, immediately got her hackles up. On the surface, he's Uncle Xia, but behind your back, he's Dad. Wanwan, you're doomed. He's definitely here to fight for your family's inheritance and take your life. Xia Wanwan hand, hanging by her leg, slowly clenched into a fist. Influenced by Yu Qian's speculation, her expression grew colder. What is your relationship with him, exactly? Xia Wanwan's last bit of patience disappeared. She was a hot-tempered person. She couldn't stand beating around the bush or speaking in riddles. I was put in a difficult position by this question. Didn't Uncle Xia tell you about our relationship? I really didn't know how to introduce my relationship with Uncle Xia. I just thought that since Uncle Xia brought me here, he must have already told his family. Yu Qian said with a smug expression. See, he can't answer. This silence speaks 1,000 words. Yu Qian continued to ramble on the call. Tiesk. 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 Listen to the way he talks. You can tell right away that he's a schemer. Does someone like that deserve to be in the Xia family? Does he deserve to be our Yuan's brother? He doesn't. Not one bit. We have to help Wanwan kick him out. Yu Qian said emotionally in one breath. After she finished speaking, Xia Wanwan hung up. So noisy. You're also attending No. 6 high school? Xia Wanwan's tone and gaze became even more unfriendly. Yes, my heart was in turmoil. I felt like I wouldn't have to wait until tonight. I might be dealt with right now. I don't know if it's because she's from a military family. Xia Wanwan always had an indescribable toughness about her. When talking to her, it felt like being interrogated. It made one feel uneasy. I didn't know what to do. I was about to reintroduce myself when Xia Wanwan suddenly stepped down one step. Her voice was especially heavy. I don't care what your relationship is with my father. You listen to me carefully. I swallowed and looked straight at her. What is it? Xia Wanwan stood there, coldly drawing a line with me. At home, don't come near me. Don't look at me. At school, don't say you know me. Don't touch any of my things. In Xia Wanwan's heart, she had already labeled me as an illegitimate child. As long as I stayed out of her sight and didn't affect her normal life from now on, she wouldn't mind having one more person in the house. At this moment, her eyes revealed contempt and mockery. That feeling of being oppressed from above made me feel extremely uncomfortable. All right then. After all, I am just freeloading here. Maybe some people have some strange preferences. I don't understand, but I respect it. Okay. I obediently nodded. 2 dimples appeared at the corners of my mouth. Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes, a little surprised. She didn't expect me to agree so readily. The last rays of the sunset shone on me, highlighting my handsome and carefree appearance, especially those 2 dimples. Xia Wanwan had never seen a guy with such beautiful dimples. Xia Wanwan accidentally made eye contact with my clear, clean eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. It was like being shot. Xia Wanwan silently averted her gaze. She hurried downstairs, walked past me, and went out. I blinked. Looking at the empty living room, I looked at Xia Wanwan retreating back and wondered if she was leaving me home alone. It seems she's quite confident about me. I tidied up my luggage and thought that drawing a clear line was a good thing. Otherwise, it'd have to rack my brain on how to build a good relationship. Seeing the way she looked down her nose at people earlier, I could tell she wasn't someone to be messed with. Just then, I picked up a photo frame from my suitcase and carefully wiped its surface. Mom, Dad, everything is fine. Don't worry. After saying that, I went out. On the way here, I saw a big supermarket. I am still missing a few things. They'll go buy them. Staying at the Xi family's home is already enough of a bother. Uncle Xia and Auntie are so busy. It's not right to trouble them with everything. I opened the map and searched for the location. My phone showed 20% battery remaining. It should be enough for me to get back home. So I closed the door and left. I followed the directions and quickly found the supermarket. Ho Street is near the city center. Plus, the supermarket was having a sale today, so it was very crowded. I carried a shopping basket and carefully selected items in front of the shelves. I bought some personal items. Then I went to pick out some snacks. The checkout counters were packed with people. The elderly folks who had snagged discounted vegetables were smiling brightly. Their complexions looked better too. After I paid, my phone reported 10% battery left. Don't push, the old man behind me said in a stern voice to the person next to him. I picked up my shopping bag and was about to put my phone in my pocket when my shoulder was suddenly bumped. My hand trembled. Ah, I let out a sound involuntarily. My phone fell to the ground. I quickly bent down to pick it up, only to find that the screen was shattered from one corner. Half of the screen was a colorful mess. The other half was completely black. Half a second later, the phone automatically powered off. I looked behind me. It was a very imposing-looking old man. The shirt he was wearing was faded and had loose threads. The old man asked with a worried expression, "Young man, sorry for bumping into you. Are you okay? And also, is your phone all right?" The old man pointed at my phone. I could only shake my head helplessly, said it was fine and left. After all, the old man didn't do it on purpose. Seeing his shabby clothes, he didn't look like someone with money. Just forget it. I didn't want to argue with an elder. I had originally planned to find a place to fix my phone, but it was too late. I was afraid Uncle Saya would worry if he came home and didn't see me, so I had to go home first. I relied on my memory from the walkover to get back. Looking at the intersection ahead, I was a little confused. Was there an intersection when I came? I found an old lady fanning herself in front of a shop to ask for directions. The old lady kept saying east, south, west, north. My head felt like it was going to explode listening to her. I asked carefully, "Ma'am, could you please use left and right?" The old lady sat on a small stool and smiled. She mixed east, south, west, north into her lefts and rights. It was even harder. I walked with my things for over 10 minutes and stopped in front of a small alley. Looking down the alley, I could see a few lit-up apartment buildings. I cautiously walked in. The deeper I went into the alley, the darker it got. It seemed to go on forever. I decided to turn back, stuck in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't even find a police officer. Just as I turned around, I saw a figure approaching me from a distance. It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. I was about to take out my phone for light when I belatedly realized my phone was broken. Thinking it might be a resident here, I planned to just walk past quietly, but unexpectedly, when the person got close to me, they suddenly stopped. The next second, the flashlight on their phone turned on and shone in my face. I was blinded by the light. As a reflex, I threw the grocery bag at them. Then I grabbed their arm and threw them over my shoulder with great force, slamming them to the ground, while cursing, following me in the middle of the night. "What do you want?" When the flashlight's beam reflected off the wall, onto the face of the person on the ground, I accidentally got a clear look. My expression changed drastically. In the quiet alley, a girl's angry roar echoed, "Jiang He." A few minutes later, we arrived at a small eatery on the main street. The warm yellow streetlight shone in front of the door. Onto the randomly placed wooden dining tables, I sat on a small stool, not quite sure what to do. There were two strangers in front of me. One of them had her face right up in mine, her big, sparkling eyes, and her mouth wouldn't stop exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, good heavens, I could die." Yu Qian turned to glare at the just beaten Xia Wanwan. "Wanwan, didn't you say the little brother wasn't handsome? Does he deserve to be in the Xia family?" Zhao Mina laughingly asked Yu Qian. Yu Qian, with a love-struck expression, nodded frantically. "He deserves it. He totally deserves it. He deserves it beyond words." Zhao Mina continued to tease. "Would you let him have the inheritance?" "Yes, he can have it all," Yu Qian said, with great determination. Their conversation left me completely baffled. I looked towards Zhao Mina, with a questioning look in my eyes. Who was this beautiful, intelligent, and gentle-looking girl? As for Xia Wanwan, she looked like a pitiful fool, sitting across from me, with a dark expression. When she went to buy water, she saw me go into the alley. At the end of that alley was a dog kennel. She originally planned to get closer before calling me, to pull me out, but as it turned out, my defensive instincts were too strong, and I ended up giving her a shoulder throw. She, a delicate, willow-like girl, was thrown by a 185 centimeters tall guy. Thrown down. I truly don't know how to cherish women. The shop owner took out a bottle of bruise ointment and helped Isha Wanwan rub her wound. She winced in pain. Seeing that, "I am really sorry for being so rough with a girl. I am sorry," I thought. "What did you think?" Xia Wanwan immediately became fierce, thinking I did it on purpose, because she made things difficult for me at home. So I immediately retaliated to put her in her place. I was about to open my mouth to explain when I heard Yu Qian shout angrily, "Shut up." I froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening. I had to immediately shut my mouth. I widened my eyes at the hot-tempered Yu Qian. My expression seemed to say, "This foolish, blue-eyed big sister, don't get agitated. They'll shut up, okay?" Zhao Mena glanced at me and couldn't help but laugh at my small expression. "Little brother, I wasn't talking to you. I was telling Xia Wanwan to shut up." Yu Qian switched sides in a heartbeat. "Wanwan, how could you talk to my little brother like that?" Yu Qian stood between the two of them, with her hands on her hips, criticizing Xia Wanwan with a displeased expression. "You were sneaking around, following my little brother, in a dark alley. My little brother was on high alert. Was it wrong for him to throw you?" Zhao Mena rubbed her chin and said suggestively, "MHM, that's right." Xia Wanwan looked at Yu Qian in disbelief. She kept saying, my little brother. Is there something wrong with her?" He clearly wasn't in the wrong, and he even generously apologized to you. How could you have the heart to be so fierce with him? Yu Qian continued to point at Xiao Wanwan and criticize her. Zhao Mena clapped in approval. Her tone was calm. Miss Vu's criticism is spot on. Yu Qian immediately put on a proud air and said very arrogantly, "Little brother, you did nothing wrong. That was a beautiful throw. Let me tell you a secret. Xia Wanwan has lived for 17 years, and this is the first time she's been bullied by someone else. Usually, she's the one who bullies others. You're really..." After saying that, Yu Qian secretly gave me a thumbs up, but for me, this was truly terrible good news. Xia Wanwan already had great hostility towards me, and now this. How are we supposed to live together in the future? Xia Wanwan was so angry she could explode. She cursed silently in her heart. Yu Qian, you're such a boy-crazy girl, so infatuated. Whenever you see a handsome guy, you act so damn cheap. Have you forgotten his identity? Who was it that said he came to fight for the inheritance? Who was it that said he's a schemer? Who was it that said we must kick him out? Thinking of this, Xia Wanwan was going crazy with anger. Yu Qian, you fickle turncoat. Could you switch sides any faster? After saying that, Xia Wanwan raised her hand and pointed at Yu Qian. Yu Qian shouted, "Ouch! Ouch!" and ran behind me. Little brother, I am so scared. Zhao Mena really couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. That's enough. Yu Qian coughed once. She pulled up a chair and sat next to me. Hello, my name is Yu Qian. Zhao Mena leaned against the lamppost railing. She smiled gently at me. Zhao Mena, we're Yuan's childhood best friends. I finally know who they are, but the two of them seem much more approachable than Xia Wanwan. Since you're Yuan's little brother, you're our little brother too. If you have any problems, little brother, you must tell us. Yu Qian patted her chest and swore, "I'll protect you." I obediently nodded. Thank you, Sister Qian. That one Sister Qian sent Yu Qian straight to Cloud 9. She was ecstatic. Xia Wanwan stomped her foot. Just because someone doesn't lose their temper, you treat them like a fool? She was really angry. What's wrong with you? Yu Qian deliberately asked Xia Wanwan provocatively. You who ditches a friend for a handsome face. Xia Wanwan laughed coldly and said sarcastically, I am fine. Sister Qian. After saying that, Xia Wanwan stood up to go home. Seeing her leaving alone, I stood up to follow and said to Yu Qian and Mena, I'll go back with her. With me here, you can rest assured. Otherwise, I'd have to find my own way back later. Then I'll go too. Yu Qian was very excited. Zhao Mena directly pulled Yu Qian away. No way. You have to go to the badminton court to clock in for me. Our clothes and rackets are still at the badminton court. Yu Qian was stunned, pained by the loss of the opportunity to go home with her little brother. She was filled with hatred. After saying goodbye to the two of them, I quickly caught up with Xia Wanwan. But Xia Wanwan's expression wasn't good. She was limping. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Very cold. She glanced at me. Her face was full of gloom. She was a well-behaved only child. And suddenly, a younger brother popped out of nowhere. Who could she reason with? I was thinking of a way to clear up the misunderstanding when I saw Xia Wanwan suddenly sit down on a roadside bench. She stretched out her long legs. Her arms hung limply. She looked up at me and said in a lazy voice, I can't walk anymore. Then rest for a bit, I said nonchalantly. Xia Wanwan frowned and deliberately made trouble. If we're too late, my dad will worry. Then try a little harder, I said with a serious expression. Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. She sized me up, finally getting a chance to observe me closely. My skin was fair. My nose bridge was high and straight. My facial features were clear and deep-set. The very picture of a radiant, sunny boy. And what's more, very handsome. But just thinking about the relationship between me and her father, Xia Wanwan still felt upset. I can't try harder, unless you carry me back. Xia Wanwan stared at me. She was determined to get her revenge for this. I blinked. Didn't she forbid me from getting close to her? Though I was doubtful, I still obediently chuckled. Okay, I'll carry you. After all, she got hurt because of me. Then, I squatted down halfway and waited for her to climb on. Who knew she would intentionally lunge with all her strength? When her full weight pressed down, it almost made me fall over. I turned my head to look at her and said, with dissatisfaction, you only hurt one leg. It's not like you're paralyzed. Why are you putting all your weight on me like that? Xia Wanwan frowned at me. You were able to hip throw me just a moment ago, and now you're about to fall just from carrying me? The two stared at each other, unaware that sparks were already flying between them. A few seconds later, I carried her on my back and headed home, silently cursing in my heart. Which way? You give the directions. My tone wasn't very friendly. Xia Wanwan took a deep breath. Don't tell me you don't know the way. I didn't want others to know my weakness, so I lowered my head and didn't answer. Xia Wanwan suddenly remembered I had walked into a dead end earlier and asked, no sense of direction? I didn't answer. Seeing my silence, Xia Wanwan knew she had guessed correctly. She couldn't help but laugh. Then she raised her hand and tapped the back of my neck lightly. She said disdainfully, Tsk, you with no sense of direction. Everyone in the Xia family has a great sense of direction. No one has ever been bad with directions. Being an illegitimate child of the Xia family is one thing, but to also have a flaw. She pushed my head to the side. I rolled my eyes internally. Xia Wanwan, give directions. It took the two of them a long time to finally trudge home. As soon as we pushed the door open, we ran into Uncle Xia and his wife. The couple seemed to be preparing to go out. You two are back? Uncle Zia was a little surprised, but what was more surprising was that Xia Wanwan and I were shoulder to shoulder, looking very intimate. When she first met Jiang He, wasn't Wanwan throwing a fit? Are they on good terms now? Kids are really innocent. Uncle Saya saw that Saya Wanwan had accepted me, and he was genuinely happy. On the living room sofa, we all sat down. Uncle Gaya introduced Aunt Hunan to me. Aunt Hunan is Xia Wenwan's mother. She currently works at the city hospital as the head nurse of the pediatrics department. The children in the nearby apartment complex, when they get sick, are used to finding Aunt Hunan first. Their relationship is very good. Hello, Auntie. I am Jiang He. I bowed my head in greeting. Xia Wanwan was eagerly anticipating Aunt Hunan's reaction. After all, an illegitimate son barging into the house, isn't this something that's bound to explode? Aunt Hunan hummed in acknowledgement. I already know all about your situation. No need to be so polite. From now on, just treat this as your own home. Xia Wanwan looked at her mother in surprise. Mom, since when did you become so magnanimous? What does this have to do with being magnanimous? Do you want to see Jiang He wandering outside? Such a good child has already been wronged. Aunt Hunan took my hand, feeling extremely heartbroken. Xia Wanwan's face was full of doubt. This world is too surreal. Oh. Right, Jiang He. Why couldn't I get through to your phone? Uncle Exia suddenly asked. I immediately took out my phone and said, Uncle Xia, I accidentally dropped and broke my phone. Tomorrow, go out and find a shop to fix it. You just got here. How would you know where to find a phone repair shop? The streets in this Huaishu neighborhood are very complicated. It's all small alleys. Don't get lost. Uncle Saya took out his phone to check his schedule, intending to take me to get my phone repaired tomorrow. But he has a lot of meetings tomorrow and doesn't have the time. Aunt Hunan is on the day shift tomorrow. If she were to take me, we'd have to wait until she gets off work in the evening. Wanwan, tomorrow, you take Jiang He to get his phone fixed. Xia Wanwan was curled up on the sofa. When she heard this, her whole body showed her refusal. Okay, meeting adjourned. Uncle Saya clapped his hands with a look as if everything had been settled. Good night, Jiang He. Aunt Hunan smiled at me, very gently. Hey, that's not. Xia Wanwan started to speak but stopped. The two of them had already disappeared from the first-floor living room. Xia Wanwan sighed. Her gaze swept over me. I knew she didn't want to. Actually, I didn't want to bother Xia Wanwan either, so I said, I can go by myself. Xia Wanwan said nothing. She stood up and strode towards the stairs. I couldn't help but call out, Xia Wanwan, your leg. She heard my suspicion. She deliberately walked up the stairs and then back down, then smiled at me. Good as new. Regarding this, I was cursing her out in my head. Damn it. Early the next morning, I was already awake, wearing a t-shirt and a pair of loose shorts. As soon as I pushed the door open, I couldn't help but scream. Xia Wanwan was coming down from upstairs. She frowned, her tone very annoyed. Are you summoning ghosts this early in the morning? My expression froze. I stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. My gaze slowly moved downwards, and saw the big, fluffy dog by my feet. Can, come here. Xia Wanwan called out. The black and white dog at my feet, an Alaskan Malamute, barked once, and instinctively wanted to rub against my leg. It seemed very wronged. I hurriedly took 2 or 3 steps back, then closed the door. The door was only open a crack, enough for me to stick my head out and observe the enemy's situation. Xia Wanwan and Can, one person and one dog, silently watched this scene. What are you doing? Xia Wanwan took a bite of a fried dough stick. She casually leaned back in her chair and asked absent-mindedly, Scared of dogs? I lifted my face and said, stubbornly, No, not scared. Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes. Not scared? She gently kicked Can, a mischievous smile on her face. Go play with the handsome big brother. As soon as Can heard that, it stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and happily ran towards me. With a slam, I immediately shut the door. Can stopped short mid-run, looking stunned. It felt like it had been rejected. And you say you're not scared? Xia Wanwan complained in a low voice. Can dejectedly ran over and squatted by Xia Wanwan's feet, letting out a wronged whimper. I heard it was quiet outside. I quietly pushed the door open a little. Seeing that Can wasn't coming closer, I breathed a sigh of relief. I looked up towards Xia Wanwan. Her skin was very fair, her almond eyes clear and bright. Her face was very small, and her features were also very beautiful. Seeing me come out, she said again, Can, the handsome big brother is out again. Xia Wanwan propped her chin on her hand and looked over, the corners of her lips slightly raised, looking very sly. Can wagged its tail, but lay still by Xia Wanwan's feet. I originally intended to go over and eat, but seeing Can lying there, I had to stop. I carefully observed Can, then said to Xia Wanwan, I am going out to get my phone fixed. Xia Wanwan took in my fearful appearance. She petted Can's head and said lazily, You with no sense of direction, don't go getting lost again. I couldn't help but think of yesterday's hip throw that was meant for Xia Wanwan, and I ran outside as if escaping. Xia Wanwan couldn't help but laugh out loud again. She finished her glass of milk. The glass was placed on the dining table. A picky eater and scared of dogs. What part of him is like a member of the Shy family? If there has to be a common point, it would be his looks. But he doesn't look like a member of the Shy family either. Not one bit. Xia Wanwan felt annoyed. Looking at the lavish breakfast on the table, she immediately lost her appetite. She gently pressed Kan's head, then went upstairs. Xia Wanwan had just logged into Honor of Kings when she received an invitation from Yu Qian, staying up late and waking up early to play games. You're quite the pro. Very quickly. Zhao Meina also entered the room. She chose a jungle hero and remained very quiet after the match started. It wasn't until the sound of a news broadcast came from Zhao Meina's side. Recently, reporters have discovered that many of our city's residents walk their dogs improperly, without a leash. In the first half of this year, the number of dog bite incidents has reached 500 cases. Xiao Wanwan frowned and couldn't help but glance at Can, who was sunbathing by her bed. It was past 7 inches the morning, the time when the elderly walk their dogs. Wanwan, I thought you were going to start a team fight. You're distracted, Yu Qian shouted through the phone. Hearing that, Xia Wanwan looked at her phone, only to discover her in-game hero had just walked into the enemy tower. I was drinking water. Wasn't paying attention. Xia Wanwan casually made an excuse. After a few seconds of silence, the news broadcast came from Zhao Meina's side again. If a citizen is bitten by a dog, they must go to the hospital in a timely manner. Xia Wanwan shouted in annoyance. Nana, can you turn off your news? Just then, a message appeared on Xia Wanwan's phone screen. Wanwan, don't forget to take Zhang He to get his phone fixed. He just arrived in Shenzhen. Don't let anything happen to him. Speaking of dog bites, a few days ago, Xiao Ya, from the building next door, was bitten by a golden retriever and had to be hospitalized. Yu Qian mumbled. She still hasn't been discharged. It's very serious. Zhao Meina added. Especially in the nearby apartment complex, you really have to be careful when walking around. There are too many dogs. Most are walked by the elderly, and many of them aren't leashed. Xiao Wanwan gripped her phone tightly, listening to them talk. She couldn't help but think of my appearance when I saw Can earlier. I almost jumped out of my skin. I even ran off without eating breakfast. This proved that I wasn't just simply afraid of dogs, but had a definite trauma related to them. Maybe he'd been bitten before, and very seriously. Thinking of this, Xia Wanwan's heart suddenly felt a little troubled. Her in-game hero died again. Yu Qian scolded, "You noob, stop feeding. Wanwan is 1 to 6. This isn't your skill level." Xia Wanwan played for a little while longer, but wasn't in the mood and kept dying. She said annoyedly, I am not playing anymore. Huh. Yu Qian and Zhao Meina said in unison. Wanwan, this is a ranked match. Are you really going to go AFK? Yu Qian grumbled. Tia Wanwan hurriedly quit the game, changed her shoes, and went out. Can, lying on the balcony, barked twice. Elsewhere, it took me a long time to find the repair shop. Luckily, the phone was still under warranty. After dealing with the phone, I found a nearby breakfast place to eat. The owner said the phone would take 4 to 5 days to repair. He'll have to ask for directions everywhere to get back later. How will I live these days without my precious? Just thinking about going home and facing that cool big sister and her dog made me feel even more aggrieved. On the street, I happened to glance at some rental information. The rent in Shenzhen is quite cheap. Suddenly, I had the idea of moving out, but I don't have enough money right now. If I want to move out, I'll have to find a part-time job to earn money. Right now, I was sitting on a long wooden bench on the street, my chin resting on my hands, not wanting to go home. I wanted to wander the streets, until a few puppies ran over from a distance. Panicked, I quietly turned my head away, covering my face with one hand. People who are afraid of dogs don't even dare to look them straight in the eye, afraid of attracting their attention. The puppies stopped at my feet, scaring me so much I didn't dare move. I lifted my leg and kicked lightly, trying to scare the woof army away, who knew those puppies weren't scared at all. Instead, they climbed onto my leg. I stood up and quickly moved to the side. Those puppies chased after me. Every time my leg was brushed by the dog's soft fur, I would shudder. The hair on my body stood on end. The scene of being bitten by a dog before was like a movie, replaying over and over in front of my eyes. Just when I was in a panic, a soft figure suddenly rushed into my arms. I looked down, as if I had seen a savior. I instinctively said, Xia Wanwan, help me. Xia Wanwan gave me a surprised look. Seeing that I was genuinely scared, my face had already turned pale. Xia Wanwan clicked her tongue, her voice lowered. Weren't you not scared? I was embarrassed. I am really scared. Xia Wanwan squatted down and grabbed a puppy by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. As she turned around, the puppy let out a pitiful yelp. I kept backing away. Xia Wanwan held up the puppy and looked at me. After a moment, she gave a mischievous smile. You coward. What's there to be afraid of with these puppies? I looked at her, and my heart felt like it was gently touched by something. Quickly take it away. I turned my head away and said slowly. Xia Wanwan shooed the puppies away and even bought them sausages to eat. On the long bench under the pagoda tree, Xia Wanwan was wiping her hands with a wet wipe. Why are you here? I asked her curiously. Xia Wanwan movement of wiping her fingertips paused for a moment. She frowned and said with a straight face, I came out to buy something. I said oh, and nodded. Xia Wanwan threw the wet wipe into the trash can. The two of them looked up at the street together, feeling very comfortable. I stole a glance at Xia Wanwan and mumbled, You seem to really hate me. Xia Wanwan didn't answer, her cool demeanor a little arrogant. But I have to say, Wanwan face, compared to the girls I've met in recent years, is far superior. Very beautiful. Her aura is also very good. I lowered my head, resting my hands on the long bench, swinging my legs back and forth. I won't bother you for long. I'll move out as soon as I find a suitable place. Hearing that, Wanwan was stunned. She turned her head to look at me, just as I also looked up. Their eyes met unexpectedly. You want to move out? Wanwan repeated my words, her tone full of suspicion. I nodded. Because I know Wanwan doesn't welcome me. Plus, the Xia family has a dog. I think it's better if I move out. Wanwan smiled. She suddenly leaned towards me, observing me intently. What kind of trick is he playing? Is he going to act all wronged and move out first, then go tattle to dad, and drive a wedge in our family's relationship? Wanwan moved closer and closer, her ambiguous breath fanning my face, making my heart suddenly beat faster. I swallowed, pressing my entire back against the bench. Wanwan lowered her eyelids, her gaze falling on my lips. Her gaze slowly moved up, finally meeting my deep eyes. You'd better be a good boy. Little brother. Her voice was a little hoarse, each word carrying an indescribable meaning. In her tone, I could hear a hint of a threat. I'll keep my word, I said with a firm tone. Teask? Teask? Wanwan scoffed. She raised her hand and flicked my forehead. Get up and go home. You with no sense of direction. You'd better keep your word. I watched her retreating back, her whole body exuding an indescribable laziness. On the bustling street, she alone was the most eye-catching. A free and unrestrained girl. It seemed as if the entire street was just a backdrop for her. Thinking about how Wanwan suddenly got so close to me just now, my heart suddenly started pounding. Wanwan turned right up ahead, then suddenly thought of something. She took 2 steps back, leaned back, and saw me still standing in the same spot. She wondered to herself, this guy isn't coming home with me. I also realized something, and hurriedly stood up to follow her. Wanwan let out a soft laugh, then continued walking forward with her hands in her pockets. I was very well behaved, just following behind her from a distance, not getting close to her. We didn't say anything the whole way. When we reached the door, I carefully asked her, didn't you come out to buy something? Wanwan was speechless for 3 seconds. Not anymore. She entered the living room. Can immediately rushed over. I stopped in my tracks. Not anymore. All right then. Whatever she says, goes. In the blink of an eye, it was the first day of 12th grade. I was having breakfast with uncle and aunt. Can was lying in the corner. It's too far from me. Every time its eyes look at me, it seems to be asking, why do I hate it? I am also very far from it. Every time I look at it, my eyes are filled with pleading. Brother Can, don't come over here. Well, both be fine. Jiang Xia, here's the bus pass and the meal card. Just take the bus to school. It's only 2 stops. Very convenient. Uncle Xia instructed me. At school, if you need any help, just look for Wanwan. Don't be polite at all. She's very helpful to others. Uncle Xia told me enthusiastically. I nodded lightly. In my heart, I repeated Uncle Xia's words. She's very helpful to others. Really? I thought about it while chewing on a fried dough stick. As soon as I looked up, I saw Wanwan coming down the stairs. She had her hair in a ponytail, her dark, bright, and clear almond eyes. She was wearing a school uniform, carrying a school bag in her hand. Her whole being exuded a sense of restrained ease. I couldn't help but stare at her. Perhaps my gaze was too intense, so it caught Wanwan's attention. The uniform of Liu Shanghai has always been known for being baggy. Very few people look good in it, but seeing it on me made her eyes light up. Uncle Xia saw her come down and reminded her, Wanwan, in the new semester, take good care of little brother Jiang Xia. Wanwan snapped out of her thoughts. She picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite. She looked at me meaningfully, without saying a word. Your mom and I are heading to work first. Later, take Jiang Xia to the bus stop. Get him familiar with the way to school. Wanwan didn't answer. She watched the 2 of them leave. Only the 2 of us were left at the dining table. Don't forget what I told you. Wanwan's voice was cold. I looked up at her. Don't worry, I remember. Don't get close to her. Don't look at her. At school, don't say we know each other. Go to and from school separately, and don't touch her things. I have already etched this passage into my mind. Who asked me to live off others, right? Wanwan. Suddenly, Yu Qian's voice came from outside the door. I peeked out while drinking my milk, and saw Yu Qian run in. A lively, energetic girl, like a ray of morning sun, shining in skillfully and powerfully, very much like a young maiden. In the prime of her youth, Yu Qian skillfully sat down next to me. She giggled and said, Good morning, little brother. I nodded. Good morning, Sister Qian. Wanwan couldn't help but glance at me. Why does this guy keep calling her Sister Qian? Sister Qian. So familiar. Zhao Meina urged from the doorway. Let's go. Let's go to school. Otherwise, we'll be late. Very quickly, we arrived at Shenqing's Liu Zhonghai. As soon as we entered the academic building, I immediately separated from Wanwan and the others to go register. The homeroom teacher walked ahead of me, introducing the school's history. The teacher of class 6 is male. His name is Shen Hangyu. He's the youngest homeroom teacher in the 12th grade, only 27 years old. I observed my surroundings. My gaze was drawn to a boy who was walking over. He had a student ID card in his mouth. His sleeves were rolled up, On his shoulder, he carried a water jug for the dispenser. That's Song Jie, the enthusiastic one in our class, Shen Hangyu said with a smile. I nodded. When we reached the classroom door, I saw Song Ji place the water jug on the dispenser. A few female fans endlessly flattered him. Wow, this class wouldn't survive without brother Jie. At the same time, the loudspeaker Lin Mengyao was on the podium, spreading rumors. Hot news. Our class is getting a new transfer student. He's a hottie, until her head was tapped by Shen Hangyu. Lin Menjiao turned around and saw the transfer student she was talking about. I smiled at Lin Menjiao. The two dimples at the corners of my mouth made her swoon instantly. She stared so hard she had to gulp. Whoa, so tall and handsome. He's my type. Tiske, this hopeless case. Shen Hangyu pointed at Lin Menjiao. With a disdainful look on his face, Lin Menjiao snapped out of her thoughts and hurried down from the podium to her seat, but she kept staring at me. The classmates let out a laugh. One by one, their gazes turned to me. Shen Hangyu placed his teacup on the teacher's desk. All right, let's welcome our new classmate. Amidst the applause, I bowed my head. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Shia. I'll be spending the 12th grade with all of you. I look forward to your support. The morning sun shone into the classroom. A gentle breeze blew the curtains. In the last row, Zia Wanwan had her uniform jacket draped over her, lazily resting her chin on her hand. Her eyelashes were slightly lowered. Her indifferent gaze was on me. She couldn't help but admire in her heart. He really is handsome. He could be compared to the school's heartthrob. If he weren't my little brother, I would have taken a few more glances too. But as soon as she thought about me being her father's illegitimate son, Xia Wanwan felt a pain in her gut. A little brother popping up out of nowhere. Who could stand that? Student Jiang Xia is a top student. You know, our class has gained another great talent. A look of admiration flashed across Shen Hangyu's face. The applause grew even louder. Lin Menjiao was especially enthusiastic. Welcome. Welcome. A warm welcome. For now, you can sit next to Xia Wanwan, Shen Hangyu said casually. Xia Wanwan, who was about to sleep, heard this, and immediately looked up. Our gazes met in midair. My eyes showed a hint of innocence. I didn't ask the teacher to put me next to you. Seeing this, Xia Wanwan looked helpless. Why is he acting so innocent? Just sit there for now. Well, rearrange the seats in a few days, Shen Hangyu added. I didn't want the teacher to think I was a troublemaker. I nodded and went over to sit down. Xia Wanwan's eyes were glued to me, piercingly intense, as if she wanted to see right through me. I glanced at her and said in a voice only the two of us could hear, "This was an accident." She said nothing. She turned her back to me and went to sleep. The boy sitting in front of me suddenly turned around. Hey, I am Song Jie. Hearing that, I looked up. Up close, Song Ji looked even more handsome and cool. He looked like he was of mixed race. I am not very cultured. I just felt a strong visual impact. You're pretty handsome. I wasn't stingy with my compliment. Song Ji immediately smiled. He seemed a bit shy, but his mouth said, everyone says so. I nodded. I thought to myself that this guy really wasn't modest at all. Xia Wanwan couldn't help but turn her head away. She glanced at Song Jie and scoffed. What are you laughing at? I'll get Yu Qian to deal with you later. Looking at the two of them, my eyes revealed a curious look. Do they know each other? Song Jie saw my doubtful expression and explained, I used to live in the complex next to their house. I know you. You're Zia Wanwan's younger brother, Song Jie whispered. I quietly looked at Xia Wanwan. I swear, I didn't say anything. Xia Wanwan said nothing, but in her heart, she was already holding a grudge against Yu Qian. Yu Qian really can't keep her mouth shut. Jiang Xia, your books haven't arrived yet. Use mine for now. Shen Hangyu handed me the books. The first day of school went quite smoothly. The classmates were also very approachable. Soon, it was evening and school was dismissed. I was cleaning my desk when the homeroom teacher called me to the office. Just as I stepped out of the classroom, I saw Yu Qian and Zhao Meina. Going home? Yu Qian asked me. I pointed to the office. The teacher called me over. All right then, Wanwan is there too. So you two can go home together, Yu Qian told me. I hummed in agreement. I didn't expect Xia Wanwan to be in the office too. As soon as I reached the office door, I heard Shen Hangyu's voice. Look at your last semester's final. You scored in the 20s on your English exam. You even got questions wrong that you shouldn't have. How can you be so careless? Xia Wanwan, in 12th grade, you need to improve your attitude towards studying. Shen Hangyu was very serious. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder. Only a score in the 20s for English. Uncle Xia and Auntie Ho are such outstanding people, yet their daughter is a poor student. Jiang Xia. Shen Hangyu suddenly called me. I immediately looked up and responded. Xia Wanwan glanced back. Her gaze was lazy and scattered. I clasped my hands behind my back and stood next to Xia Wanwan and called out, Teacher, here are your books. Shen Hangyu pushed a stack of books over. There's also an enrollment form. There's a form you need to sign. Xia Wanwan leaned against the teacher's desk and looked at the form. It was my personal information sheet. In the top right corner was my 2-inch photo. Looking further down, the parents section was actually blank. The notes section had a series of numbers familiar to Xia Wanwan. It was her father's phone number. I signed my name in the bottom right corner. The handwriting was strong and firm. After signing, I handed it to the homeroom teacher. Shen Hangyu checked it over and hummed in acknowledgement. Xia Wanwan. Remember what I said? Shen Hangyu glared at Xia Wanwan. Kia Wanwan nodded. Her tone was lazy. Got it. Oh, right. Jiang Xia is your deskmate. You two should help each other out properly. After a lecture from Shen Hangyu, we finally returned to the classroom to pack our bags. On the way home, I walked quietly behind Xia Wanwan, not daring to speak, not daring to ask. As we passed a vending machine, I went to buy a bottle of Coke. At the bus stop, I offered the Coke to Xia Wanwan. For you. Xia Wanwan looked at the cold Coke bottle in front of her, then saw my sincere expression. Is he trying to curry favor with me? Xia Wanwan turned her head away. Her tone was calm. I don't like sweet things. You don't drink soda? It seems girls are quite concerned with maintaining their figure. She hummed in agreement and said nothing more. I felt a bit helpless about this. If you don't want it, just say so. What's this about not liking sweet things? Then I'll drink it myself. I was decisive too, with no intention of being accommodating anymore. Xia Wanwan couldn't help but glance at me again. She was very annoyed. Even though I am not drinking it, can't you be a little more polite? Soon, the bus arrived. The two of us got on, one after the other. I sat in the first row near the back door. Xia Wanwan sat diagonally behind me. Her head was down, playing with her phone. I suddenly thought of something and turned my head to ask her, is your English really bad? Xia Wanwan looked up and gave me a cold glance. Where did this guy hear that my English is really bad? I saw that she didn't refute it, so I took the initiative to speak. My English is pretty good. If you need, I can help you review. Xia Wanwan smirked, unconsciously sizing me up. You? Can't I? She looked very disdainful. Tomorrow is the first exam of the year. Good luck with that. After saying that, she went back to her phone. I was embarrassed for a few seconds. I felt like I had lost face. If you don't need it, then fine. I just feel that at the Xie family's house, I've been a bother to them. I'll help however I can. But she was really disdainful. I clearly know Xia Wanwan hates me. Why bother trying to curry favor? Talking about helping her study. In short, I really regret it now. Deeply regret it. So much so that after the bus reached the stop, I strode ahead of her. Xia Wanwan followed behind me. Looking at my escaping figure, she couldn't help but click her tongue. As soon as I entered the living room, Auntie Hu greeted me warmly. Jiang Xia, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. I nodded and replied, okay. I just felt that the scene at this moment was very warm. After washing my hands, I went into the kitchen and proactively helped Auntie Hu set the table. You can just sit down. Don't worry about it. As I replied, I went to help bring out the food. Auntie Hu shook her head helplessly. Heaven has always been unfair to sensible children. Xia Wanwan entered the house and saw such a warm scene. For the first time, she wanted to use the phrase love struck brain to describe her great mother. The atmosphere at the dinner table was also quite harmonious. Jiang Xia, how's my scrambled eggs with tomato? I nodded with satisfaction. It's delicious. You're a great cook, Auntie. So do you prefer sweet or savory? Auntie Hu asked enthusiastically. Sweet. Actually, it's not just the scrambled eggs with tomato. I generally have a sweet tooth. Auntie Hu smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then your taste isn't like our Wanwan's. She's a girl, but she can't handle anything sweet at all. I glanced at Xia Wanwan. There was a hint of surprise in my eyes. So she really doesn't eat sweet things. I thought she was intentionally not wanting to accept my things. After a moment of silence, Auntie Hu spoke to Xia Wanwan. Teacher Shen called me today. He told me to remind you. It's 12th grade. You need to focus. Stop playing around. From now on, every exam is very important. I know. Xia Wanwan replied calmly. I ate my meal, observing Xia Wanwan. Her emotions were still quite stable. Jiang Xia, I heard you were always first in your school before. Auntie Hu suddenly asked me. I looked up and replied humbly. I was just lucky. Don't be so modest. I've seen your grades. Always first in the entire school. Very impressive. Auntie Hu kicked Xia Wanwan under the table. Wanwan, you should learn from Jiang Xia. Last semester, you didn't even make it into the top 100. Xia Wanwan said nothing. Tired of the nagging, she stood up and went upstairs. Auntie Hu couldn't help but comment on her. Look at that temper. We've spoiled her rotten. But in my eyes, there was a bit of admiration. I really wish my mom could nag me a few more times too. After dinner, I helped Auntie Hu clear the dishes, then went back to my room to wash up. It was past 10 p.m. by the time I finished drying my hair. I wanted to go to the living room to get a glass of water. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Can lying in the living room. Can saw me open the door and immediately ran over. He wagged his tail, his tongue hanging out, panting heavily. Never mind. One night will pass. Quickly. It's not like I absolutely have to drink water. I was about to close the door when footsteps came from the stairs, followed by the sound of Xia Wanwan's voice. Can. I inadvertently looked up. After meeting her calm gaze, my eyes slowly moved downwards. My breathing stopped. My heart instantly started racing. I slammed the door shut with a bang. Xia Wanwan followed my previous gaze and looked down. Suddenly remembering she was wearing a camisole. TSK. He even knows to look away. Can rubbed against Xia Wanwan's leg. Then she went to the fridge to get an ice pack. At this moment, I opened my door again. Xia Wanwan looked up and saw me, peeking my head out. Our eyes met. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. I let out a light cough. Xia Wanwan, I want to get a glass of water. So, Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes. There was a teasing tone in her voice. Can you take Can upstairs? Xia Wanwan looked down and saw Ken wagging his tail nonstop. A dog wagging its tail is a sign of friendliness, unfortunately. I didn't know that, so scared of dogs, not at all like a member of the Shy family. Xia Wanwan put the ice in the freezer. She turned around and crossed her arms, looking a little arrogant. She was clearly trying to cause trouble on purpose. Call me sister. I froze. Why is she suddenly making me call her sister? Could it be because I called Sister Qian? I sighed. The young mistress of the Exa household wants to hear me call her sister. What reason is there to refuse? I chuckled, full of ingratiation. Sister Wanwan. My intentionally ingratiating tone made Exia Wanwan's heart skip a beat. He really called me that. So obedient. Can subconsciously looked towards Xia Wanwan. Sniff. Sniff. Xia Wanwan licked her lips, and trying to suppress her racing heart, she replied with a lazy Xia Wanwan nudged Can with her foot, signaling for Can to go upstairs. Can woofed once, tucking his tail. He reluctantly went upstairs. Xia Wanwan yawned. With both hands in her pockets, she followed behind Can's butt, and because Can was walking slowly, she kicked him. Right on Can's butt. Silly dog. Hurry up. Your big sis wants to go to sleep. I waited until I was sure both the person and the dog had gone upstairs before I went out to get some water. For some reason, I was starting to like Xia Wanwan a little. The next day, I arrived at school very early. Today was the first exam of the year for the entire No. 6 high school. The desks and chairs in the classroom were all spread out. Shen Hangyu was at the podium, tearing the seal off the exam papers, saying that the results of this exam were very important. Everyone had to take it seriously. Teacher, you say that every time. Lin Mengyao chimed in. Shen Hangyu glared at Lin Mengyao. You're the only one with so much to say. I rested my chin on my hand, waiting for the exam paper. I heard the sound of a book's pages turning beside me. I tilted my head slightly. Xia Wanwan was looking at an English book. It seemed like she was cramming at the last minute. I moved my lips, about to say something, but then I thought about yesterday on the bus. When I was embarrassed, I still chose to keep my mouth shut. Very quickly, the exam began. The classroom was unusually quiet. The sound of pens scratching against the exam papers rustled. It was very peaceful, but my attention was caught by the movements of Xia Wanwan's hands. During the language arts exam, her elbow was propped on the desk. Her fingertips gently pressed against her temple as she did the reading comprehension. During the math exam, her hand was on the table. Her long, slender fingers spun her pen. The movements were neat and decisive, with a hint of showing off her skills. The English exam in the afternoon, she wasn't as calm anymore. She would sigh from time to time, and sometimes she would put her pen down on the desk, rubbing the space between her eyebrows. Clearly, she wasn't as serious as she was during the previous 2 exams. When I was writing my English essay, she had already stopped working on the test, and directly chose to rest her head on the desk and sleep. I stopped paying attention to Xia Wanwan, and continued to focus on my exam. 7 a.m. in the evening, my chin was resting on the desk. Hearing Shen Hangyu announce the end of class, I was exhausted. Xia Wanwan, who had been resting her head on the desk the whole time, slowly lifted her head. Her sleepy, dreamy eyes shimmered with unidentifiable emotions. When Xia Wanwan walked out of the school gate, I was waiting for the bus with Song Ji. The two of them were chatting animatedly, occasionally clutching their stomachs and laughing out loud. Xia Wanwan lowered her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. She just suddenly thought about the exam today. The way my gaze on her was too nakedly obvious. When I got off at the bus stop, Xia Wanwan was cycling past me. I stopped in my tracks, looking at her back. The warm yellow streetlights elongated her shadow. The girl's uniform jacket was puffed up by the wind. On Xia Wanwan, I felt the rich colors of youth. Just like how the cicadas chirping cannot swallow the brilliant summer, the dense foliage cannot hide the moonlight, and nothing can erase the spirit of youth. 2 days later, the results of the first exam of the year were out. The notice board in the gym yard was packed with people. Song Ji was also there. I had a lollipop in my mouth and casually walked towards the notice board. I usually always ranked first, so I wasn't very interested in checking the scores. There were no surprises. Jiang Xia, hurry up. I was pulled into the crowd by Song Ji. Let's check Xia Wanwan's first. Song Ji squeezed to the front with a serious expression. To find Xia Wanwan, shouldn't we look from the bottom up? I looked towards the bottom of the rankings. Hearing that, Song Jie was extremely surprised. What? Wanwan is here? Suddenly, a girl said something. Everyone looked back one by one, only to see Xia Wanwan yawning, walking behind Yu Qian and Zhao Meina very lazily, with the air of someone who hadn't fully woken up. Xia Wanwan walked straight to the front. This confused me. I took the lollipop out and asked Song Ji, who was she running to the front to see? To see her own. Of course, Song Jie said with a serious expression. As for me, my mind was in a fog. What the hell? The next second, the crowd parted. Song Ji brought me to the very front. When I saw on the ranking list the picture and name of the person at the top, the lollipop in my hand suddenly wasn't sweet anymore. It fell to the ground with a thud. After returning to the classroom, I had been staring at Xia Wanwan for 10 minutes. I still couldn't believe it. The top-ranked student in the entire school was Xia Wanwan. No way. Nobody told me. that Shy Wan Wan was a top student. The teacher criticized her for turning in a blank paper. Auntie Hu criticized her for not getting into the top 100, but she got first place. The main point is, I shamelessly said I would tutor her in English, but it turns out I am the one who got second place. Who was it that got second place and still wanted to tutor the person in first place? It was me. Right now, I really want to find a hole to crawl into. It's too embarrassing. Xia Wanwan got annoyed from being stared at. She turned her head to look at me, her tone holding a bit of disdain. Have you looked enough? I lowered my head, feeling upset inside. Song Ji leaned back in his chair and looked at me, unable to hold back his laughter. So you thought Wan Wan was a bad student? Huh, let me put it this way. In our neighborhood, there aren't many bad students. Wan Wan has always been the academic god of our neighborhood. She's been smart since she was little. Wan Wan represents the school in all the academic competitions. I curiously leaned forward and asked sneakily, then what about her final exam results? It's because she had a stomachache at that time. She missed a few exams. Song Ji also whispered back to me. I looked helpless and let out a sigh. I said, very confused. Then during the English exam, why did she keep sighing? For her, it was too simple. Song Ji said in a calm voice. Hearing that, the corner of my mouth twitched. Then why did she frown during the reading comprehension? Don't you think the reading comprehension of this test paper was really terrible? Shia Wanwan's expression was serious, more serious talking about the test than at any other time. Seeing me silent, Xia Wanwan deliberately acted annoying. Keep trying. Number 2. As for me, I just felt like I couldn't face anyone. I was so embarrassed, my toes could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment. Song Ji looked at the two of us and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I shamefully rested my head on the desk, my arms hanging limply by my side, looking like I had nothing left to live for. Jiang Sha, are you busy tonight? I know a really delicious barbecue skewer place. Let me take you there. Song Ji leaned back and said to me. I shook my head and refused. No, thanks. Tonight, I have to go to the repair shop to pick up my phone. These past few days without this essential item, I don't know how I survived. Song Ji was a little disappointed. All right then, well, go another time. Soon, it was time for the evening class to end. The other students in the class had all left. Only Xia Wan and I were left. The last question in her workbook, she still couldn't solve it. As soon as she looked up, she saw me sitting next to her. With no intention of leaving, she got straight to the point. What do you want? I smiled. Xia Wan, can we put our rule aside for a moment? Hearing that, Xia Wan's cold eyes scanned me suspiciously. What are you trying to do now? I am planning to go get my phone, but Huaihua Road has too many small alleys. I am new here, so I am not familiar with the area. Can you take me to get my phone? No. She lowered her head and continued with her work. I thought Xia Wan would reject me heartlessly, but I didn't expect her to be this heartless. I can go by myself. I just don't know the way. If I don't get home late into the night, I wonder if uncle and auntie will blame you. What if something happens? Xia Wan didn't even look up at me. The motion of solving the problem in her hand didn't stop either. Your shoulder throw is very well practiced. I doubt many people are a match for you. After saying that, she finally lifted her head to glance at me. It turns out she was still holding a grudge about me throwing her. As a good young man of the 21st century, how can you be so petty? I couldn't help but mock her. Xia Wan ignored me. Her train of thought was already a mess. Because I suddenly interrupted her, she became even more confused. I was about to say something else, but seeing her frown, I decided to wait another 30 seconds before bothering her again. This big sister must be really fierce when she gets angry. A long while later, I saw her resting her cheek on her hand. Still looking at the problem, I suddenly got curious. What kind of problem is it that it can stump our academic god? I moved closer to Xia Wan and leaned in to see the question. All the steps are correct. You miscalculated the result up here. Xia Wan looked up and unexpectedly bumped into my chest. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil. She swallowed and lowered her eyes to look at the problem. Where is it wrong? Right here. I took the pen from her hand. Our fingertips touched. Xia Wan's heart beat even more erratically. I circled the result of the previous step. Isn't this part wrong? Only then did Xia Wan realize it was indeed wrong. But in her heart, she cursed silently. Isn't it because you keep blabbering next to me, making me lose focus? Kaya Wan. I've already pointed out the problem for you. Take me to get my phone. I promise, it'll only bother you this one time. I swore to myself that I would never bother Xia Wan again in the future. I would definitely abide by the rule. Never get close to her again. Stay 10 meters away from her. Xia Wan glanced at me, not agreeing at all. I thought about how last night she suddenly made me call her big sister. An idea popped into my head. I began to speak in a low voice. Big sis Wan. Xia Wan's hand that was writing suddenly paused. Then she tightened her grip on the pen. She slowly raised her eyelids and met my handsome face. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat. Then she lowered her head and quickly finished the problem. She cleared her desk, stood up and walked out. She softly said one phrase, "Let's go." My eyes lit up. Coming. Big sis, you're so kind. I couldn't help but praise this arrogant little princess. Xia Wan remained silent and just walked straight ahead, intentionally keeping a distance from me. When we passed the notice board in the gym yard and I saw the rankings, my heart still felt a bit choked up. No. 1 of class 12A6. Xia Wan Wan. No. 2 of class 12A6. Jiangxia. At 9:30 p.m. I finally got my phone back. For a moment, I felt like I had seen the light, but many of the stores near the phone shop were already closed. There weren't many people either. I came out of the shop, and my gaze landed on Xia Wan Wan not far away. She was leaning lazily against a wall, her head lowered, looking at her feet, making it impossible for others to guess what she was thinking. I was about to walk towards Xia Wenwen when I saw a few drunk guys approaching from behind her. One of them squinted and smiled, his breath reeking of alcohol as he spoke. Hey, student, you go to No. 6 high school, come have a few drinks with us. Xia Wan Wan frowned slightly, her eyes sizing up the 2 drunk guys in front of her. They didn't look very old, only around 20 years old. I was just about to rush forward when I saw a blonde guy grab Xia Wan Wan's arm. His foul curses rang in my ears. What's with the attitude? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Xia Wan Wan's face was serious. She forcefully shook his arm off and slowly clenched her fists. Let go of me. The 2 guys glanced at each other. The blonde guy was amused by Xia Wan Wan's serious expression. You're a tough one. We just want to be friends with you. You don't want to? Do you know who I am? The other bald-headed guy asked arrogantly. Facing their harassment, Xia Wan Wan questioned them calmly. Let's hear it then. I spoke up angrily. Take your hands off her. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Who are you? The buzz-cut guy angrily pointed at me. I replied with a sarcastic look. Your dad. The guy's expression immediately turned cold. Say that again. I spread my arms, looking very confused. I am your dad. What's wrong with saying it a few more times? The bald guy stepped forward angrily, looking at me with a furious expression. Seeing that, I continued to mock him. Drank a little horse piss, and now you don't know your place. You only have the guts to bully girls. But Xia Wan Wan was too calm. She looked completely fearless, even cooler than these 2 guys. Who the hell did you say drank horse piss? Are you looking for a beating? The bald guy strode forward, about to attack me. Seeing this, Xia Wan Wan quickly stepped forward to shield me, her tone resolute. Do we really have to fight? Both men looked at Xia Wan Wan. The blonde guy was extremely arrogant. Either you come have a drink with us, or we fight. You choose. Then let's fight. Xia Wan Wan replied in a calm voice, her eyes cold. The bald guy narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly very surprised. You'll fight? Fight me? Xia Wan Wan's face was full of contempt. The blonde guy couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at me provocatively. What kind of man lets a girl shield him? Before I could speak, I heard Xia Wan Wan ask coldly, are you perhaps afraid you'll lose face if you can't beat me? As soon as the bald guy heard that, he immediately got fired up. He took a step forward, intending to push Xia Wan Wan against the wall, but before he could even touch her, his arm was grabbed by me. I pushed the bald guy's arm away, my cold gaze fixed on him. I unconsciously shielded Xia Wan Wan and reminded him lightly, this is a military district. Think carefully before you make a move. The bald guy was extremely arrogant. You're pretty cool, huh? The bald guy shoved my shoulder. I was silent and took a small step back. My fingertips brushed off the spot he had touched, very disdainfully. Seeing my arrogant attitude, the bald guy snorted with laughter, trying to be a hero in front of the girl. Huh. I still said nothing, until the blonde guy started to jeer. Just as the bald guy's hand was about to push again, I ran my tongue along the inside of my cheek. A hard-to-detect ruthless glint flashed in my eyes. I grabbed the bald guy's palm with one hand and twisted his wrist down hard. Hearing only a miserable cry, I pulled him in front of me, and as our shoulders met, I lifted my leg and kicked the back of his calf. With a thud, the bald guy knelt on the ground. Do you submit? I raised an eyebrow, my tone a little provocative. The buzz-cut guy obviously didn't submit. He hadn't even had time to react before he was pushed to the ground. I don't submit, he roared helplessly. I let out a cold laugh and directly lifted my foot, stomping hard on his back. The bald guy immediately fell flat on the ground. Excruciating pain shot through his wrist and back at the same time, making him unable to resist. I looked down at the bald guy on the ground, my voice low. Still don't submit? The bald guy's fingertips scratched the ground, angry but not daring to speak. You have to submit even if you don't want to. Xia Wan Wan wasn't surprised that I could fight so well, but what she didn't expect was that my movements were so neat, decisive, and powerful. A single fatal move, leaving the other person with absolutely no chance to fight back. The 2 frightened thugs repeatedly begged for mercy. Once they got a chance to catch their breath, they immediately ran away. I looked at the 2 who were running for their lives and said sarcastically, next time you see your dad, remember to say hi. How could those 2 dare to reply? They fled in a hurry. They even sobered up from the alcohol. After those 2 were far away, I turned my head and saw Xia Wan Wan staring at me intently. She lowered her eyelids and said lightly, thanks. I pressed my lips together and couldn't help but take another look at Xia Wan Wan. She's quite pretty. No wonder people target her. Let's go. After saying that, I walked ahead, as calm as if nothing had happened, not paying mind to her thanks. Actually, even if I hadn't intervened, Xia Wan Wan could have handled those 2 thugs. She had been physically trained by Uncle Xie since she was a child and was very formidable. The time I carelessly shouldered through her was just an accident. This small interlude thus came to an end. Xia Wan Wan followed behind. She stole a glance at me, but unexpectedly, I happened to look over at the same time. Our eyes met. Xia Wan unconsciously got lost in my gaze. Only after a while did she realize her impoliteness. She frantically turned her head to look away. Her heart unconsciously skipped a beat. The rims of her ears secretly turned red. I quietly walked behind her. A section of the streetlights in the alley was broken. One streetlight flickered intermittently. The shadows of the two of us stretched long in the sultry summer night, sometimes separating, sometimes overlapping. At that moment, I was scrolling through WeChat on my phone. My WeChat was empty. Not a single unread message. Luckily, the voice messages Dad sent me were still there. Xia Wan noticed me dawdling behind her, so she slowed down a bit. I looked up at her back. After hesitating for a few seconds, I asked carefully, "Can I add you on WeChat?" "Don't worry. I won't bother you. I just want a way to contact you." I was very sincere. Xia Wan pressed her lips together. Her heart was very resistant. She really wanted to refuse. But for some reason, her hand obediently opened her QR code. Then she turned her head to look away, letting me scan the code. "It's just adding a friend. It's no big deal." I quickly scanned Xia Wan's WeChat QR code. The friend request was successful. Xia Wan looked down at her phone and saw that I had sent her 2 words. "Jiangsha." She raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect me to make such a serious introduction. Then Xia Wan put her phone away. She turned to look at me and said lazily, "Got it." I looked up at her, my eyes a little confused. "Got what?" She curled her lip and coolly uttered 2 words. "Jiangxia." I realized then that she was talking about saving my name on WeChat. That night, I lay on my stomach on the bed and curiously opened Xia Wan's moments. Her moments were set to be visible for only 3 days. There was no content at all. But I noticed the status line under her name. The 5-star red flag is shining. My faith is pure and clear. I never expected the princess with teen angst syndrome to be a patriotic little pink. That's not bad. A while later, drowsiness hit me, so I tossed my phone aside and went to sleep. Elsewhere, Xia Wan was also scrolling through my moments. My moments were set to public. She seriously looked through every single post. As she continued to scroll down, she noticed a problem. According to the timeline, my posting frequency had clearly decreased. On October 28th of the year before last, I had posted a picture of a fire department badge. The caption was just 2 words. "Thank you." There was also a comment under that post. "Jiangsha, Uncle will take good care of you." Seeing this comment, Xia Wan thought to herself, "It seems they've been in contact for a very long time. Dad must have wanted to bring him home a long time ago. Poor Dad. He didn't let anything slip for all these years." Thinking of this, Xia Wan closed my moments and threw her phone aside. Looking at the night scenery outside the window, she rubbed the space between her eyebrows with her fingertips, but she couldn't suppress her racing heart. The next day, I got to school very early. In the classroom, the loudspeaker Lin Menjiao was sharing the latest news. "The student council list is out. Our brother Jie is still the president. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause." I was sucking on a lollipop and stood up to pull open the curtains, not forgetting to applaud for Song Jie. Be humble, though I am still the high and mighty president. I will forever be your brother." Song Ji clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Thank you all for your favor. Thank you. Thank you." At this moment, I saw in Song Ji the air of a chivalrous hero from a martial arts novel. It was really cool. This was something I didn't have. Dad used to say I was too honest and simple, the type who probably wouldn't be able to get a wife later on. Just then, Lin Menjiao continued to speak. "Our radio station has a new announcer. Everyone, guess who it is?" Everyone looked at each other. I look at you look at me, and immediately started buzzing. The announcer should have been replaced long ago. The previous one's voice really wasn't good. I wonder if this one's voice will be good. Wan's voice is really nice. I wonder if I can dream about my sister Wan. A male student said with a chuckle. The person next to him immediately threw cold water on his idea. "Wake up. Xia Wan is so noble. How could she read you gossip every day, or play music for you? Xia Wan at the radio station? Don't even dream about it in this lifetime." Suddenly, the classroom fell silent again. Everyone looked at Lin Menjiao with disappointment. "So who is the new announcer?" Lin Menjiao blinked. She looked at the name on the list, and even wondered if she had misread it. Xia Wan really had become the new announcer this time. Just as Lin Menjiao was about to say the name, the radio came on, with a voice familiar to everyone. "Hello everyone. I am Xia Wan from class 12A6. Starting from today, I will be in charge of the radio station. Everyone is welcome to submit stories, request songs, and more at the heart-to-heart corner." Xia Wan's voice was very recognizable, lazy, sweet. It was a tone you knew was hers the moment you heard it. This caused the once quiet classroom to become rowdy in an instant. "Oh my god, it really is Xia Wan. This voice sounds so amazing. If this is real, I will never doze off during morning reading again." Everyone started chattering excitedly. Only I looked towards the speaker not far from the window, only hearing the voice coming from the speaker. "Hello everyone. I am Xia Wan from class 12A6. This seemingly ordinary introduction was filled with pride and confidence, just like her. Everyone said she was noble and cold, that she wouldn't join the radio station, but here she was. I suddenly became curious. What kind of person is Xia Wan, really? Next, please enjoy a song requested by a student named Doan from class 11 of 5. The song Jumo Baozu by the band Fahrenheit. As soon as the music started, Lin Mengyao immediately said, Sister Wan Wan has much better taste in music than the previous announcer. No kidding. The previous announcer only liked soft music. We were already sleepy, and listening to it made us even sleepier. Brothers, let's get pumped up. Let's happily tackle a practice test together. Song Ji stood up grandly, looking like he wanted to swear a blood oath with everyone. After the song ended, the radio station once again filled with Sia Wanwan's voice. That's all for today's broadcast. I wish everyone a happy Wednesday. See you tomorrow. A simple see you tomorrow. Crisp and clean. The male students in the class all took a deep breath, as if their souls had been carried away. I raised an eyebrow, twirled the pen in my hand, and continued to do my work, completely immersed in my own world. It wasn't until someone sat in the seat next to me that I was pulled out of my thoughts. I looked up and met Xia Wanwan's eyes. The two of us looked at each other for a moment. Then, I lowered my head and continued with my work, ignoring her. I don't know how much time passed. Finally, the evening study session ended. The students had almost all left. I rolled my neck and found that Xia Wanwan was still asleep. She had slept through the entire evening session. Being number one in the grade really has its perks. The teacher didn't even call on her, just said that Xia Wanwan was too tired and needed to rest. However, when Lin Menjiao dozed off for just a moment, the teacher dragged her outside. This double standard was a bit too obvious. Just then, Xia Wanwan slowly opened her eyes. I quickly averted my gaze and stopped looking at her. Xia Wanwan furrowed her brows, making the crease of her eyelids a little deeper, which made her eyes look even more beautiful. Is class over? I nodded. Yeah, class is over. Xia Wanwan yawned, grabbed her school bag and left. When she reached the door, she turned and glanced back into the classroom. Seeing that I still had no intention of leaving, she went ahead on her own. I finished what I was doing, and also caught the last bus home. As soon as I entered the house, I heard a familiar voice coming from the living room. My parents are both busy today. No one cooked. Let's go out to eat. Hearing that, I was stunned for a moment. Those words actually came from the big sister. A moment later, I came to my senses. Okay, I'll go with what you say. In the end, at the big sister's suggestion, we decided to go eat barbecue. When we got to the barbecue place, Xia Wanwan pushed the menu towards me. My treat today. Consider it a thank you for fighting for me last time. I smiled. It was nothing. Then I ordered a few dishes that I like, and returned the menu to Xia Wanwan. She didn't order much, just added a 2. Next to the meat skewer I had ordered. I was waiting for the food, while scrolling through my phone. The restaurant was very crowded. The waiters were busy. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in front of me. Whoa, Jiangxia. Xia Wanwan looked up first, and saw that the person had an upright posture, an extraordinary aura, looking like a military man. Is it really you, Jiangxia? The man walked towards me. I looked up, still with a bit of a daze in my eyes, but I quickly regained my composure, a smile appearing on my face. This was Dad's comrade, Lin Chengen. When Dad was alive, he would often come to our house to eat with Dad. The day Dad died, his legs gave out when he got out of the car. He immediately knelt before Dad's memorial altar. Seeing Lin Chengen, I felt a great sense of closeness. The longer Dad has been gone, the more I want to search for pieces of my memories of him. It's very difficult when he was alive too, Uncle Lin. I stood up and greeted him very enthusiastically. Lin Chengen smiled at me and looked me over. I haven't seen you in almost a year. You're getting more and more handsome, I said with a smile. Uncle Lin, you praise me every time we meet. Xia Wanwan frowned. Her phone suddenly chimed. She didn't forget to glance at me again, wondering to herself, are these two very close? Just then, Lin Chengen patted my shoulder. I am telling the truth. After saying that, he took a deep breath and said with emotion, it seems you've adjusted well. You're truly Lao Jiang's son. Truly different. What? I couldn't hear you. We're at the barbecue place. Xia Wanwan's voice cut through their conversation. The restaurant was a bit noisy. Her voice was a little loud. I looked over. Xia Wanwan was on the phone, speaking impatiently into it. Got it. Go be busy. She quickly hung up the phone. When she looked up again, she heard Lin Chengen teasingly laugh. Is this your girlfriend? Jiangxia, you're doing pretty well. You've got a girlfriend already? I was stunned and hurriedly explained. No, she's not. Uncle Lin. Lin Chengen laughed, just thinking I was being shy. When you get a girlfriend later, I'll help you screen her. Just then, someone from the private room behind him called for him. He left his contact information and quickly left. I frowned. When I turned back, I saw Xia Wanwan with her arms crossed, looking at me with an amused expression. I was troubled. Lin Chengen had mistaken Xia Wanwan for my girlfriend. This girl was both arrogant and fierce. She was not my type at all. As I sat down, I heard Xia Wanwan say, if you get a girlfriend, this big sister here will have to screen her too. I looked up at her, my face full of bewilderment. Why would she need to screen my girlfriend? Calling her big sister was just being polite. Did she really think of herself as my sister? Big sister? People should still have clear boundaries. I know you want to screen her, but listen to me. Don't be in a rush to screen. As I spoke, I picked up the lamb skewer the waiter had just brought and quietly placed it on Xia Wanwan's plate. Screen what? Screen. How about you just shut your mouth? Xia Wanwan looked at me and gave a lazy laugh. You're still young. You can't grasp people's hearts. This big sister here can't rest easy about you. I still have to help you screen her a little. I curled my lip, the disdain clear on my face, but the meal between the two of them was quite pleasant. In the middle of it, Xia Wanwan went to the restroom and didn't come back for a long time. I sent her a WeChat message. Xia Wanwan, are you still alive? Xia Wanwan almost fainted when she saw the message. This guy is quite funny. When she came back, I said with a wicked smile, if you're not full, sit down and eat some more. You were in the restroom for so long. Hearing that, Xia Wanwan's face immediately darkened, and she glared at me with a bit of anger. The corner of my mouth lifted. I couldn't help but smile. Xia Wanwan gave a cold laugh. Revenge. Blatant revenge. This little brother looks so obedient and well-behaved, but he's so petty. Not like someone from the Shy family. This must be a bug. At that moment, I got up and went to the cashier, wanting to pay. How can I let a girl pay when we're eating out? I was standing behind the cashier waiting to pay, when someone grabbed me from behind and pulled me out of the restaurant. Xia Wanwan, we haven't paid yet. I've already paid, she said in a calm voice. It was only then that I realized, if you're eating with a friend, and they suddenly want to go to the restroom for no reason, it means they're going to pay the bill secretly. I admit that I was too hasty just now, firmly believing that Xia Wanwan wasn't full yet. Afterward, we walked one after the other on the road. I took out my phone, opened the chat with Xia Wanwan. How much was it? I'll transfer it to you. No need. I already said it was my treat. Besides, just don't say I took a long time in the restroom next time. Xia Wanwan replied sarcastically. I chuckled. Was I that obvious? Xia Wanwan was speechless. She truly felt that her IQ was being brutally trampled on the ground. Soon enough, we arrived at the Shy family's house. The lights in the yard were still on. No one was there. Only Can was lying by the door, panting with his tongue out. Seeing the two of us return, Can excitedly wagged his tail and barked once. Xia Wanwan went over and patted his head. She said to me, Can doesn't bite people. He likes you. When she turned her head, she saw me stopped at the main gate, unwilling to come in. Can's tail immediately drooped, the disappointment clear on his face. Xia Wanwan gently pinched Can's cheek, comforting him. Be good now. Can whimpered, and quietly returned to a corner of the living room. Only then did I enter the yard. I couldn't help it. I was truly traumatized by being bitten. The shadow of my childhood hasn't faded, to the point that I naturally feel scared whenever I see a dog now. Early the next morning, when I went out to the living room, Auntie Hunan had already prepared breakfast. Xia Wanwan, in her school uniform, was sitting on a chair, frowning and staring at the things on the dining table. Mom, this fried dough stick with white sugar is, Auntie Hunan explained. It's prepared for Jiangsha. Xia Wanwan frowned. He's a normal person. What normal person's family eats fried dough sticks with white sugar? Before Xia Wanwan could finish her sentence, she saw me approaching, with a wow escaping my lips. Xia Wanwan stared at me. What are you wowing about? I quickly sat down opposite Xia Wanwan and looked up at Auntie Hunan, who was walking over. Auntie, I am going to eat now. Auntie Hunan's eyes crinkled with a smile. Okay, go ahead and eat. Finish eating, then go to school. I immediately took a fried dough stick, dipped it in white sugar, and took a satisfying bite. Xia Wanwan's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Wait a minute, fried dough sticks with white sugar. In my 17 years of life, I have never seen this way of eating before. I looked up and saw Xia Wanwan staring intently at me, as if looking at a monster. I quietly pushed the plate of white sugar over. Do you want to try? It's really good. Xia Wanwan immediately shook her head, her face full of resistance. Is this even edible? Seeing that, I quietly pulled my plate of sugar back. Fine. Don't eat it then. Xia Wanwan decisively drank a glass of milk, grabbed her bag, and stood up to go to school. As soon as she walked out the door, she saw Yu Qian downstairs. Good morning, Wanwan. Yu Qian waved. Xia Wanwan got her bike and said sarcastically, Good morning, Sister Qian. Oh my. Why is our sister Wanwan so sour? Yu Qian said, pulling her hand. Don't ride your bike today. Wait for our little brother to go with you. Xia Wanwan glanced at her and continued to speak sarcastically. Someone keeps saying little brother this, little brother that. Fine, he's your little brother. Then what am I? Yu Qian giggled and blurted out, Let's just say you're my favorite jelly snack. A little more care, a little more love. Xia Wanwan fell silent, pouting her cherry-like lips. Yu Qian immediately laughed. What's wrong? Is Wanwan in a bad mood? Are you blaming me for not giving you a title? If you don't want that, how about seaweed? How about milk tea? Anything will do. Xia Wanwan disgustedly pushed Yu Qian's hand away, giving Yu Qian a murderous smile. Stop talking. Sister Qian, I guess it's my bad luck. When I ran out with a fried dough stick in my mouth, Xia Wanwan had already cycled away. Good morning, Sister Qian. I greeted her politely. Yu Qian nodded, glancing at what I was eating. What's that white stuff? Is it moldy? I laughed and said, No. I dipped it in a little white sugar. Hearing that, Yu Qian was stunned. Fried dough. Sticks dipped in white sugar? It seems you really like sweets. I always see you eating lollipops. We walked towards the bus stop as we talked. Don't you think eating sweets makes you feel better? Yu Qian frowned. Are you usually in a bad mood? Why do you need sweets to feel better? I paused for a moment. My chewing on the dough stick slowed down. I just smiled and said nothing. Yu Qian looked at me, suddenly feeling that this guy seemed not as bright as he appeared on the outside. It seems he has something on his mind. As for me, I changed the subject. Why isn't Sister Nay with you today? The school is about to hold a music festival. Nana went to school early to help out. Yu Chan looked down at her phone messages. Hearing that, I asked curiously. A music festival sounds interesting. The bus arrived. The two of them boarded the bus, one after the other. News about the music festival spread excitedly throughout the school. I had just entered the classroom when I saw Lin Menjiao, that little loudspeaker. Also run in. Report. Song Ji responded, putting one leg up on a chair. She said the music festival is real. It'll be held next Monday. Each class can send 2 students to perform on stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class erupted in excitement. Oh yeah, we get to have fun again. For students about to enter 12th grade, an opportunity to have fun is truly rare. Everyone looked extremely excited. Lin Menjiao suddenly asked, so the question is, who in our class is musically talented? At that moment, the school's broadcast speaker came on. Hello, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. Welcome to the school radio station. This is Xi Wanwan from class 12A6. I, who was flipping through my workbook, immediately looked up. That familiar voice was heard again. For some reason, Shia Wanwan's voice at school sounds surprisingly good over the broadcast speaker. It sounds even better in person. The announcement came from the speaker. I am sure everyone has already heard about the music festival. The music festival is scheduled to be held next Monday. During this time, we welcome all students to actively sign up and enthusiastically participate. Now it's time for song requests. Next, we will play a song requested by a student with the surname XU from class 12A3. You were once a teenager by SHE. The classroom gradually quieted down. Everyone had a mutual understanding. No one was chatting anymore. Instead, they were enjoying the morning music. I opened my workbook, doing my homework while listening to music, until the song ended. That person's voice once again came from the speaker. That's all for today's broadcast. I wish everyone a happy Thursday. See you tomorrow. The pen in my hand also stopped writing. I habitually twirled the pen and closed my workbook, mumbling, see you tomorrow. Lunch break. Xia Wanwan returned to the classroom and heard me chasing after the teacher to ask, Sir, when are we changing seats next? Shen Hangyu was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Did you argue with Shai Wanwan? But with one of you ranked first in school and the other ranked second, sitting together should be a good match. I immediately shook my head. No, I was just asking. Shen Hangyu explained. Our class doesn't usually change seats unless there are special circumstances. I see. Thank you, sir. As I said that and turned around, I saw Xia Wanwan standing at the classroom door, looking at me. The way she looked at me at this moment carried a hint of scrutiny. Students were walking and stopping in the hallway. Everyone who passed by her wasn't as dazzling as she was. I finally understood what it meant. Some people are born to be the female lead. She doesn't need to chase the light. The light will shine on her on its own. Jiang He. Yu Qian's voice suddenly came from behind. She walked over slowly and handed me a cup of iced milk tea. This is for you. I asked her doubtfully. Huh. Yu Qian nodded. Drink it. Thanks, Sister Qian. Then I won't be polite. I smiled and took the milk tea. Behind me, Xia Wanwan, who had been calm, and emotion gradually appeared on her face. Even her relaxed eyebrows furrowed unconsciously. She was about to enter the classroom when Yu Qian suddenly called out, Wanwan, I came to find you. Xie Wanwan glanced at her and walked away even more decisively. A woman's words are all deceptive lies. Hey, Wanwan. Yu Qian hurriedly chased after her, while muttering to herself, what's wrong? I have to keep coaxing her recently. I suddenly found these two a bit adorable. I quickly followed, and saw Yu Qian at my seat, facing Xia Wanwan. Yu Qian smiled. Jianghe, can I sit here for a bit? I nodded, and made a welcoming gesture. Be my guest. Xia Wanwan quietly looked up at me, then looked at Yu Qian. These two are acting so close. Yu Qian said seriously. Wanwan, my dear sister Wanwan, Nana told me to beg you. Please perform a number at the music festival. Then why doesn't she come and beg me herself? Xia Wanwan continued flipping through her book, her expression arrogant. Yu Qian said with a straight face. She's busy. Xia Wanwan said scornfully. Not sincere at all. Nana said. As long as you perform one number, she'll agree to anything you ask. Hearing this, Xia Wanwan immediately looked up. She'll agree to anything? Yu Qian stared at Xia Wanwan. Their eyes met. Seeing the moment she raised her eyebrows seriously, Yu Qian seemed to know what Xia Wanwan was about to say. So the two of them, almost, said in unison, stay away from me. You know me well. Xia Wanwan gave Yu Qian a thumbs up. Since you understand, then you can leave. Hey, Yu Qian was dying of anxiety. She came here with a mission. Zhao Meina said if she couldn't convince Xia Wanwan, then she shouldn't bother coming back. An idea flashed in Yu Qian's clever mind. She cleared her throat. Both shyly and enjoyably, she moved closer to Xia Wanwan and said in a whiny voice, Wanwan, my dearest Wanwan. Everyone in the class looked over, while everyone else was smirking. Only I was blinking, enjoying the drama. This is great. Keep going. I like watching this. Xia Wanwan's expression darkened. She pushed Yu Qian away. You're giving me goosebumps. Yu Qian acted very hurt. Why is Xia Wanwan so unsparing? Even whining doesn't work. I really wanted to tell Yu Qian. It's not that whining doesn't work. It's just because she was born the wrong gender. Yu Qian was about to think of another way when her gaze suddenly swept over to me. At that moment, my right hand was holding the milk tea, about to drink. The next second, when I met Yu Qian's gaze, I fell silent. I suddenly had a bad feeling. You can't speak freely after taking someone's food. Your hands are tied after taking someone's things. This cup of milk tea, is it too late to give it back now? Yu Qian smiled. She quietly sat down next to me and said gently, "Little brother Jiang He, my good little brother." Seeing this, I panicked internally. I am doomed. It seems it's too late now. I pushed the milk tea towards Yu Qian. I only drank a little. Why don't you take it back? Yu Qian's eyes crinkled into a smile. You could tell she was up to no good. Taking it back is not an option. You can't speak freely after taking someone's food. Do me a favor. That came way too fast. I hurriedly tried to defend myself. I only took one sip. Yu Qian looked serious. But you did drink it, didn't you? I really had no way to refute that. What is it? Just say it. I took another big slurp. Can't let this milk tea go to waste. Since I have to do something anyway, persuade your sister. Yu Qian beamed like a flower. I slowly looked towards Ixia Wanwan. Persuade her to perform a number? You're so smart. Yu Qian nodded vigorously. I was very puzzled. If even Sister Qian can't persuade her, what kind of misunderstanding makes you think I can? Yu Qian was immediately speechless. Just then, the bell for class rang. Yu Qian had no choice but to stand up helplessly. I am really out of ideas. Little brother Jiang He, this is my last resort. I am counting on you. I watched Yu Qian's departing figure. Lost in thought, I returned to my seat, looking at the cool girl still reading her book next to me. My thin lips parted slightly. Before I could even speak, I heard Jie Wanwan say, "Spare me your precious words." All right then. I swallowed all the words that were on the tip of my tongue. Then I smiled. Can't be helped. I am a person who takes advice well. Then I quietly texted Yu Qian. Sister Qian, I've tried. Yu Qian saw the message, her expression excited. That was fast? Did you succeed? It seems you tried very hard. I knew I didn't pick the wrong person. I quietly replied with one sentence. She told me to spare her my precious words. Yu Qian's face immediately darkened. So your trying was basically not opening your mouth? I calmly replied, yes. At that moment, Yu Qian really wanted to ask me, have you ever seen a fierce woman roar? I can roar for you right now. After school in the evening, when I finished writing the last sentence of the test paper, just as Xia Wanwan also closed her workbook, the two of us stood up at almost the same time and walked out one after the other. A few classmates were joking and laughing in the hallway. There weren't many people left in the school. The 12th grade was the last to be dismissed. Xia Wanwan was looking at her phone while walking down the stairs. The light from the phone screen illuminated her face. Her steps were hesitant, stopping and starting. I found her walking too slowly and walked past her. The joking sounds from behind got closer. While Xia Wanwan was stopped and looking at her phone, someone suddenly bumped into her from behind. Xia Wanwan missed a step. Her whole body stumbled forward. Just as her body was about to hit the wall at the corner, she put her phone away, trying to regain her balance. In her panic, she ran into a solid wall of flesh. HMH. I grunted. Xia Wanwan's head and shoulder both crashed into my chest. I held Xia Wanwan's arm tightly, preventing her from falling. The lights in the hallway were dim. When Xia Wanwan hurriedly looked up, she saw me frowning at those other students, as if I wanted to scold them. At that moment, I retracted my gaze and lowered my eyes, speaking in a reproachful tone, playing on your phone while going down the stairs. Those students apologized to Xia Wanwan. Seeing she was okay, they ran off. After that, I quietly walked 10 meters behind Xia Wanwan. The two figures just couldn't seem to get closer. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a message. Jiang He, I see you and Wanwan are going home together. Try a little harder. I'll treat you to milk tea again tomorrow. Seeing the message, I couldn't help but sigh. Milk tea isn't enough. Yu Qian replied instantly. Then name your price. My mind started turning. Sister Qian, help me find a weekend part-time job near home. Yu Qian was full of doubt. Are you short on money? I quickly explained. No. I just don't want to be idle on weekends. Behind Yu Qian's name, the typing indicator appeared several times. In the end, she only replied with one word, okay. I put my phone away and immediately caught up. With my hands in my pockets, I quietly walked beside Xia Wanwan. Are you really not performing at the music festival? Xia Wanwan said scornfully. Is a cup of milk tea worth all this effort? I chuckled. The point is, it's not just about a cup of milk tea anymore. There's more at stake now. Xia Wanwan, your voice is nice. You have good taste in music. You have so many admirers. And you're also beautiful. Before I could finish my sentence, Xia Wanwan interrupted me. She looked at me and said decisively, not performing. Don't flatter me. I am not falling for that. Hearing that, I patiently suggested again. My suggestion is, you should perform. Xia Wanwan laughed coldly. Thanks. But I am not listening. I looked serious and said earnestly, Xia Wanwan, just take the advice. Jiang He, I've been rebellious since I was young. I've never taken anyone's advice in my life. The two of us exchanged a few words. I felt like I had met my match. No wonder the fortune teller said, I'd face a tribulation at 17. It seems Xia Wanwan is my tribulation. Sister tribulation. I blurted out. Xia Wanwan was stunned. What did this guy just call me? My expression stiffened. I quickly corrected myself. Sister. Shia Wanwan frowned. But she was actually a little interested. Who is Sister Tribulation? I became even more rigid. I couldn't possibly tell Shia Wanwan that. The fortune teller said I'd have a tribulation at 17, and that she is that tribulation. Sister Tribulation is made up. I just said it randomly. I touched the tip of my nose, mumbling guiltily. She's a female friend from my old school. We were just pretty close. Shia Wanwan narrowed her eyes and said, oh, looking at my face. But in her heart, she was secretly cursing. Blurted out Sister Tribulation. Could it be that they were just pretty close? Isn't it obvious he has a secret crush on her? I coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. The typhoon is coming. Xia Wanwan couldn't help but give me another look and laughed silently to herself. Such an awkward change of subject. She coolly exposed me. I was immediately a little embarrassed. Very quickly, I was beside Xia Wanwan again, persuading her. Please perform a number. A music festival organized by your best friend, and you're not performing. Does that make sense? As I spoke, I spread my hands out. Xia Wanwan looked at me and replied seriously. It makes sense. Perfectly reasonable. After saying that, Xia Wanwan cycled away. Her departing figure looked so youthful. As I walked towards the bus stop, I texted Yu Qian. Sister Qian, I really tried this time. Little brother, Jiang He. I've got a lead on the part-time job. I quickly texted back. Sister Qian, I think I can still try harder. When I got home, dinner was already set on the table, but uncle and auntie weren't home. Xia Wanwan was washing her hands, getting ready to eat. I followed behind her and couldn't help but ask one more question. Xia Wanwan, are you really not going to reconsider? Xia Wanwan frowned and reminded me very coldly. Don't stand so close to me. The young miss of the Yaisha family has spoken. I took a few steps back. Even if you don't agree, Sister Nei will come looking for you anyway. If Sister Nei shows up, how could you possibly refuse? I leaned against the sofa, watching Xia Wanwan pace back and forth in the kitchen. She didn't say anything. I crossed my arms and said in a low voice, since you're granting a favor anyway, why not grant it to me? Only then did Xia Wanwan look at me and subconsciously asked a question. Did you make a bet with Yu Qian? Because Yu Qian is the one who loves making bets with people the most. For example, betting on who could convince Xia Wanwan to participate in a performance. No, I said, seriously. Xia Wanwan looked at me carefully, seeing that I didn't seem to be lying. Don't hesitate anymore. Come over and eat. Didn't you tell me not to get close to you? Xia Wanwan was silent for 3 seconds. She scooped rice for me and said stiffly, eating doesn't count. My eyes lit up. I quickly sat down. You're the best. Xia Wanwan was about to hand me the chopsticks. She clearly knew I was suddenly being friendly, because I wanted to ask for something, but her heart still skipped a beat for some reason. I am the best? Am I as good as your Sister Han? Xia Wanwan suddenly asked. I paused. Sister Han? She still remembers? How could that be? Sister Wanwan is the best. Sister Han is not good. She's heartless, cold, and selfish. She wouldn't agree to anything I asked her. Our Sister Wanwan is still the best. Just eat your food. Ta Wanwan pushed the chopsticks into my hand and quickly picked up her bowl to eat with her head down. Unexpectedly, her earlobes turned red in an instant. I don't know why. She originally just wanted to tease me, but in the end, she's always the one who gets flustered first. I acted as if I had really tried my best. If I kept asking, I would even find myself annoying. Xia Wanwan didn't answer. She just told me to eat twice. I let out a sigh. Forget it. At worst, just find a part-time job on my own. I must turn sorrow into appetite. As expected, I stopped asking. Xia Wanwan felt a little awkward. Why did this guy stop sweet-talking? Is being silent the end of it? Why not try a little harder? Suddenly, my eyes lit up. I looked up at Xia Wanwan. I saw Xia Wanwan narrow her eyes. Oh, here it comes again. Bring it on. I am ready for it. Hurry up and persuade me. Maybe if you persuade me a little more, I might actually be merciful and give you some face this one time and participate in a performance. This meat dish is so delicious. It's sweet. You should eat some. Xia Wanwan was speechless. Why is this not going as I thought? She muttered. If it's good, then you eat more. The next day, I just arrived at the classroom when I heard Songji say, Jiang Xia, good news. Good news. I was surprised. What's got you so excited? Songji cleared his throat lightly. Knowing he had been too excited, he slapped the table. Xia Wanwan has signed up to represent Class 6 at the music festival, with Wanwan taking part. Our class winning first prize is a sure thing. Really? My eyes widened, utterly astonished. Song Jie nodded vigorously, his expression still very excited. Just then, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Yu Qian. Little brother, it still had to be you. Take care of the part-time job for you right away. I was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute. This happiness came a bit suddenly. I didn't expect her to actually agree to perform. Just as Xia Wanwan came in through the back door, I was extremely excited. I almost shouted, "Hey Xia Wanwan." Belatedly, I realized we had to pretend not to know each other at school, so I didn't say anything. I just looked at Xia Wanwan with eyes full of gratitude. Seeing this, Xia Wanwan was speechless. You might as well just talk. If other people see this look, who knows what kind of rumors will spread. I leaned over my desk and quietly inched a little closer to her. I whispered in a low voice, Sister, You've signed up for the performance. Shia Wanwan glanced at me. What? I chuckled. So you've decided to grant me this favor? Shia Wanwan said coldly. You're overthinking it. It was Nana who came to me. I frowned. So it wasn't because of me? What a shame. I was planning to treat you to a meal, to repay this favor, I said, starting my act. Shia Wanwan scoffed. With 1 yuan mineral water? I quickly corrected her. Attention. It's 2 yuan. Shia Wanwan said disdainfully. Are you short that 1 yuan? I lowered my voice. Being short 1 yuan makes me seem too stingy. Xia Wanwan flipped through her book and said sarcastically. So 2 yuan isn't stingy? I shot her a glare and sat up straight, too lazy to argue with her. Xia Wanwan unconsciously looked at me and smirked. This idiot. I thought for a moment and leaned over the desk again. I asked in a low voice. What song are you planning to sing? Well, what song do you want to hear? Xia Wanwan asked casually. Will you sing whatever I want to hear? Xia Wanwan replied arrogantly. Of course not. I glared at her angrily. Then why did you ask me? Just teasing a kid for fun. I am bored anyway. Xia Wanwan sighed, with an expression that said, Isn't this fun? I clenched my fist and slammed it on the desk. This is unacceptable. In the afternoon, many people were gathered at the door of the music room. The students were crowding around to see what was going on. As I approached the music room door, I heard the sound of a piano from inside. The performing students were practicing inside. I saw Xia Wanwan put down the microphone and put away her phone. That's enough practice for today. I am tired. Yu Qian asked curiously. Wanwan, have you decided what song to sing? Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. No idea yet. Let's decide later. Yu Qian shrugged. All right then. It's a good time for me to go find Jiang Xia to talk about something anyway. After saying that, Yu Qian walked out first. Xia Wanwan was about to get her uniform jacket. When she saw Yu Qian's figure walking towards me, she couldn't help but frown. Xia Wanwan didn't know what we were talking about. She only saw that I was very happy. Her face darkened considerably, but she didn't realize it herself. When Xia Wanwan came out of the music room, everyone quickly dispersed. No one dared to bother her. Then he'll find you after school, Yu Qian said to me. I nodded happily. Okay. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Qian. Xia Wanwan glanced at the two of us and secretly perked up her ears, only hearing that the two of them would, after school, go to a place. Let's go. Wanwan. Yu Qian pulled Xia Wanwan's hand and walked towards the lecture building. Xia Wanwan glanced at Yu Qian and couldn't help but ask, What are you going to find him for after school? HMH. This is a secret between me and my little brother. I am not telling you. Yu Qian laughed obnoxiously. Xia Wanwan gave a cold snort and walked away. Aya. Wanwan. You're so hot-tempered these days. That's not good. Yu Qian pointed at Xia Wanwan's back and criticized her. Today, the evening class wasn't over yet, but I had already cleaned up my desk. Even though Xia Wanwan looked at me several times, I didn't notice. My mind had already drifted off somewhere else, so much so that as soon as the dismissal bell rang, I said goodbye to Songji, grabbed my school bag and rushed out. Seeing that, Songji turned his head and asked Wanwan in a low voice, Where is he going? Xia Wanwan's face gradually turned cold. How would I know? Usually, he's like a night watchman. Today, it's like he has wind, fire wheels on his feet, being all secretive with Yu Qian. Where is your little brother going? You don't even know? Saying that, Songji leaned in curiously and grinned. Xia Wanwan's voice was cold. Should I know? Songji realized something was wrong. The sibling relationship between you two is really strange. I've noticed at school. It seems like I've never seen you two say a word to each other. Songji rubbed his chin. Could it be that you two had a fight? Great analysis. Don't analyze again next time. After saying that, Xia Wanwan also finished clearing her desk and got up to leave, leaving Songji with a bewildered expression. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. As soon as Xia Wanwan left the classroom, she looked out into the hallway and saw me and Yu Qian walking side by side. I had my hands in my pockets and turned my head several times to look at Yu Qian, looking like we were having a very happy conversation, while Yu Qian was looking up at me. Her eyes were filled with a smile. The two of them seemed to get along especially well. Regarding this, Xia Wanwan wondered in her heart, where are they going? So secretive. The arrogant princess was extremely curious, but she refused to ask. Very quickly, Yu Qian and I arrived at Huai Street and stood in front of a coffee shop next to the supermarket. Yu Qian pushed open the coffee shop door. Sister, Yi, I've brought the person here. I quickly looked at the recruitment notice on the side. The shop was looking for a part-time weekend employee. I followed her inside the shop. The shop's style was very trendy, with many spots for taking check-in photos. A woman in her 30s came out from the back kitchen, very beautiful, with a very elegant aura. You must be Jiang Xia, right? Jiang Yi looked me up and down, then nodded. Not bad. Good looking. He doesn't look like someone who would get into conflicts with customers. Yu Qian must have given her a brief introduction about me, so she already had an idea. Sister Yi looked at me and nodded in satisfaction. If there are no emergencies on Saturdays and Sundays, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., your job will be to serve coffee and sweets and clear tables. Everything else is not your concern. What do you think? I nodded vigorously. No problem. All right then. How about you start tomorrow? Yes, no problem. I agreed decisively. Being able to find a weekend part-time job is really not easy. It'll take what I can get. I am not picky. Besides, it's at a coffee shop. This is already the best job I could ask for. On the way home, I also said to you, Chien, Sister Chien, I couldn't convince Wan Wan to join the performance, but you still helped me find a part-time job. Thank you so much. You were the one who convinced her. Yu Qian was looking at her phone and replied distractedly, no. Xia Wanwan said it was Sister Na who found her. I said with a helpless expression. Hearing that, Yu Qian paused. She looked up and blinked. What? Time is tight and the task is heavy. Na is extremely busy. How would Nana have time to find Wanwan to talk about this? Could it be that Wanwan told you that? I nodded. That's right. Yu Qian burst out laughing and couldn't help but think to herself, oh Wanwan. Wanwan, the only tough thing left on you is your mouth. Thinking of this, Yu Qian raised an eyebrow and immediately had a mischievous idea. She called me over and asked a question. If I told you that she joined the performance because of you, how would you, sir, deal with it? The first thing I did when I got home was stand in the yard and look up to the second floor, calling out, Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan. Can was on the second floor balcony, barking and spinning in circles. Woof woof, as if to say, Wanwan, hurry up and come here. The handsome guy is calling you. Xia Wanwan pushed aside the curtain and walked out onto the balcony. She looked down at me from above. Her hair was a bit messy. Her expression was emotionless. What's this guy's problem in the middle of the night? I tilted my head and smiled at Xia Wanwan. I said smugly, I know everything. The only tough thing about Xia Wanwan is her mouth. It's obvious that my pleading last night had an effect, yet she still pretended, saying that Zhao Meina was the one who asked her. Xia Wanwan was confused. Know what? She just thought this was one of my malicious pranks. She turned to go back into her room, but my voice reached her ears once again. You joined the music festival because of me. Xia Wanwan stopped in her tracks. I raised my eyebrow, noticing her action. What's wrong? Breaking out in a cold sweat? Are you? Xia Wanwan turned her head to look at me. Stop dreaming. I smiled happily, my two dimples showing clearly. I intentionally cupped my hand to my ear. Lovesick about what? Xia Wanwan's face stiffened, feeling guilty as if her thoughts had been exposed. She still roared fiercely. I am telling you. Stop dreaming. I nodded vigorously and repeated. Got it. You said how are you lovesick? Xia Wanwan was at a loss for words. She gritted her teeth and called out, Jiangsha. I looked at her playfully, raised my right hand, and with great excitement. Present. You. Xia Wanwan pointed at me. Looking at that face of mine, she somehow couldn't get angry. I am sure, if the person standing downstairs right now were Yu Qian, she would have thrown a flower vase straight down. Xia Wanwan was so angry her ears turned red. She looked at me and composed herself for a long time, before finally asking a very weak question. Who told you? Of course I can't say that. Wouldn't saying it be selling out Yu Qian? I said seriously. I guessed. Don't lie. You don't have that kind of IQ. Xia Wanwan retorted decisively. My face immediately darkened. I immediately pointed at her and questioned. Xia Wanwan, who are you scolding? Xia Wanwan ignored me and uttered a name. Yu Qian. She guessed that Yu Qian and I had secretly snuck out. It must have been Yu Qian who told me. I didn't expect Xia Wanwan to guess so accurately, I said weakly. Maybe you should guess again. Xia Wanwan's expression was terrible. She narrowed her eyes and looked at me dangerously. My voice softened. It has nothing to do with Sister Qian. Xia Wanwan was already unhappy, and hearing me say Sister Qian made her even angrier. She raised an eyebrow and took 2 steps forward, placing both hands on the balcony railing. She looked down at me, the corners of her mouth twitching up slightly, and asked sarcastically, Sister Qian is so great. Do you want to go be Sister Qian's little brother? I heard the sarcasm in her voice and intentionally asked, Can I? Xia Wanwan clenched her fists. Can I? You tell me if you can. This guy really knows how to push his luck. Do you need me to show you the way? Xia Wanwan was furious. Yes, please. Sorry to trouble you. I continued to agree. Xia Wanwan smiled, gritting her teeth so hard they were about to shatter. Fine, fine, fine. You're good at provoking people, aren't you? Xia Wanwan nodded. In her anger, she chose not to confront me anymore, and went back to her room to scold Yu Qian. I watched her go inside, and smiled even more happily. That annoying Xia Wanwan. What's there to be arrogant about? Haven't I already figured you out? But teasing her was one thing. I was still really looking forward to Xia Wanwan's performance, and I was also very grateful to her. After that, I rushed back to my room to wash up. I had to rest early. I have to go to my part-time job tomorrow morning. As soon as I save enough money, I'll move out. I didn't expect it myself, that the karma for teasing Xia Wanwan tonight would come so quickly. The next afternoon, the coffee shop was packed with people. I was extremely busy. Hello. Here is your vanilla latte and chocolate cake. Please enjoy your meal. I bowed slightly as I placed the coffee and cake down and spoke. Politely, I took back the tray and turned to get the order for another table. I was wearing the shop's uniform and running around everywhere with a tray in my hand, a bit slow at work, but very orderly. It's very comfortable for others to watch. There's no sense of panic at all. Jiang He. This is for table number 6 outside. Sister Yi reminded me. I nodded in response, coming right away. I carried the coffee, pushed the door open, and went to the right. I bent down and placed the coffee on the table. Hello. Here is your Americano coffee. I looked up. My movement paused. Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan also looked towards me, and she didn't forget to look inside the cafe. She stared at the uniform I was wearing. Surprise was evident in her eyes. You work part-time here? Xia Wanwan glared at me, then looked at the coffee cup in her hand. She smiled. I was immediately displeased. What about me? Xia Wanwan stared at my angry face and uttered 3 words. So very slow. Drink yours. I snorted and took the tray inside. Xia Wanwan leaned back, drinking her Americano, watching me bustling around in the cafe. Occasionally, she would glance outside. At those moments, our eyes would meet. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. I continued to be busy. Sister Yi came out from the back kitchen. Jiang He, bring some sugar to table number 6. I said, oh, and hurried to get the sugar. Why would Xia Wanwan need sugar for an Americano? I pushed the door open and went out. I properly handed the sugar to Xia Wanwan and said in a friendly manner, hello, here is your sugar. Xia Wanwan didn't look at me. She was wearing headphones, listening to music. She lazily hummed a hum. I pouted and continued to work. Jiang He, bring a straw to table number 6. Jiang He, bring sugar to table number 6. I brought another sugar cube over. This time, I decisively threw it straight onto the table. I turned to leave. What kind of attitude is that? Xia Wanwan immediately slammed the table, deliberately causing trouble. I turned back and cursed. Are you sick? Xia Wanwan. How many times have you tormented me already? First sugar, then a straw. Didn't I just make you mad with a couple of sentences last night? Isn't this deliberately targeting me? Right now, I am the customer. The customer is God. Watch your attitude when you speak to me. Be careful, or ill file a complaint against you. Xia Wanwan arrogantly reminded me. Directly taking the upper hand, I heard complaint and immediately cursed her in my heart. What kind of troublesome God is this? So annoying. Xia Wanwan saw that I was silent. She knew I was cursing her inwardly. I adjusted my smile, bowed deeply, and said loudly, God, I am sorry. Xia Wanwan heard it. She was about to continue making things difficult for me, so I spoke even louder. God, I am sorry. God, I was wrong. God. I particularly emphasized the pronunciation of the 2 words God. This time, it attracted everyone around to look over. They only saw Xia Wanwan sitting casually on her chair, while I was bowed over, pitifully apologizing non-stop. Who would get the sympathy? It was as clear as day. The expression on Xia Wanwan's face was completely speechless. The tables turned so quickly, like a tornado. Xia Wanwan, truce. Seeing this, I stopped. Xia Wanwan laughed coldly. Guess if ill agree. I narrowed my eyes. You won't agree, right? I opened my mouth, about to shout. Xia Wanwan immediately stood up and directly covered my mouth with her hand. The word God on the tip of my tongue stopped abruptly. Looking at Xia Wanwan's suddenly closed face, I subconsciously swallowed, facing Xia Wanwan's beautiful almond eyes. My eyes were filled with astonishment. I couldn't believe she had covered my mouth. I gripped the tray tightly in my hand. The warm breath from the tip of my nose puffed onto her hand. It seemed like it wanted to burn her. A gentle breeze passed by. Everyone was immersed in this warm afternoon. The two looked at each other, seemingly calm on the outside, but their hearts fluttered in unison. My Adam's apple moved unconsciously. Xia Wanwan's face suddenly turned bright red. Then she hastily pulled her hand back and took a step back. Xia Wanwan turned her head to look aside. Her voice was low. I've still lost. All right, we have a truce. I obediently nodded and said nothing. Someone nearby called for a waiter. After I glanced up at Xia Wanwan, I hurried off to work. Inside the cafe, Jiang Yi watched the 2 of us outside. She couldn't help but smile, with an expression like she was shipping us. When I went inside to get something, Sister Yi asked a question. Jiang He, do you know Xia Wanwan? I replied with a sound, but quickly shook my head. We're not close. Xia Wanwan said not to tell others that I know her. While we were talking, Xia Wanwan happened to walk in from outside. Hearing me say we weren't close, her face showed no emotion. Sister Yi looked at us, again with an expression that saw through everything. When Xia Wanwan went to pay, she heard another girl asking the front desk, is that your cafe's new waiter? That's right, just a part-timer. Only comes on weekends. The lady at the bar replied with a smile. Xia Wanwan lowered her head and opened the QR code scanner in WeChat. Then she heard that person ask how old he was. Does he have a girlfriend? Hearing this, Xia Wanwan looked up. That girl was quite pretty, clean and neat, a bit slim. When she spoke, her eyes kept glancing at me. Do you have his WeChat? Could you give it to me? She asked the lady at the bar. Xia Wanwan frowned, not sure what came over her. She said that he's still young. He's not dating. The girl and the bar staff both looked at Xia Wanwan. The girl said unhappily, who are you? Xia Wanwan glared at her. Her towering height was one thing. Her gaze was also a bit fierce. Why do you care who I am? Paying. Xia Wanwan scanned the QR code to pay. She didn't forget to add, he should at least find someone from a big house compound, 165 centimeters tall, with a good family background. But you? Xia Wanwan's gaze swept over her. She couldn't help but snort coldly. It's not that she's looking down on you. It's that you're not worthy. The other girl was stunned. So confusing. Hey, who is this person? I just wanted to ask for his WeChat. Why does it feel like this person just hit me with a combo? She even used her ultimate move. So weird. The girl complained. turned around and left. Never mind then. All right. Xie Wanwan coldly watched her retreating back, thinking to herself, at least you have some self-awareness. As soon as she turned back, she found the bar staff was also stunned. It seems their relationship isn't simple. After Xie Wanwan paid, she turned around and saw me again, talking with another girl next to me, smiling obediently. Xie Wanwan's expression immediately turned cold again. She left in a huff. She pushed the door open, and the wind chime rang. I immediately looked over. Hope to see you again next time. Xie Wanwan glanced at me. Her indifferent eyes seemed to be asking, you still hope it'll come? I saw it was Xia Wanwan, and immediately stopped wanting to smile. Just now, someone asked for your WeChat. Xia Wanwan shut her down. The bar staff gossiped with me. What's the relationship between you two? Hearing the first part, I was a little surprised. Shut her down. Hearing the second part, I immediately smiled, my eyes crinkling. My eyes looked naturally harmless. Me and Xia Wanwan were really not close. Let's get to work. I chuckled, not forgetting to look outside. I worked for a whole day. At 10 p.m., I finally got off work. The part-time salary is paid daily. I looked at the bills in my hand and felt that the plan to rent a place was getting closer. Sister Yi, I am leaving now. I took off my apron and shouted towards the back kitchen. Okay, you've worked hard. Hearing Jiang Yi's reply, I went outside. A gust of wind blew by. I shivered unexpectedly. It was clearly only the beginning of September. The weather was really getting colder. This typhoon that was supposed to come never did. It just kept people on edge and worried. The street was still quite crowded. The nearby bars were extremely lively. I had just lifted my foot to leave when I heard a familiar voice from behind. Hey, I paused for a moment and quickly turned around. My eyes immediately widened. Xia Wanwan. You. I was stunned and pointed my hand at Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan walked towards me. Her fingertip brushed away my finger that was pointing at her. Do you have to be that surprised? I asked doubtfully. Why are you here? Xia Wanwan glanced at me and directly cut me off. Waiting for you. Waiting for me for what? I swung my arms, a little tired. Xia Wanwan watched as I squeezed my hands. Her footsteps slowed, walking shoulder to shoulder with me. Are you really short on money? Not really. I shook my head. I looked at her. My gaze was very sincere. Isn't it because I want to move out soon, so I am earning a little spending money? Xia Wanwan frowned, looking at my side profile. So it turns out you want to move out. That's why you're working part-time. Are you in a hurry to move out? I thought carefully. My appearance has indeed caused trouble for you all. It's still better to move out. If I've decided to move out, then of course, the sooner the better. I walked backwards, generous and open. My tone was very calm. Xia Wanwan unconsciously pulled my arm. Her tone was like an order. Walk properly. I immediately turned around obediently and continued walking shoulder to shoulder with Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan looked at me. The emotion on her face was a bit complicated. It seemed she no longer resisted me like she did at the beginning. Hearing that I was about to move out, Xia Wanwan wasn't so happy about it anymore. She looked ahead, her brows furrowed tightly, a bit unnatural. If you're very tired, then don't do it anymore. It's fine. It's very fulfilling. Sister Yi is really nice, very gentle. I really like her. When I talked about Jian Yi, my eyes couldn't help but sparkle. Xia Wanwan laughed coldly. You think everyone is nice. Only you aren't nice. I immediately finished her sentence. Xia Wanwan was immediately speechless. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. I clasped my hands behind my back. There was some joy in my eyes. So, Xia Wanwan, did you come to pick me up and take me home? Xia Wanwan paused for a moment, about to say something, when she heard me say, don't be stubborn. You just said it, that you were waiting for me, so you definitely came to take me home. You know it perfectly well, and you still ask me. Xia Wanwan had a disgusted look on her face. Guessing is boring. I prefer to hear a definite answer. For example, you saying yes. You came to take me home. My fair face was full of cleverness. Xia Wanwan had to admit, I am really not like other boys, so she looked into my eyes and said, yes, came to take you home. Happy now? Getting a satisfactory answer, I smiled brightly. Of course I am happy. Ever since my dad passed away, it's been a long time since I've felt the warmth of being cared for by others like this. Although Uncle Xia and other seniors also care about me, but that care always felt insufficient to me. It's probably because my family used to give me such a full sense of security. I was really too well protected before. I looked up at Xia Wanwan. That indescribable sense of security warmed my heart, enough to dispel the fatigue of an entire day. I deliberately slowed down. Xia Wanwan glanced at me and slowed down with me. Her eyes were filled with doubt. What's wrong? My eyes held a smile, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. The night was indeed pitch black, but it wasn't enough to swallow Xia Wanwan. She was very prominent and very dazzling, like a ray of light. Next to me right now, Xia Wanwan, I suddenly called her. Xia Wanwan tilted her head to look at me, frowning. She said nothing. I said unhappily. Didn't you hear me call you? Xia Wanwan sighed, extremely disgusted. What do you want? I said seriously. Nothing. Xia Wanwan glared at me. Bored. I giggled. Just teasing you like a child. Bored is bored. Xia Wanwan was speechless. Her expression looked like she wanted to hit me. I succeeded in my mischief, waved at her, and ran quickly ahead, shouting, let's go. I am going home. Xia Wanwan, don't follow me anymore. Xia Wanwan looked at my energetic self. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang He, there's a dog up ahead, and it's a Tibetan Mastiff. Xia Wanwan reminded me. I immediately turned my head back. Xia Wanwan, you think you'll be fooled? But not even 3 seconds later, I heard from some courtyard a powerful bark. I immediately ran back in fear, shouting loudly, "Hey, Xia Wanwan, you're for real?" Xia Wanwan looked at me hiding behind her, and couldn't help but smile. Her face was full of amusement. I told you, there's a dog up ahead. I looked at her obediently, and suddenly called out, "Sister Wanwan." Xia Wanwan looked smug. If you have something to say, say it. I gave a silly laugh. About me working part-time. Can you not tell Uncle and Auntie? I don't want them to worry about me. If Uncle Saya knew I was working part-time, he would definitely overthink it. He would think he's not taking good care of me, making me suffer. But that's not it at all. Uncle and Auntie both treat me very well. I clasped my hands together. Sister Wanwan, I am begging you. Then you should beg me. Xia Wanwan crossed her arms. With an arrogant, haughty expression. She lost out just now, so she's taking this opportunity to make me pay it back. Seeing that I didn't speak, Xia Wanwan decisively took out her phone and went straight to Uncle Sia's phone number. If you don't beg, I am calling. I snorted. Do we have to keep hurting each other like this? Can't we live in peace? I am begging you. Happy now? I pouted, very unwillingly. Xia Wanwan shook her head. Her tone was calm. No sincerity. Don't go too far. I warned her. Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes, reminding me, Jiang He, you need to understand. Right now, you're the one begging me to keep a secret. Who exactly between us is going too far? Xia Wanwan walked ahead and directly ignored me. She was betting that I would definitely beg her. Not even 3 seconds later, as expected, I chased after her and said sincerely, Xia Wanwan, I am begging you. Help me keep it a secret. Only then did Xia Wanwan look at me. She couldn't help but smile. This sister here is beautiful and kind-hearted. I agree. I immediately put on a look of disgust. I mimicked her words in my head, not forgetting to add a sarcastic comment. Jia Yuan, you're so childish. It was as if Xia Yuan could see right through me. Jiang He, I am going to make a phone call. My expression changed immediately. I pleaded, Sister Yuan, I was wrong. At least you admit your mistake quickly. The two figures gradually disappeared at the end of the alley. The next day, a new sun slowly rose. I was lying face down on the bed. It felt like there was a rave party happening in my head. The music kept pouring into my ears. With my eyes closed, I fumbled for the alarm clock on the nightstand. It was just past 8 o'clock. I opened my eyes, my mind blank for a few minutes. I heard it clearly. The music was coming from upstairs. I looked up at the ceiling. It seems Xia Yuan is preparing her song for the music festival. I yawned. I got up to brush my teeth and wash my face while listening to the music from upstairs. When I walked out of my room, the news was on in the living room. Auntie Hunan was cleaning the house. Good morning. Auntie, you're not working today? I greeted Auntie Hunan. Yeah, I am off on Sundays. Jiang He, heat up the breakfast in the microwave before you eat. I walked towards the kitchen. They were meat buns. They weren't too cold to the touch, so I didn't heat them up. I picked one up and took a bite. The news on TV was reporting a typhoon named manhwa is in Zhejiang province. Many places in Zhejiang province have been affected. Firefighters from all over are carrying out rescue operations. We hope it comes quickly, so we can rest easy sooner. But we're also afraid of it coming. It will cause us a lot of trouble. There have been so many natural disasters these past few years. How are people supposed to live? Auntie Hunan sighed as she watched the news. I leaned against the marble counter, slowly taking a bite of the bun. I thought of my dad. Dad used to say the same thing. There have been more and more natural disasters these past few years. I wonder if God wants to take people's lives. Dad also said, if God takes anyone, it's the bad people, the ones who deserve it. But God took my father. I've never understood. Was my dad a bad person? Why did God take him away? I lowered my gaze. My eyes were a little gloomy. Mom, I am heading out. Xia Yuan's voice came from the stairs. I looked up. Xia Yuan was wearing a white t-shirt. She had a tennis racket slung over her shoulder. She looked incredibly youthful and full of life. Very beautiful. The aura of a young girl's youthfulness was overwhelming. It was hard to resist. Can followed behind Xia Yuan. His tail was wagging high. Where are you going? Take Jiang He with you. Xia Yuan turned her head to look at me, who was a bit dazed in the kitchen. I snapped out of my thoughts. I quickly shook my head. No. Thanks. I have to go out later. Xia Yuan said nothing. She knew I had to go to my part-time job, so she just left. Auntie Hunan looked at her retreating back and chided. She doesn't even know how to be polite. With such a cold personality, how will she ever get a boyfriend? I smiled. I finished the last bite of my bun. 9:30. I left the house and went to the cafe. Next to the shopping mall, there's a long river. Along the river are all acoustic pubs. It's very quiet during the day, but it gets incredibly lively at night. I saw it was still early, so I took a walk nearby. I walked to the end of Changhe Street. There was a dead-end alley. I casually glanced inside, and I couldn't help but be drawn in by the sight. Both sides of the alley were white walls. The white walls were covered in all sorts of graffiti. At the top of the wall were beautiful clouds. Below were various cartoon characters. There were flowers and plants, and also a lot of small words. They were wishes, one by one. In front, there was a table. On it were paints and chalk for people to use freely. This meant anyone could draw. This place was a graffiti kingdom. I stopped in front of a graffiti drawing of a doctor. Next to it was a very cute sentence. Miss Doctor, please don't give me a shot. Ill, definitely take my medicine. I couldn't help but laugh. The handwriting was crooked. You could tell at a glance it was written by a child. I slowly walked forward. My steps halted. Before my eyes was the image of a firefighter. The orange-yellow uniform was particularly striking. I raised my fingertips and gently caressed it. Ripples spread through the bottom of my heart. Next to the firefighter, there was also a line of text. When I grow up, I want to be a firefighter to serve the country. The handwriting was messy, but each stroke was written with great force, as if showing their determination. Next to this wish, there was a warm reply. I hope your dream comes true. Stay safe and healthy. Looking further ahead, the whole alley seemed to be enveloped in love. This place held so many people's dreams, and also received all the blessings in the world. If this world were black, then this alley would definitely be full of color. I've come to like this place. Perhaps this will become my secret base. Just then, my phone alarm went off. I should get to the cafe. The number of customers on Sunday compared to Saturday was a little less, but I was still busy the whole day. I didn't even have time to sit for a moment. After 5 o'clock, the sunset light shone into the cafe. The wind chime at the door rang. I turned around, holding a tray, and saw some familiar faces. Jang Hee. Yu Qian waved at me. Her face was full of excitement. Ich Ia Yun glanced at Yu Qian. Look at how undignified you are. It seems Yu Qian is always excited to see me. Xia Yuan really didn't want to admit she knew her. She was carrying her tennis racket. She found a seat by the window. Why are you guys here? I happily asked Yu Qian. Yuan treated us. Yu Qian said casually. I looked towards Ixia Yuan. Oh my, so generous today. Xia Yuan's eyes swept over me. Her gaze was cold, carrying a warning, signaling me not to look at her. I immediately looked away. If I can't look, then I won't. Is Zhao Mina not pretty? Or is Yu Qian not pretty? There are plenty of other fish in the sea. Why do I have to look at just one person? I'll just look at both of them. Zhao Mina went to order coffee, then sat down with Yu Qian. Jiang He, come sit for a while. I shrugged, indicating that I couldn't sit. I am working. Just then, Jiang Yi came out from the back kitchen and said to me, Go ahead and sit. My eyes lit up. I smiled obediently. Thanks, Sister Yi. Then I'll just sit for a little while. Then I sat down next to Yu Qian and asked, Did the three of you go play tennis? Yeah. Another day of being thrashed by Xia Yuan. Yu Qian let out a long sigh, looking very bored. Xia Yuan said nothing. She just glanced at me. She probably thought I'd praise her a little, but instead, she heard me say, I know a little about tennis too. Next time, I'll help you thrash her. Xia Yuan was immediately speechless. This heartless guy. You're taking her side. Oh, right. Zhao Mina tapped on the table. For the music festival tomorrow, doesn't each class have a student performing? After it's over, everyone will get 3 votes. For everyone to cast their ballots. The top 3 classes will get a certificate of merit. Can I secretly vote for Yuan? Yu Qian asked Zhao Mina. Zhao Mina smiled. If you're not afraid of getting beaten up, go ahead and vote. How about this? Jiang He, I'll vote for Yuan. You vote for our class. Zhao Mina is the one from our class. Yu Qian said, pointing at Zhao Mina. Me? I asked doubtfully. Does Sister Ne sing well too? Zhao Mina noticed my doubt and chuckled. I am the host. The host can be voted for too? My eyes were filled with seriousness. In that case, then I'll give all my votes to you. I said it very seriously. Xia Yuan was silent because of my serious expression. It didn't seem like I was joking. Don't come to our class to scam votes. Xia Yuan quickly cut the 2 of them off. She felt that I might actually do something like give all my votes to Zhao Mina. I crossed my arms and glanced at Xia Yuan. Anyway, so many guys like you. It won't matter if you're missing my 3 votes. Xia Yuan was at a loss for words for a moment. Although it was the truth, she stubbornly said, No way. Yu Qian and Zhao Mina looked at each other. Then they both looked at Xia Yuan. What's with this Yuan? It's just voting. Since when did she become so calculative? Xia Yuan gave Yu Qian an expressionless glance. Look what your brilliant idea has caused. Yu Qian decisively spoke up for me. The votes belong to little brother Jiang He. He can vote for whomever he wants. Why are you being so nosy? That's right. I crossed my arms and moved closer to Yu Qian. The 2 of them were like partners in crime. Xia Yuan was silent. When these 2 are together, it's like they have each other's backs. Just then, the coffee was served. Xia Yuan picked up her coffee cup, turned her head to look out the window, and said coldly, Whatever you want. I don't care anyway. Yu Qian narrowed her eyes. Oh, you really don't care? Xia Yuan swept a cold gaze over Yu Qian, as if asking, Are you looking for death? Yu Qian quickly laughed appeasingly and stuck her tongue out at her. All right. I am going back to work. You guys keep chatting. Call me if you need anything. I stood up and straightened my clothes, getting ready to go to work. Go on. We won't cause you any trouble, Yu Qian said, pretending to be well-behaved. Zhao Mina couldn't help but laugh. Sister Chien, can you act normal for a bit? I laughed along. Yes. 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 Don't be like table number 6 from yesterday. Xie Yuen glared at me. Thanks. My table number 6 comment made her feel like I was taking a jab at her. What about table number 6? Tell me the details sometime. Yu Qian kept pestering. Xia Yuen's face turned pale with anger. The murderous look in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Yuen, this table number 6 isn't you. Is it? Zhao Mena had always been perceptive. She exposed the truth in one sentence. How could it be me? Xia Yuen stubbornly retorted. Zhao Mena smiled without saying anything. Oh, right. Have you chosen your song yet? Xia Yuen nodded. I'll send you the backing track tonight. Come on, come on. Here's to a successful music festival. Yu Chan raised her glass, not forgetting to raise an empty glass as well. This one is raised for Jiang He. Xia Yuen said sarcastically. You sure dote on him. Well, he's the only little brother I have. How could I not spoil him? Xia Yuen's face turned cold. He's not your little brother. Yu Qian gave a wicked smile. What's with your brother? My brother. He's our shared brother. Xia Yuen took a sip of her coffee. She saw me running around with a tray and felt complicated emotions inside. When I walked past Xia Yuen, I secretly asked her, Sister Yuen, are you still waiting to go home with me tonight? Not waiting. Xia Yuen answered decisively. I pretended to be heartbroken. Oh dear. I have no one to walk with now. So lonely. Yu Qian and Zhao Mena silently watched the drama unfold. It seems these two have been getting along very well lately. It seems not as bad as one might imagine. When night came, I changed clothes after my shift. This time, Xia Yuen wasn't outside the cafe. I shrugged, feeling it was all right. Some acts of kindness are enough to have just once. I am not a greedy person, but for some reason, I still felt a little disappointed, unexpectedly. The person behind me was quietly following, mumbling and cursing. What an idiot. He doesn't even know to look around. Xia Yuen deliberately sped up, pretending to just walk past. I recognized Xia Yuen's figure at a glance. My eyes lit up. I immediately called out, Xia Yuen. I was a little surprised. Didn't she say she wouldn't wait for me to go home together? But I could clearly feel that because of her appearance. The disappointment in my heart had completely vanished. Xia Yuen turned around. She looked at me in surprise, her voice deliberately low. Oh, Jiang He, why aren't you home yet? Stop pretending. I laughed out loud, knowing I was a bit too happy. I also pretended to be calm. Just admit you were waiting for me. It was the first time Xia Yuen had seen me laugh so happily. My dark eyes sparkled, like a child. Xia Yuen coughed lightly. She reined in her smug look and walked forward with her hands in her pockets. She said with a straight face, I wasn't. It was a coincidence. I silently mocked Xia Yuen, so full of pride. But don't wait for me next time. It's until 10 o'clock. It's very late, I said seriously. Xia Yuen turned her head to look at me and asked with a smile, is that so? If I don't come, wouldn't someone be unhappy? I touched my nose and mumbled, of course not. Xia Yuen's lips curled up. I wonder who it was, who, upon seeing me appear, immediately called out loudly, Xia Yuen. I was stunned. What? Before I could react, Xia Yuen continued to ramble on. I wonder who it was, who was just smiling from ear to ear. I wonder who it was, who asked me at the cafe if I would wait to go home with him tonight. Okay, it was me. Stop talking. Xia Yuen saw that I was at a disadvantage. Her face was full of smiles. Tense. Stinky Jiang He. Haven't I got you figured out? Your mouth says not to wait for you anymore. But if I really didn't show up, he probably would have cursed all 8 generations of my ancestors on his way. Hearing that, I sighed, admitting that my mood had indeed dropped a little earlier. But, all right, I won't be stubborn anymore. It's enough that you know. I am really good at cursing people, I said threateningly. Xia Yuen laughed coldly. She gave me a sidelong glance. So, who are you voting for tomorrow? Do you know in your heart yet? I clicked my tongue. This brat, being touched is one thing, but if you want to scam votes, no way. The next day, to welcome the music festival, the stage in the gym had been set up early. The viewing areas for each class were divided. On the big screen, the school's admission video was playing. The chairs in the gym were all neatly arranged. The students carried their chairs to their spots. After everyone sat down in their seats, the music festival's curtain was raised. My seat was quite close to the front. I could see Zhao Mena's face clearly. Today she was wearing an evening gown. The outfit was very formal. It accentuated her slender waist. It was very beautiful. I rested my chin on my hands and tilted my head to look at Zhao Mena with a serious expression. Yuen, look at the way little brother is looking at Zhao Mena. Yu Qian was holding a microphone at the side of the stage, watching me with a smile. Xia Yuen was leaning against the wall, resting with her eyes closed. Hearing Yu Qian's words, she looked over. Tiesk. His eyes are wider than anyone's. He seems to like her a lot. Yu Qian sighed. I wonder which girl will be so lucky in the future to be his girlfriend. Xia Yuen said nothing. Seeing me push up the flesh on my face with both hands, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. She thought of my moment's feed, those messy selfies. Yu Qian nudged Xia Yuen's arm and blurted out, Hey, sister. Xia Wanwan's face immediately turned cold. She glared and asked her, Do you want to die? I consider you my best friend, and you want to be my sister-in-law. You've gone too far, Yu Qian expressed. It's fun to joke around a little. Zhao Mena came down from the stage. Her first sentence was, Xia Wanwan, your little brother has fallen for me, right? When she was on stage going through the motions, she saw me in the audience staring at her without blinking. That's right. I even wanted to give you all 3 votes. How could I not have fallen for you? Xia Wanwan replied sarcastically while playing on her phone, without even looking up. Zhao Mena saw that she wasn't happy, so she deliberately joked, Wanwan, I will treat your little brother well. Yu Qian immediately added, Sister, me too, I swear. You two can go die together. Xia Wanwan cursed. Her tone was anything but nice. The two of them couldn't stop laughing. Ever since I arrived, Xia Wanwan's mood has become increasingly unstable. Alright, get ready. You have to go on stage soon. Zhao Mena reminded Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan was about to go on stage. The number of students on the sports field had clearly increased. Just as I was bored and looking for something to eat, on the right side of the big screen, slowly appeared a passport-sized photo of Xia Wanwan. The photo was a half-body shot. She wore a simple, clean outfit. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Her features were exquisite. Her whole demeanor was beautiful and elegant. Rounds of applause erupted on the sports field. The students were filled with anticipation. The entire 6th class was buzzing with excitement. The moment Xia Wanwan stepped onto the stage, the cheers on the sports field grew even louder. In the middle of the stage, there was a chair and a mic stand. Xia Wanwan slowly walked over. She bowed to everyone next to the mic stand and sat down. Her gaze swept across the audience below the stage, calm and indifferent. Finally, her eyes landed on me. I sat there quietly. My gaze towards her was bright, full of expectation. Xia Wanwan retracted her gaze. She held the microphone with one hand. Hello, everyone. I am Xia Wanwan from class 12A6. As she finished speaking, another round of applause broke out. I particularly like hearing her say, she is Xia Wanwan. It gives people a sense of confidence and brilliance. It seemed as if all the light in the world was shining on her. The song I will be performing is The Other Guy. Xia Wanwan held onto the microphone. Her eyes once again looked down below the stage. A gentle melody slowly began to play. Someone in the audience was surprised. Xia Wanwan is singing this song. I love it. Until Xia Wanwan started to sing, the entire sports field fell silent. Only the sound of car horns from the road outside the school remained. This is an English song. The style is very cheerful. Xia Wanwan's pronunciation is very standard. Combined with her perfect voice and phrasing, it immediately captured everyone's attention. I once thought she would sing very well, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Moreover, it's an English song. She held onto the microphone. Her back was straight, sitting there quietly. Her long, beautiful fingertips tapped lightly to the rhythm. Every single note was enchantingly beautiful. The light fell on her like shattered fragments. She looked up when she sang the chorus. Her whole being was both confident and gentle. She was very steady, not flustered at all. It seemed like this was her home ground. I could seemingly understand why at school there were so many people who liked Xia Wanwan during school days. If there was a character like that in school, how could anyone not have a secret crush? I was completely mesmerized, staring straight at her. I didn't want to be infatuated myself, but Xia Wanwan is really my type. Xia Wanwan happened to glance at me. She looked at me. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, finishing the last line of the song. She finished a song. The entire sports field was still quiet. Everyone had yet to recover from the song, until Zhao Mena came on stage to speak. Everyone finally applauded. Xia Wanwan stood up. She bowed to the audience. Thank you, everyone. Xia Wanwan, do you plan to sing another song? Zhao Mena asked her with a smile. Xia Wanwan looked down at the audience. If someone wants to listen, then we do. Everyone nodded one after another. Very cooperative. Xia Wanwan gave a fake smile, deliberately teasing everyone. Even if you want me to, I won't sing. Everyone hissed in disappointment and dislike. I hope everyone has fun. Xia Wanwan waved her hand and quickly got off the stage. The fanboys in the audience looked disappointed, hoping Xia Wanwan would sing a few more songs. I turned my head to look at Song Ji with a serious expression. A Ji, she sings so well. That's the second time you've praised her. Don't let her hear you. Shell, get arrogant. I chuckled. Let her be arrogant then. If she sings well, she should be praised. After saying that, I searched for Xia Wanwan's figure on the sports field, only to find she had disappeared after getting off stage. The ballot box on the right already. People were starting to form groups to go vote. Song Ji crossed his arms and said with a frown, damn it. It'd strange if Wanwan doesn't win by a landslide this time. I rested my chin on my hand. That's right. So many fanboys are voting for her. She doesn't need my 3 votes. I took out the blank ballot in my hand. I couldn't help but rest my chin on my hand and stare blankly. Just as I was spacing out, someone suddenly sat down next to me. That person's arm lightly touched mine. Still resting my chin on my hand, I turned my head, and just happened to meet that person's eyes. It was Xia Wanwan again. Xia Wanwan copied my posture. Resting her chin on one hand, she leaned over to look at me. The girl's eyebrows relaxed. Beneath her thick eyelashes, those eyes reflected my image. Further down, her nose was high and beautiful. Her lips were a light pink, looking very alluring. Xie Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Watching as my gaze fell upon her lips, Xie Wanwan pressed her lips together. The corners of her mouth curved up. I furrowed my brows slightly and unconsciously swallowed. I stared blankly at her lips for a few seconds. Stiffly and frantically, I turned my head away. Xie Wanwan, you. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly sit next to me? Seeing me so flustered, Xie Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Her lazy tone came from beside me. Your ears are red. I froze. I hurriedly used my hand to cover the ear on Xie Wanwan's side. It really was red and very hot. I pinched my ear, cursing inwardly. Jiang He, can you be a little more promising? I don't know if it was because I was caught being infatuated that my entire face was now flushed red. Xie Wanwan let out a chuckle. Her voice was lazy, carrying an unspoken indulgence. Silly boy, you blush so easily? Have you cast your votes yet? So she was asking about the votes. Only then did I turn my head to look at her. Do you care a lot about who I vote for? I asked her seriously. Xie Wanwan paused for a moment, then she looked at me. Her voice carried a hint of threat. The rule of Class 6 is that you can only vote for your own people. Would it look right to vote for someone else? I pouted. Is that all? I looked at Xie Wanwan and said seriously. Xie Wanwan, you've broken our rule. What rule? Xie Wanwan glanced at me. Who was it that said we couldn't say we knew each other at school? So what's with her running over to talk to me now? Xie Wanwan, on the other hand, remembered, she said. Oh, it is what it is because I say so. I snorted coldly. Isn't this a tyrant's clause? Only the magistrates are allowed to start fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. In that case, I'll vote for whoever I want. After all, Zhao Meina is so beautiful. I secretly clenched the ballot in my hand. Fine, Jiang He. You won't yield to either soft or hard tactics, will you? Xie Wanwan narrowed her eyes. Her voice deepened. I stood up and said, that's right, just like you. Xie Wanwan followed me, her tone calm but threatening. Jiang He, you're done for. Your fried dough sticks tomorrow won't have any white sugar. I immediately stopped in my tracks and glared at her. Xie Wanwan, your tactics are so despicable. Xie Wanwan sneered. You figure it out yourself. Paf. I've never seen someone so childish. So annoying. I crossed out the sentence. Xie Wanwan is my type. Then, for the rest of the afternoon, I didn't see Xia Wanwan at all. After the music festival ended, we had to move the chairs back to the classroom. I came back from the restroom and found that my chair was gone. Instead, I saw Xia Wanwan moving her chair. Just then, I overheard a conversation between some students. I heard the Olympiad exam is coming up. I wonder who the school will send this time. I walked towards the classroom. While listening, of course, it's still Xia Wanwan. I am guessing Zhao Meina will also be there, our new male transfer student. His grades are pretty good too. Then I'll bet on Xia Wanwan and the new male student. I was puzzled. Are they referring to me as the new male student? By the time I reached the classroom door, Xia Wanwan happened to be coming out. I called her name, but she ignored me. She just glanced at me once and went downstairs. I paused for a moment. I just wanted to ask if she had helped me move my chair. I just wanted to thank her. Looking towards the sports field, she was helping someone else move their chair. It turns out she was helping everyone move their chairs. I returned to the classroom. The chairs were already neatly arranged. Neat and tidy. I sat down. I took a piece of paper from my pocket, cursing inwardly. Xia Wanwan, you cheapskate. When school ended, Xia Wanwan didn't walk with me. I waited for the bus alone at the bus stop. After getting off the bus, as expected, I saw Xia Wanwan riding her bike up from behind. Such a short distance. Her speed couldn't even match the bus that kept stopping. I don't know how she's riding that bike. I called her name again. She still didn't stop. I was a little angry about this. I just didn't vote for her. Why is she ignoring me now? Xia Wanwan. I called out to her, retreating back again. Then I squatted down on the ground and pretended to cry out. Ah, it hurts. When Xia Wanwan turned the corner, she glanced back and saw me half squatting on the ground behind her. She stopped her bike and looked back. Xia Wanwan, aren't you going to look at me? She asked with concern. What's wrong? I knew she would soften up and stop, so I said pitifully. I tripped on a rock and fell. Xia Wanwan was silent for 3 seconds before speaking. We're very close to home. You can go back on your own. After saying that, she rode away on her bike. She's gone. I waited for a long time but didn't see her come back. I had no choice but to quietly get up by myself, a little embarrassed, but not much. I was walking forward while cursing silently in my heart. The sound of a bike entered my ears from ahead. In less than 3 seconds, I saw Xia Wanwan riding her bike back again. I paused and hurriedly intended to squat back down on the ground. Xia Wanwan's bike stopped beside me. She put her long leg down on the ground, reached out and pulled my arm, pulling me up as I was about to squat down. I looked at Xia Wanwan. My eyes lit up. Sister, it hurts so much. I intentionally acted cute in a silly way. Xia Wanwan looked at me coldly. Her voice carried a sense of helplessness. Stop pretending. You're the kind of person who kicks pebbles for fun. How could you trip on a rock and fall? Besides, could your acting be any more clumsy? I slowly looked at her. Was my acting really that fake? I was not convinced. I said stubbornly, feeling guilty. I really did trip, still pretending. Then I am leaving. Xia Wanwan glared at me with a cold face. I hurriedly wrapped my hands around Xia Wanwan's arm. Don't. Don't. Hey, you'll stop pretending, okay? Xia Wanwan lowered her eyes. My hand was on her wrist. The palm of my hand was especially warm, making my heart immediately feel hot. Xiao Wanwan pressed her lips tightly together. Then she looked up at me. I looked at her like a pitiful child and said slowly, "You knew I was pretending, yet you still came back." Xia Wanwan was speechless for a second. In her heart, she thought, right, right, right. I am bored, knowing someone was pretending to fall and still coming back. Xia Wanwan removed my hand from her arm. She pushed her bike forward. My heart was tugged unconsciously for a moment. Xia Wanwan, I didn't even offend you. Why are you ignoring me? I dusted off my clothes from sitting on the ground earlier and followed in Xia Wanwan's footsteps. Xia Wanwan pushed her bike with a bit of arrogance. If I don't want to pay attention, I won't. Do I have to greet you first? I lowered my head and started kicking pebbles again. What Xia Wanwan was thinking. How could I not know? Isn't it because of the voting? I muttered under my breath. Didn't I ask you? If you cared a lot about who I voted for, you were the one who didn't answer me. I clasped my hands behind my back and started playing the blame game. You even used my white sugar to threaten me. Xia Wanwan stopped walking. Right. I do care a lot about who you vote for. Xia Wanwan decisively laid her cards on the table. Hearing that, I paused for a moment, staring at her blankly. Xia Wanwan's lips moved. After saying this sentence, she herself felt something was not quite right. She frowned and averted her gaze. She stammered, wanting to add something else, but then she heard me say, so I already voted for you." Xia Wanwan's eyes lifted slightly. She glanced at me, wondering if she had misheard. "What did you say?" I said I voted for you. I raised my face. The warm yellow light shone on my face, that handsome and charming face. Xia Wanwan's thin lips opened and closed again. No one noticed her hands slowly tightening on the handlebars. "Xia Wanwan, I really did vote for you, but only 2 votes. Xia Wanwan was surprised. After all, since yesterday I had said I wouldn't vote for her, but why only 2 votes? So was the last vote for Zhao Mina. Hearing that, I just wanted to laugh. She seemed to care a lot about me voting for Zhao Mina. Zhao Mina is her best friend. After all, what's wrong with giving Zhao Mina 1 vote? This person is so petty. I felt my pocket and took out that piece of paper. Here, see for yourself. I cast 2 votes. The third paper with Xia Wanwan's name on it, I kept it for myself. Xia Wanwan was silent. Her doing that made her look like an unreasonable person. I let out a soft HMH. I took back that ballot paper, put both hands in my pockets, and said, I said, Zhao Mina is beautiful. It's not like I didn't vote for you. Xia Wanwan stopped walking, looking at my back. She was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Just said Zhao Mina is beautiful. It's not like I didn't vote for you. This person learns and applies things very quickly. I turned my head and caught her quiet smile. I felt at ease. So you did help me move my chair back? She pushed her bike and lazily hummed AMM. I said, oh, dragging out the last sound, and said with a deeper meaning, you helped other students move theirs too. She looked at me. Her expression wasn't very good. Actually, she was sulking at me. That's why she moved chairs for so many people. Thinking back now, Xia Wanwan didn't quite understand her own actions. She wanted to curse herself a few times. Are you crazy? Xia Wanwan, that's right. I helped other students move theirs too. Xia Wanwan glanced at me. I lowered my head and bit my nails. Didn't say anything. Xia Wanwan seemed to have guessed some of my meaning. She pursed her lips and said, but I didn't help them arrange their chairs neatly. I looked up, remembering that moment. It was true that only my chair was neatly arranged. I looked at her. My voice was gentle. So, are we considered to have made up? Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. She pushed her bike and looked ahead, and immediately became arrogant again. Look at your expression. I put on a disgusted expression. I don't want to pay attention to her anymore. This cool big sister still needs to be coaxed. She's so hard to please. Sigh. Wanwan, can we add another agreement? That is, we can argue all we want. Don't touch my white sugar. Xia Wanwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really a glutton. In the long alley, the two figures gradually walked away. The crescent moon lingered on the tree branches. Everything looked so normal, but something was slowly sprouting. The classroom was especially quiet after the music festival just ended. Everyone was listlessly looking at their homework. Even Xia Wanwan's radio broadcast today wasn't appealing anymore. I was resting my chin on my hand, waiting for Xia Wanwan to say, see you tomorrow. Shen Hangyu knocked on the back door. Jiangsha, come to the office for a bit after school lets out at noon. I turned my head to look at Shen Hangyu. I said, oh, very quickly. Xia Wanwan's voice came through the speakers. A good song has just ended. I hope everyone quickly gets into the study mood. Also, the weather has turned cold. I'd like to remind everyone here to wear warm clothes. That concludes today's broadcast. I wish everyone a happy Tuesday. See you tomorrow. Xia Wanwan's voice was soft and pleasant. After listening to the broadcast, everyone reluctantly regained some of their spirit. I was afraid Song Ji would overthink it, so I silently replied, see you tomorrow in my heart. Unexpectedly, Song Jie still overthought it. Why didn't you reply today? Did you two have a fight? I remained expressionless. I sighed. You're being too sensitive. That's right. It's because I am too charming. The handsome Song Ji flipped his bangs. I couldn't help but laugh. I felt that Song Jie was still very funny. After school, let out. I went to the office. Shen Hangyu was waiting for me. Jiangxia, do you want to participate in the Olympiad competition? As he spoke, Shen Hangyu took out a registration form from his drawer. Liuzong High School has 2 spots. It's perfect for you and Xia Wanwan to go. How about it? I thought for a moment. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the registration form that Xia Wanwan had already filled out. I immediately agreed to the homeroom teacher's suggestion, then fill out the form and paste a photo on it, like this 2-inch passport photo of Xia Wanwan. I nodded. Then I sat down to fill out the form. Looking at Xia Wanwan's photo, I carefully read her profile from beginning to end. As long as it was a category she could participate in, she participated in all of them, and she was the champion in all of them. This girl's hands must be tired from receiving so many awards. The main point is, Xia Wanwan had even participated in the youth music competition of Shen City. No wonder she was so calm on stage yesterday. It's also no wonder. After all, she is Uncle Zaya's daughter. How could she not be outstanding? I looked at Xia Wanwan's passport photo and let out a silly laugh. Only then did I start filling in my information. By the time I finished filling out the form and went to the cafeteria to get food, there was nothing left to eat. My favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomato, only had a little sauce left. I was hesitating whether I should just skip eating. Suddenly, a food tray was handed to me. I followed that long, slender, beautiful hand upwards and saw Xia Wanwan looking at me calmly, her face expressionless. She had gotten 2 meals. I asked doubtfully, "Is this for me?" Xia Wanwan frowned. She was a person who didn't like to talk nonsense, but every time, I already knew the answer but still had to ask, forcing her to answer. "Are there a Lai Xia and a Zhang Xia here? If there are, then it's really not for you." Her voice was cold. I chuckled and took it from her. My voice was magnetic. "Thank you, Sister Wanwan." Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. She gave me another look. "Idiot, I am going over there to eat," I said as I pointed not far away. Xia Wanwan's gaze darkened. She grunted and That table happened to have 1 empty spot. I sat down and started eating right away. I like to be immersed in my own little world. When I ate the scrambled eggs with tomato, my eyes lit up a little. Seeing that, Xia Wanwan clicked her tongue. She shook her head and went to find her friends to eat with. At the dining table, Yu Qian showed a look of disgust. "Didn't we say to call Jiang Xia over? Did you just let him find a random corner to squat and eat?" Xia Wanwan couldn't be bothered with her. She sat down and focused on eating. Yu Qian rested her chin on her hand and continued to tease her. "I already said the 4 no's apply. Someone is already breaking the rules a little." Xia Wanwan took a bite of rice. She looked up towards me and only saw me eating alone, looking lonely and solitary. She hurriedly explained, "After all, it's not easy for him to come to Shen City alone. As his older sister, I'm just taking care of him a little." Hearing that, Yu Qian pouted and mimicked her. "After all, it's not easy for him to come to Shen City alone." Xia Wanwan looked at Yu Qian with a cold face. "Can't even eating shut your mouth? Showing off? She's getting flustered. She's getting flustered." Yu Qian immediately said to Zhao Meina. Zhao Meina chuckled. "Jiang Xia is very handsome. It's normal for her to get flustered. Who could really ignore a younger brother who is both handsome and sincere? That's right. Why was Teacher Shen looking for him? I saw him go to the office." Yu Qian looked up and asked Xia Wanwan. "The Olympiad competition, he was called to register. I thought he was getting criticized. Teacher Shen can't bully my little brother. Jiang Xia has 3 older sisters, you know." Yu Qian puffed out her chest. Xia Wanwan showed a look of disgust. "There's always some idiot claiming him as her little brother." Yu Qian was eating. Suddenly, she put down her chopsticks. Hey. I suddenly thought of a fun game." Yu Qian raised her eyebrows and said with a serious expression, "Little brother is back in the country. The board meeting is cancelled. I am going to pick him up." Zhao Meina snickered and continued for her. "Little brother is back in the country." Yu Qian chimed in perfectly. "The performance is cancelled. I am going to pick him up." Zhao Meina held back her laughter and replied just as perfectly. "School is cancelled. I am going to pick him up. The music festival is no longer happening. I am going to pick him up." The 2 of them laughed tirelessly. Xia Wanwan clenched her fists. Speechless, she looked at the 2 people in front of her. She was about to grind her molars to dust. She finally understood why these 2 got along. They're crazy together. But she had to admit defeat. What does it say about her that she's close friends with them? Very soon, the day of the Olympiad arrived. The early morning sky was filled with fog. I stood outside the exam room, holding a stationery bag in my hand. I watched Xia Wanwan, not far away, talking enthusiastically with an acquaintance. The morning sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves. It fell perfectly on her. Among a crowd of contestants, she was the most special existence, regardless of her height and appearance, or the special aura about her. People passing by couldn't help but take a second look at her. She seemed to be used to the scrutiny of others. Her whole demeanor was both lazy and casual. "Hello, are you a student from Liuzhong High School?" Suddenly, I heard by my ear a magnetic voice. I withdrew my gaze. In front of me was a boy wearing the uniform of Sanjiang High School. I nodded once. How did he know? I don't know if my suspicion was too obvious. Lin Yu said with a smile. "You kept staring at Xia Wanwan. Plus, I saw you 2 arrive together, so I guessed you were from the same school." I didn't hear anything he said after that. I only heard the first sentence, kept staring at Xia Wanwan. I was just about to retort when Lin Yu spoke again. I've been watching you for a long time. Do you like Xia Wanwan? With that, Lin Yu came to my side and looked in the same direction I was looking. Just then, Xia Wanwan lowered her head and smiled softly. That moment was too captivating. I pursed my lips and quickly withdrew my gaze. I silently looked at Lin Yu. May I ask who you are? He chuckled. Just like you. One of Xia Wanwan's fanboys. I frowned. One of the fanboys. It seemed there was nothing surprising about it. After all, Xia Wanwan had appeared in many major competitions. Someone like her should have people all over the world who like her. Xia Wanwan raised her head and was looking towards me. Seeing that someone was talking to me, she was about to continue her conversation when she heard that boy ask, "Are you and Xia Wanwan close?" I looked at Lin Yu and said, "Not close. Not close at all." My voice was as firm as steel. Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. Then she raised an eyebrow. "Really not close, huh? We've already touched each other." She withdrew her gaze and continued her conversation. Lin Yu sighed with an extremely regretful expression. "What a pity. I thought you two were very close. I was planning to ask you for her WeChat," I said with an embarrassed smile. "I can't help you then. Sorry about that." Two girls came from behind. One of them called out, "Lin Yu, so you're here. And this is?" "Hello, Jiang Xia. From Liu Zhang High School." I smiled and greeted them casually. "I know. You just transferred to Liu Zhang High School and already won second place in the school." "Jiang Xia," the girl said excitedly. Hearing that, I asked curiously, "Are you all from Sanjiang High School?" They nodded one by one. "That's right. My name is Lin Yu. This is Zhang Qiu, Yue, and Yi Shihan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Yu introduced them to me. Yi Shihan spoke up. "So, the exam is about to start. Are you nervous?" "It's all right. What about you guys?" I swung my arms. "Not too nervous." "Of course we're nervous, but we definitely can't out-test that study god. Being nervous is useless." Yi Shihan gestured with her chin towards Xia Wanwan opposite them. "I also think Xia Wanwan is just too outstanding. She'll definitely win this competition. We're mainly just here to participate and make a few more friends." "That's right. There's a lot of delicious food near the university district." "Jiang Xia, do you want to go together after the exam?" I was about to refuse when Yi Shihan spoke again. "There's an internet-famous dessert shop. It's very popular." Speaking of dessert, my eyes immediately lit up. "Is it Yanxi?" "Yes. The decor is super beautiful. You can take pictures. It looks great in photos." As Yi Shihan spoke, she became even more excited. "Jiang Qiu Yu, the video I sent you yesterday. Find it and show it to Jiang Xia." Jiang Qiu Yue found the video and came to my side. "Their chocolate is very famous." When I heard chocolate, my desire to go stirred again. Anyway, I had nothing to do after the exam, so I planned to go with them. When Xia Wanwan looked up, I was sandwiched between two girls. I occasionally looked up at Yi Shihan. The smile on my face was sweet. Xia Wanwan frowned. What are they talking about? Why are they making Jiang Xia smile so much? Xia Wanwan watched us standing shoulder to shoulder. Her eyes were complicated. She was absent-minded while talking to her friends, and didn't continue the conversation. I was leaning over to look at Jiang Qiu Yu's phone. Xia Wanwan frowned even more tightly. Doesn't this guy know what a sense of distance is? Does he even know her? Getting so close like that. Xia Wanwan suddenly felt annoyed in her heart. She glanced at the vending machine nearby and bought 2 bottles of water. She was about to walk towards me. Just as she took one step, she suddenly realized, he's getting close to other students. What does that have to do with me? What am I angry about? But on second thought, a little brother who doesn't know his boundaries like this, as his older sister, shouldn't I manage him a bit? Right, I should manage him a bit. Xia Wanwan walked straight over with the water. She stopped in front of me and called out, "Jiang Xia." With that, Xia Wanwan handed the bottle of water in her hand to me. I answered. After seeing it was her, I was stunned. Looking at Xia Wanwan, Lin Yu swallowed his saliva and watched this scene in astonishment. Didn't Jiang Xia say he wasn't close to Xia Wanwan? But Xia Wanwan was giving water to Jiang Xia. Xia Wanwan doesn't like to talk nonsense, but every time she faced my confusion, she had to explain. "Take it." My heart pounded. I hesitated, not daring to accept it. Xia Wanwan seemed a little off lately. I already said the 4 no's apply. Why does she keep breaking them? Xia Wanwan saw that I wasn't taking it, so she shoved it directly into my hand. "Thank you," I replied cautiously. I stared at the water bottle in my hand and swallowed. Why do I feel so guilty? Did I do something wrong? We're going into the exam room now. Jiang Xia, let's meet after the exam. Lin Yu hurried away. I am going too, I stammered, intending to follow. Xia Wanwan grabbed my arm with one hand. "Jiang Xia." I immediately took 2 steps back. I turned my back to Xia Wanwan and looked back over my shoulder. Xia Wanwan looked up. She looked at me and lowered her voice to remind me, "Don't let others lure you away. I am not a child." I quietly removed Xia Wanwan's hand, not forgetting to adjust my clothes. "You better not be." Xia Wanwan glanced at me. After speaking, she went into the classroom. I stood behind her, my lips moving. A few question marks appeared above my head. I mimicked Xia Wanwan's words. Doubtfully, "You better not be." Xia Wanwan. Does she think she's the only smart person under the sky, and everyone else is an idiot? Xia Wanwan seemed to have heard it, She turned her head and glanced at me. I choked. My clenched fist silently opened. Never mind. I won't stoop to her level. I looked at the water bottle in my hand and couldn't help but pout. At home, don't come near me. At school, don't say you know me. I don't even know who made up these ridiculous rules. It was 11 o'clock when I came out after the exam. This year's questions weren't too difficult. I thought I did quite well. Lin Yu was in the same exam room as me. After the exam, he sighed and complained, saying it would be another year of getting the honorable mention award. It's too hard. I didn't say anything. I just went downstairs with Lin Yu. While we were talking, I saw Yi Shihan beside us cursing. I am not coming next year. It's too humiliating. I was in the same exam room as Xia Wanwan. She turned in her paper very early. That's such an exaggeration. I heard Xia Wanwan's name and looked towards Yi Shihan. Did Xia Wanwan do well on the exam? While talking, the group had already left the lecture building. Hearing my question, Yi Shihan was about to answer when a cold voice came from behind. You can ask me yourself. I shivered and quickly turned around and saw Xia Wanwan carrying her stationery bag standing behind me. She only looked at me. Her beautiful and outstanding face carried a cold expression. She looked unapproachable. How would I dare to ask her? I turned to leave. Let's go to the dessert shop. Xia Wanwan grabbed my arm again and pulled me back. The other three were immediately speechless. They didn't understand. They really didn't understand. What relationship did the two of them have? Is Xia Wanwan in love? I've never heard that. Xia Wanwan glanced at Yi Shihan and said lightly, he can't go to the dessert shop with you guys anymore. Sorry. Why? Several voices spoke up at once, including mine. Xia Wanwan looked up and looked into my bright and somewhat stubborn eyes. There's no why. The adults at home don't allow it. The corners of Xia Wanwan's eyes lifted slightly. Her voice was cold and carried a hint of a threat. If I dared to go with them, she would tell the family about my part-time job. I narrowed my eyes. It seemed I already figured out what Xia Wanwan wanted to say. Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore and asked nosily, Jiang Xia, you guys are. I am his older sister. Xia Wanwan said coldly. Lin Yu felt like he had seen a ghost. Since when did Xia Wanwan have a younger brother? The three of them looked at each other. Let me see which girl finally looked at me. Seeing this, I spread my hands out, a little dejected. There's no way to go with you guys now. The intention of making new friends was nipped in the bud by Xia Wanwan. Watching the backs of the three of them walk away, I really don't understand. Why is it like this? I turned my head and glared at Xia Wanwan. You can let go of me now. Xia Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Her goal was achieved. Her hand loosened a bit. Then she dusted off her hands and strode forward. I was so angry, I gritted my teeth. Xia Wanwan, have you been possessed by someone lately? No, she said coldly. Then do you know what you're doing? Xia Wanwan turned her head back to look at me. I know. He'd better know. My tone was a bit heavy. Xia Wanwan stopped walking. Her brows furrowed. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. I was glaring at her, being looked at by me like that. Xia Wanwan actually felt a little guilty. After a moment, she finally asked, do you really want to hang out with them? My lips moved, staring at Xia Wanwan. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Do you want to go that much? Actually, not really. Those two girls were standing so close to you, without any sense of distance at all. Zhang He, do you know how to protect yourself? Xia Wanwan's expression was grave, with a hint of lecturing. I paused. So she was worried I'd get hit on? I get it now. Xia Wanwan was just worried about me. If you really want to go, then. Xia Wanwan moved her thin lips. Was about to say then you should go, but I interrupted her. I don't really want to go with them that much. It's just that they said there's a really good dessert shop nearby. So you were going for the food? Xia Wanwan was speechless. She turned to leave. I immediately followed, following in Xia Wanwan's footsteps, smiling with my eyes squinted. Xia Wanwan, are you afraid you'll get hit on by someone else? Xia Wanwan's heart trembled. She frowned and retorted, that's not what I meant at all. Dawn jumped to conclusions. Was I worried about you? Not at all. What did I do that showed I was worried? Xia Wanwan, you. Go on, be stubborn. I put my hands in my pockets. My mood suddenly brightened up. Xia Wanwan walked very fast, just charging straight ahead, but I could still see the tips of her ears gradually turning red. I chuckled and hurried to catch up with Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan, slow down a bit. Xia Wanwan questioned. Are you ordering me around? I immediately said flatteringly. No. No way. I wouldn't dare. Xia Wanwan snorted coldly. You wouldn't dare? You're very bold. But despite what she said, she still slowed down to wait for him. I noticed her action. I couldn't help but feel pink bubbles rising in my heart. Xia Wanwan, you, giving me water today. Did they gossip about it? Did it affect you? I asked her curiously. Xia Wanwan pretended not to care. Whatever. I don't get it. Then the 4 prohibitions you set for me, what were they for? I was just afraid you'd cause trouble for me. She looked up at me and answered very decisively. I immediately fell silent. Under the red light, the two of us stood side by side. I secretly glanced at her a few times. She lowered her head, her hands in her pockets, tracing circles on the ground with the tip of her shoe. Just as the light was about to turn green, I asked Xie Wanwan, so, have I caused any trouble for you? No, none. Xia Wanwan told the truth. I really hadn't caused her any trouble. So do you still hate me a lot now? I lowered my eyes to look at her. My dad taught me since I was little. If you have a request, you have to say it. If you have a question, you have to ask it. To put it in modern terms, I am used to direct attacks. The red light turned green. Xia Wanwan turned her head back. Her gaze fell upon me. Stop trying to trap me. If I say I hate you, won't I have to coax you later? I chuckled. So thinking about it another way means you don't hate me. Xia Wanwan, stop making excuses. You just don't hate me. I snorted, looking at her sparkling eyes. I even felt a little smug. Xia Wanwan always felt that I was a very well-pampered child, not at all like the state of an illegitimate child. Generous, optimistic, and very sunny. If it were a broken family, they couldn't have raised a child like this. Seeing me so happy, Xia Wanwan couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. She looked ahead. Her voice was low. I don't hate you. I walked closely beside Xia Wanwan. My mind was filled with her I don't hate you. Just now, a seemingly casual sentence was like a cotton ball, softly entering my heart, filling up my entire heart. The little princess is still very beautiful when she's not being stubborn. After crossing the crosswalk, I was about to turn right. Xia Wanwan quickly grabbed my sleeve. You idiot. This way, she sighed, her face full of helplessness. I let out a dazed ah and hurriedly followed. Oh, okay. Xia Wanwan saw that I was dazed and asked curiously. You must have taken a lot of wrong turns when you went out before, right? How did you know? I asked Xia Wanwan curiously. Xia Wanwan looked helpless. Your question is really a tough one. I remember now. This is the bus stop from when we arrived. I pointed to the bus stop over there. Stop, Xia Wanwan said. Keep following me. Is it here? I have no sense of direction, but my memory is fine. I chased after Xia Wanwan, saying, like a little parrot, chattering nonstop. Xia Wanwan looked at me several times. Every time our eyes met, I would shut up. The moment she turned her head away, I would start again. Xia Wanwan was like a pause button, and a not-so-sensitive pause button at that, because this little loudspeaker, me, always had a reaction delay of about 2 or 3 seconds. I gradually felt that something was not right. Xia Wanwan didn't seem to intend to take me back to school until she stopped in front of a pink shop with a cool black theme. I was stunned. This is. I raised my hand and pointed to the theme store sign, looking at Xia Wanwan with astonishment. Is this the dessert shop you were going to with them? My lips moved, about to say something. I looked at the shop, then looked at Xia Wanwan. I felt amazed no matter how I looked at it. Xia Wanwan pushed the shop door open and threw me a look, gesturing for me to enter. I just kept looking at her, feeling it was unbelievable. Xia Wanwan called my name. I came back to my senses and hurried over. Xia Wanwan, didn't you say I couldn't come? I didn't allow you to come with them, but that doesn't mean I can't bring you here. I was still very surprised. No wonder we walked so far. I was originally going to say something else, but as soon as I entered, I was amazed by the scenery inside. On the left was a large glass cabinet, all filled with chocolates. Further in were small rotating bars. On them were freshly made pieces of cake. As I walked further inside, the dazzling variety of desserts was overwhelming. This isn't the edgy sweet world of Blackpink. It's a paradise for dessert lovers. I looked at the cakes, while swallowing my saliva, especially that chocolate wall. It's enough to make you drool. Xia Wanwan glanced at me and noticed my sparkling eyes. She knew that I really liked sweets, but Xia Wanwan really didn't like them. Smelling these cloyingly sweet scents, she even felt a little nauseous compared to my sparkling eyes. Xia Wanwan's tightly furrowed brows were a bit funny. How should I describe it? It's like she fell into a pile of manure. I leaned on the glass cabinet. These desserts all looked delicious. The variety was also very complete, but the prices were extremely unfriendly to students. A small box of 8 pieces of chocolate actually cost 168 yuan. That's 21 yuan per small piece. Xia Wanwan saw my expression suddenly fall, and also looked at the price. So expensive. Although I really like sweets, when I saw this price, I also hesitated a little. I still need to move out and rent a place. It's not worth eating such luxurious chocolate. Crispy rice is also quite good, and it's economical. Xia Wanwan quietly walked ahead, looking at my back. She clearly sensed my emotions. I was no longer as excited as when I first came in. There were quite a few people in the shop. Many people bought a box to take pictures, to check in on social media. I was different. I would examine the product carefully, hesitating between splurging on a box and giving up. In the end, I still decided to give up. Working an extra day to buy a box of chocolate is too heartbreaking. So for the latter half, I browsed very quickly, and even analyzed it seriously. Shops like this all use high-end ingredients. There's a reason why it's expensive. It's just that we're not the target customers. Xia Wanwan raised her eyebrows, watching me walk out. I guess their dark chocolate is the best seller, especially the hazelnut dark chocolate. The honey dark chocolate probably isn't bad either. It smells so good. Ah, that's right. There's also the chocolate croissant. The puff pastry and baking time were just right. It looks very crispy, very delicious. I didn't dare turn my head back to look. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to leave. After all, for a dessert lover, leaving a dessert-themed shop empty-handed is a great humiliation. But it's really too expensive. Xia Wanwan, why aren't you saying anything? I turned around and discovered Xia Wanwan was nowhere behind me. Wait a minute. Where's Xia Wanwan? I was a little dazed. Hasn't Xia Wanwan caught up yet? I hurriedly turned back and quickly returned to the dessert shop, but compared to my earlier astonishment, now my heart was filled with panic. Where did Xia Wanwan go? Why did she suddenly disappear? I was about to step up the stairs to push the door. When I saw the door being pushed open, the person who came out was Xia Wanwan. Where did you go? You scared me to death. The moment I opened my mouth, I was chiding her. Xia Wanwan raised an eyebrow, one hand hidden behind her back. Scared you to death? I am not the one who gets lost. I was speechless. Right, you're not the one who gets lost. That's right. Where did you go? I questioned fiercely. Nothing. Xia Wanwan didn't say, but her hand was still hidden behind her back. Seeing that she didn't say anything, I thought she went to the bathroom and was too embarrassed to say, so I didn't ask any more. Unexpectedly, Xia Wanwan suddenly grinned widely. Jiang He, come on, call me big sister. I have something good for you. After saying that, Xia Wanwan took out the bag of chocolates she was hiding from behind her back and dangled it in front of me. My footsteps immediately stopped. Xia Wanwan watched my eyes slowly widen, then looked towards her. She curled her lips and said lazily, there's a chocolate croissant and hazelnut dark chocolate in here, and honey dark chocolate too. Xia Wanwan. I was overjoyed. Did you buy this for me? That's right, I bought it for you. Xia Wanwan also didn't know why. She just didn't want to see me sad. She frowned, coughed lightly twice, a little arrogantly. What did you call me? I giggled foolishly twice, and obediently called out, Sister Wanwan. Xia Wanwan clicked her tongue. This guy is indeed the most obedient, only when he needs me or when there's something to entice him. It was rare to see me being so pliant. Xia Wanwan unexpectedly enjoyed this feeling. She handed the bag to me. As I took the bag, I asked Xia Wanwan coquettishly, Sister, you bought this for me. Your little sister won't get angry, will she? Xia Wanwan gave me a side eye. Her eyes were full of disdain. Such an eyesore. I blinked my eyes. I was about to grab the bag tightly. Xia Wanwan directly pulled her hand back. She will. Of course she will. Then I am not giving it to you anymore. I didn't expect Xia Wanwan to answer like that. I hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. A gift that's already been given. How can you take it back? Xia Wanwan snorted and gave the bag to me. If you want to eat something, you can tell me. Don't go with other people in the future. Xia Wanwan walked ahead, calmly reminding me. I nodded repeatedly. I know. I am not a 3-year-old child. So how did you do on the exam today? When Xia Wanwan looked back at me, I was looking down, fiddling with something. I didn't look up and answered, it was okay. But I definitely didn't do as well as you. I looked up and asked doubtfully, Xia Wanwan, where's the receipt? How much did it cost? What for? Xia Wanwan crossed her arms, her face expressionless. To pay you back. Although I was very happy that Xia Wanwan bought chocolate for me. This box of chocolate wasn't cheap after all. I didn't want her to spend the money. Xia Wanwan was silent. She stopped walking. Her eyes met my clear ones. I didn't know if I had said something wrong, and suddenly felt a little panicked. Then I heard her ask, Jiang He, do you understand the meaning of the words bought for you? I bought this chocolate for you. You want to pay me back. Isn't that insulting me? My lips moved. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I clutched the bag in my hand, looking at Xia Wanwan with a much more obedient gaze. Then I smiled and said, then I won't be polite anymore. Thank you, Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan was originally a little angry, but the moment she saw me smile at her, the gloom immediately vanished. You idiot, she just said sternly, then turned and continued walking. Who knew that her desolate heart, overgrown with weeds, had suddenly burst into a million flowers? I caught up to Xia Wanwan's pace and walked side by side with her. I couldn't help but lower my eyes to look at her again. The midday sun was too harsh. It couldn't hide the radiance of the young girl, but it hid the intense feelings and the gentle affection spreading from my eyes that was slowly welling up in my heart. Soon, it was Friday. As soon as I entered the school gate, I heard someone say, the results of the Olympiad competition are out. I followed the crowd to the notice board. I squeezed into the crowd. Before I could even stand steady, I saw the results on the notice board. First place in the provincial Olympiad competition, Xia Wanwan, class 12, a 6. Shenzhen No. 6 high school. On the ranking board was a photo of Xia Wanwan from the music festival. The young girl was smiling brightly. Her hair was tied in a pure and simple ponytail. This picture of her was really beautiful. God really favors Xia Wanwan, giving her both talent and beauty. Just then, someone from behind bumped into me. My body was about to be pressed against the notice board. Suddenly, an arm grabbed me, and my whole body was pulled back. I turned my head to look, and saw Xia Wanwan tilting her head, lazily looking up, looking at me with a proud posture, a little haughty. Congratulations. Second place. Second place. I hurriedly looked back at the notice board. Below the enlarged name of the first place winner, the second and third places were also announced. Second place in the provincial Olympiad competition, Jiang He, class 12. A 6. Shenzhen No. 6 high school. My eyes lit up. I actually got second place. Xia Wanwan took in all of my surprise and couldn't help but click her tongue. You didn't see yourself. I answered honestly. I didn't. The moment I looked, I saw you, with you here. Who would pay attention to anyone else's existence? Xia Wanwan looked at the notice board again. Her gaze uncontrollably landed on my photo. Short black hair, white shirt, a bit of a cool, bad boy vibe. Actually, When she was looking at the results, the first person she saw was me. Xia Wanwan pressed her lips together. She let go of my arm. Then she raised her eyebrows, turned around and left. Everyone around was praising Xia Wanwan, saying she was like an all-powerful goddess. I stared at myself on the notice board for a long time, then my gaze slowly moved upward. At this moment, I seemed to suddenly have a goal. I hurriedly chased after Xia Wanwan. As I passed her, I said, "Xia Wanwan, sooner or later, I will take you down." Xia Wanwan stopped in her tracks. She looked up at my retreating figure. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. "Good luck." "Number 2, Xia Wanwan said lazily. I turned my head and glared at her. "I hate this title." Xia Wanwan smirked. She didn't say anything, just leisurely walked into the teaching building. "Wanwan, congratulations. You've won another award." Yu Qian's voice came from behind. Xia Wanwan didn't say anything, with an expression that said, "I am tired of winning awards." Zhao Mina laughed. Couldn't help but feel that Xia Wanwan was asking for a beating. "Oh, right. The sports plaza near the cafe last night is open now. Let's go play ball this Saturday." Xia Wanwan looked up. "Near the cafe?" "Huh, okay, let's go then." Saturday came quickly. The cafe was having a promotion. I held the flyers in my hand and glanced at the teddy bear costume next to me. I asked Sister Jiang, "Does our shop really need more advertising?" "I think business is already booming. At least, when students around here want coffee or sweets, they always choose this place first." Sister Jiang's reply left me speechless. Who would complain about making too much money? "Boss, the employee in the bear costume said he's sick. He can't come in today." The girl at the front desk had a clear, crisp voice. Jiang Yi's hand, which was making latte art, trembled. She let out a soft ah. I clearly saw that the coffee in her hand was ruined. "So what should we do now? I can't possibly do it myself." Jiang Yi was annoyed. "It's hard to find someone now. Let me think." I was holding the flyers and was about to leave. Jiang Yi called out, "Jiang Yi, do you want to do this?" Jiang Yi pointed to the bear costume next to her. "Wear this to hand out flyers and attract customers. Double pay today." My eyes lit up. Who would complain about making too much money? I finished my morning work and changed into the bear costume in the afternoon. I grabbed the flyers and ran outside. Sister Jiang was carrying coffee. Seeing me run out, couldn't help but laugh. It was a brown and white teddy bear costume. Although it was cute, it was very heavy and stuffy. Luckily, there's a storm coming, so the weather isn't too hot. I didn't feel uncomfortable. People say that once you put on a shell, you'll let yourself go. After I put on this costume, I really became unbelievably cool. On a bench near the park, a girl was listening to music. I went straight over and sat down, squeezing in, and then squeezing in again. The whole bear's body was pressed against her. "Hey, pretty lady, want some coffee? 30% off. Today, couples get buy one get one free." I slapped the flyer into her hand. My voice was magnetic, very sexy. The girl didn't want to take it at first, but after hearing my words, she had to accept it. "Remember to mention this bear." I patted the girl's shoulder and quickly went to find my next target. Passers-by stared at me, seeing me run and jump. Sometimes I would stand arrogantly in the middle of the plaza, one arm crossed over my chest, the other tossing flyers, with a cool look that said, "Hurry up and take it." 2 hours passed. I immediately became a celebrity in the neighborhood. Everyone gathered around me to watch the excitement. I squeezed out of the crowd and was about to head back to the cafe when I suddenly saw some familiar faces not far away. It was Xia Wanwan and Yu Qian. The two of them were playing tennis. Yu Qian, drenched in sweat, yelled, "Xia Wanwan, you're so ruthless. You amateur. Try to keep up with my rhythm." Xia Wanwan swung her racket hard, her jersey half soaked with sweat. Her jumping ability was excellent. Every shot was powerful. The afternoon sun fell on her. The sight of the young girl sweating looked incredibly radiant. I blinked and swallowed, unconsciously tightening my grip on the flyer in my hand. "No more. I am not playing anymore." Yu Qian yelled. "I am getting crushed. This isn't fun at all." Xia Wanwan put her racket away and picked up the bouncing ball from the ground, her expression full of contempt. "No one can even put up a fight. Nana. I really can't stand her cocky attitude. You go beat her up." Yu Qian aggrievedly went to complain to Zhao Mena. Zhao Mena just smiled faintly. In tennis, they really were no match for Xia Wanwan. Her athleticism was too good. Xia Wanwan was putting down her racket and was about to drink from her water bottle when she happened to see the teddy bear not far away. Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes. Where did that bear come from? Is some shop nearby having an event? She chugged her water. Droplets of water and sweat trickled down together. On the other side, I was staring at her when a mischievous idea suddenly popped into my head. I am in a costume anyway. It should be fine to go over and tease her a bit, right? After making a quick calculation in my mind, I decisively walked towards Xia Wanwan. Yu Qian and Zhao Mena also noticed. The brown bear was walking towards Xia Wanwan. I deliberately lowered my voice and called out, "Hello." Xia Wanwan was stunned. The voice was both deep and familiar. I stuffed all the flyers into my bag and held the bear head with both hands, with a look of infatuation. "You're so beautiful. I am captivated by you. Can I have your wet chat?" Xia Wanwan sized me up from head to toe. She narrowed her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Xia Wanwan leaned down slightly, trying to see who was inside the bear costume. She curled her lips and teased me. How beautiful, I sniffled and clasped my hands together. Super beautiful. If I can't get your WeChat, I won't be able to eat well from now on or sleep soundly. My tone was extremely exaggerated. My deliberately lowered voice sounded a bit stiff. Sia Wanwan's lips curled up, looking at me with great interest. I rubbed my bare paws together, looking at her faint figure, eager to try. How could you bear to see a bear unable to eat or sleep well? I continued rubbing my bare paws, relying on the fact that I had a disguise. I spoke freely. If it's really not convenient to add you on WeChat, then it's okay not to, pretty lady. Do a hot dance, Xiao Wanwan sneered. So you're a perverted bear. Fine, I can, but I have one condition. Xiao Wanwan tossed the water bottle aside, looking very lazy. You take off the bear head and watch openly and honestly. I'll dance right away. Hearing that, I chuckled. How could I? I only dare to be this shameless because I am in a bear costume. If I take this off, I'd have to dig a hole and bury myself in it. Just dance a little. You have such a nice figure. You definitely look amazing when you dance. I held out my bare paws, trying to gesture, but found I couldn't. He wants to see you perform, so just grant his wish a little. Yu Qian chimed in from the side. I nodded along, my eyes fixed on her body. Tia Wanwan is so fair. Her body proportions are also very beautiful. Sia Wanwan looked at the silly bear in front of her and couldn't help but take a step forward. I saw she had given in and planned to run as soon as she started dancing. Once the plan succeeded, I'd bolt. Xia Wanwan took small steps forward. I stepped back, one forward, one back, cautiously, step by step, until my body hit the basketball net. I heard her say calmly, Jiang He, did you really think I wouldn't recognize you? Zhao Meina and Yu Chen looked at each other, both astonished. What? It's Jiang He? Even though I was in a bear costume, they could clearly feel the bear freeze. I never thought I would be exposed. After all, Xia Wanwan and I aren't that close. Isn't this taking the joke too far? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I pretended to be calm and turned to run. Xia Wanwan grabbed my arm and flipped my bare head right up. A light breeze blew past. I quickly turned my head away. No one could understand how much I wanted to die right now. My face instantly flushed red. Red all the way to my ears. Red all the way to my heart. It was hard to swallow my saliva. Like a needle about to pierce my throat, Xia Wanwan raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of amusement. She repeated what I had just said, mockingly, do a dance. I already wanted to die, and her words were like a fatal blow. Social death could only be this bad. Sister Wanwan, it's all a misunderstanding. I weakly said this sentence guiltily, then turned to run. Xia Wanwan grabbed my collar and pulled me right back. Where are you running? Tease and run? No way. I didn't dare to look at her. I looked towards Yu Qian and Zhao Meina. If they were willing to help me right now, I would definitely be very grateful. Who knew they would both look away, exclaiming together, the weather is so nice. Yes, yes, yes. This attitude of enjoying the drama without fear of making it worse made my heart turn completely cold. Xia Wanwan saw my blushing face and couldn't help but sneer. Not watching anymore, she asked in a low voice. I kept my head down, looking at the ground. Not watching anymore. I don't dare to watch. Seeing me so obedient, Xia Wanwan clicked her tongue and said, will you dare to tease people randomly again? I immediately raised my head aggrievedly, showing weakness. I was wrong. I won't tease people randomly anymore. This story tells us, even with a disguise, don't go too far. Keep walking in the night, and you'll eventually meet a ghost. The corner of Xia Wanwan's eye twitched up, slightly, thinking to herself that this was more like it, asking every girl he meets to dance. What kind of behavior is that? I suddenly used my bare paw to gently tug on the corner of Xia Wanwan's shirt and said seriously, because it's you that I teased. The small bit of smugness in Xia Wanwan's heart suddenly turned into flustered panic at this moment. She was feeling a bit smug, but now she was stunned. I was too direct. So direct that her earlobes burned. Is he flirting with me? This jerk is too wild. How dare he tease his own half-sister? Zhang He. Suddenly, someone called me from a distance. I quickly turned my head. It was a server from the cafe. I frantically took the bare head back from Xia Wanwan and ran with the costume to the employee. Here, Xia Wanwan stood there stunned, watching me hop and run into the distance. A strange feeling flashed in her heart. At this moment, her shoulders suddenly felt heavy. Yu Qian squinted at my retreating figure and sighed. Having a younger brother is so nice. Zhao Meina teased from the side. But Wanwan, your attitude towards Jiang He seems a bit off. Xia Wanwan immediately looked at Zhao Meina, narrowing her eyes, signaling her not to talk nonsense. Zhao Meina had a serious expression. It's really off. In what way are you talking about? Xia Wanwan also asked Zhao Meina very seriously. It's off in every way. Haven't you noticed? You've already started getting close to him. Xie Wanwan isn't one for meaningless words. Asking about things she already knows is what she hates the most. But just now, she clearly knew it was me in the bear costume, yet she still played along with me, only to expose me in the end. Isn't that enough to prove something's off with her? As an older sister, taking care of my younger brother little, there's nothing wrong with that. Xia Wanwan simply replied, like that. Yu Qian chuckled. So you've accepted this younger brother? Xia Wanwan's lips moved. Not sure if it was because her secret was hit, she suddenly felt awkward, and said stubbornly, I said I am taking care of him a little. Oh, Yu Qian dragged out the word. Okay, 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 it's taking care a little. Xia Wanwan glanced at her, thinking that a person's eyes can't hide anything. Let's run. Let's run. Yu Qian pulled Zhao Meina and ran. Before leaving, Yu Qian didn't forget to say a teasing sentence. Xia Wanwan, that's your younger brother. You know, you should be careful. Xia Wanwan's face was full of dark lines. She put her hands on her hips and glared at her. Yu Qian burst out laughing and continued to tease. A friendly reminder. The line between an older sister and a beast is just one wicked thought apart. No. What the hell is this person saying? As if I would fall in love with my own brother. Shut up, Xia Wanwan shouted angrily. Zhao Meina quickly pulled Yu Qian away. Her mouth is too much. Xia Wanwan picked up the water bottle next to her and coolly chugged it, but the more she drank, the more upset she felt. Xia Wanwan put her tennis racket in her bag and walked out of the tennis court. She saw me back in my regular clothes, handing out flyers. This guy doesn't look like a member of the XI family, not even a little bit. I walked along the riverbank, handing out flyers, meeting all sorts of people along the way. Some people took them, some walked past without a glance, and some smiled and said thank you. No matter what kind of customer I faced, I was always polite and humble. I had half a stack of flyers left in my hand, and dusk was about to fall. Xia Wanwan quietly followed behind me. I walked along the river handing out flyers, and finally stopped at the Painting Kingdom alley. I saw it was still early, so I ran here to skive off. I sat on the ground, looking up at the flyer in my hand, thinking about how I embarrassed myself in front of Xia Wanwan earlier. I couldn't help but feel a little crazy. I rested my chin on my hand and sighed. Why on earth couldn't I think straight, and ran off to tease Xia Wanwan? I'll have to see her when I get home later. How am I going to face this? I scratched my head. While I was feeling annoyed, someone suddenly squatted down in front of me. A little girl in a short-sleeved shirt. She was very cute, with big, sparkling round eyes. She blinked at me and called out Big Brother in a sweet, childish voice. Whose child are you? I reached out and pinched her cheek. It was cool, very smooth, and most importantly, very soft. It felt nice to touch. The little dough ball giggled. Because she couldn't keep her balance, she wobbled. Big Brother, can you teach me how to draw a car? She tilted her head, her beautiful, sparkling eyes looking at me. How could I possibly refuse? Teach you. I must teach you. The little milk ball immediately scooted closer to me. She handed all her crayons to me. I want to draw in red. I want to draw a really beautiful car. The sun set. The child's drawing was vague and hard to understand, her body swaying, bumping into my hand several times. The setting sun's rays fell at the entrance of the alley, casting our two shadows on the alley wall and on the colorful fairy tale-like paintings. Everything looked so warm and harmonious. Not far away, Xia Wanwan stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the railing, silently watching this scene. I smiled at the child, occasionally pressing my cheek against the child's, very gentle and also very dazzling. Xia Wanwan looked at my side profile, and for the first time, felt my handsomeness. The impact that this handsome face had on her. No words could describe me at this moment. It was me who made this already lively street become warmer and brighter. This younger brother doesn't seem so hateful after all. But what's with this abnormally fast heartbeat of mine? Xia Wanwan quietly clutched her heart, falling into a state of self-doubt. On the weekend, Grandpa Xia would come over for dinner. I finished my part-time job early and went home to help Auntie Hunan. Uncle Shai especially bought a big-head carp, saying he wanted to make spicy boiled fish because Grandpa Xia likes it. The sky was getting bright, and every house had turned on its lights. I would occasionally look outside, eagerly awaiting Grandpa Xia's arrival. I heard from Uncle Xia that Mr. Xia is a stubborn old man. He doesn't smile all day. He's known in the neighborhood for being hard to please. But this is related to his military career. I asked Uncle Xia doubtfully, does Mr. Xia know that I am here? Of course. I brought you home. I definitely had to inform my family. So, Jian He, you don't need to worry that my family won't like you. While they were talking, Shai Yuan was coming downstairs. She asked her father in surprise. The matter of him coming to our house. Grandpa actually knows about it. Xiaomin brought the cooked fish dish to the table. He pinched Xia Yuan's ear and said, that's right. Shai Yuan probed further. Didn't Grandpa say anything? What could he say? He's very supportive of me, Uncle Xia said casually. Xia Yuan was speechless. When she was little, she was playing soccer and accidentally broke the neighbor's window. She was punished by having to face the wall and reflect for a whole day. In the evening, she even had to write a 500-word self-criticism and then read it in front of them. Dad brings home an illegitimate son. Such a disgraceful family matter. How could Grandpa dare to support it? While they were talking, the outer gate was pushed open. I quickly turned around, still holding a food tray in my hand, waiting to serve Aunt Hunan some food. The flower pot at the door blocked half of my view. I craned my neck forward and saw an old man wearing a Zhongshan suit, carrying things in his hand, walking over leisurely. His back was ramrod straight. His shoulders and back were very thick. The years had not left a mark on his figure, only leaving deep imprints on his cheekbones. I was stunned for a moment. Why does this old man look a bit familiar? Dad, how did you get here? Uncle Xia went forward to greet him. Public bike, the old man said in a powerful voice. Uncle Xie chuckled and said, I told you I'd come pick you up, but you didn't want me to. You biked here yourself. What do you know? Low carbon, protecting the environment. The old man scolded. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So fierce. Jiang, he. Come here. Uncle Xia waved at me. I walked out with some anxiety. The old man, sitting on the sofa, looked up. Xia Yuan sat at the dining table with her chin in her hand. It seemed like everyone was in on it. Only she was an outsider waiting for a good show. Before Uncle Xia could even make an introduction, he heard the old man say in surprise, "It's you?" Everyone looked towards Xia Zhenhua. A flash of confusion also appeared in my eyes. What? He slapped his thigh. He stood up, his voice holding a hint of helplessness, and also some excitement. Lining up to pay at the supermarket. I dropped your phone. That was you? I immediately remembered. No wonder when I saw this old man earlier, he looked so familiar. So it was you, sir. I couldn't help but exclaim. This world is so small. Xia Zhenhua let out a loud laugh. Actually, he had tried to find me afterwards, wanting to compensate me. But after asking around, everyone said they didn't know me, didn't know whose child I was. I didn't expect our fate to be so deep. Xia Yuan was silent. She felt that the turn of events was a bit different from what she had thought. Is your phone fixed yet? Xia Zhenhua pointed to the sofa next to him, gesturing for me to sit down. I nodded. Yes, it's fixed. He looked me up and down, couldn't help but nod and praise. You have your father's demeanor. I smiled. Whenever someone mentions my dad in front of me, I am always very happy. That way, I feel like my dad is still in this world, and no one has forgotten him. That day, why didn't you ask me for compensation? Later, I heard that for your phones, replacing the screen costs a lot of money. The old man sighed. Sir, that day, I saw you were dressed very simply. I explained helplessly. The old man laughed. He took off his Zhongshan jacket. Underneath was that same old army green shirt. You saw my clothes were full of holes, so you thought I was living in poverty. So you were too embarrassed to let me compensate you, right? I looked at his clothes and nodded along. I am used to wearing it. I can't take off this military uniform. It's comfortable. The old man quickly explained. I scratched my head and said, Sir, I was tricked by you. Xia Zhenhua was inexplicably happy. He felt a strong affinity with me. I was obedient and well-behaved. He liked that a lot. While talking, Xia Zhenhua felt like he had forgotten something, until his gaze swept over to Xia Yuan at the dining table. He realized he had forgotten Xia Yuan. You didn't even say hello when I came home. The old man questioned with a stern face. Xia Yuan was speechless for a moment. Grandpa, you didn't even give me a chance. Dad, let's eat. And Hunan came to the dining table with chopsticks, inviting them over. Let's go? Let's go? Let's eat. The old man stood up and spoke to me enthusiastically. I suddenly felt that Grandpa seemed not as fierce as the rumors said. He was still very friendly to me. At the dinner table, Uncle Xie only served food to the old man. The old man was wholeheartedly concerned about me, telling me to eat more. He still pitied me for losing my parents at a young age, and now living off others, no matter how well the Xi family treated me. In the end, it was still different. Xia Yuan was about to pick up some ribs when the old man happened to pick them up for me. Xia Yuan sighed. Grandpa, you're being too biased. It's fine if I eat a little less. The old man didn't even spare Xia Yuan a glance. It's Jiang He. Eat up. See if the sweet and sour shrimp is good today. Aunt Hunan pushed the dish towards me. I stole a glance at Xia Yuan, then said softly, Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Yuan had a cold expression. The usual boiled shrimp had turned into sweet and sour shrimp. The change of heart was truly obvious. Xia Yuan was unhappy, taking large bites of rice. While they were talking, I picked up a piece of rib and put it in Xia Yuan's bowl. Xia Yuan's eating movements paused for a moment. Looking at the extra piece of rib in her bowl, it felt like a thorn had sprouted in her heart. Is this guy trying to curry favor with me? I leaned towards her and whispered, Xia Yuan, don't be jealous anymore. Eat your meat. The Xia family treats me so well that they've neglected Xia Yuan. I am very sorry about this. I hope Xia Yuan doesn't mind. I am just a guest from outside, so everyone is temporarily sharing a bit of their love with me. The person everyone loves the most is still always Xia Yuan, not jealous, she said in a lazy tone, not forgetting to put the piece of rib in her mouth. Xia Min, the typhoon is coming. The weather will change tonight. Has your company received the official notice? The topic at the dinner table suddenly became serious. I looked up and listened to Uncle Xia speak. Yes, the team has had many meetings recently, all revolving around the typhoon warning. On Monday, well, I'll be staying at the station, always on standby. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel tense too. Staying at the station means the situation is very serious. Honan, what did the hospital say? The old man asked Aunt Hunan. Our hospital has also received the official notice, ready to support the front lines at any time. Xia Zhenhua nodded. Very quickly, a new problem arose. Both of you won't be at home. What about the two kids? Grandpa, I am not a child anymore. Xia Yuan frowned. Besides, is it rare for the two of them not to be home? Aunt Hunan served food for Xia Yuan and said disdainfully, so aggrieved. Xia Yuan thought about all sorts of things from her childhood and couldn't help but feel angry. She looked up at Xia Min. Its grievance. I don't know who my father has given all his love to. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly froze. Sha Min, in Sha Yuan, Yuan's words, heard the reproach and dissatisfaction. Who has his love been given to? Of course. It's for the country, for his family. What is this child saying? Aunt Hunan frowned, not forgetting to kick her leg under the table, signaling her not to speak nonsense here. Xia Yuan only looked at Xia Min. She didn't see a hint of guilt in Xia Min's eyes. Xia Yuan was not surprised. After all, Xia Min's psychological fortitude was very strong. Xia Yuan retracted her gaze, looked towards me, and said indifferently, "It could also have been given to Jiang He." Our four eyes met. I froze for a moment. My mind went blank. Given to me. Is it because Uncle Xia is too strict with her, but too lenient with me? So Xia Yuan is very bothered by it. If that's the case, I can understand Xia Yuan very well. If a child suddenly came to my house, wanting to steal my father's love, I would be very bothered too. What does this have to do with Jiang He? Xia Yuan, why are you being so strange? Aunt Hunan kicked her leg again under the table. Xia Yuan saw the expression in my eyes gradually turn to embarrassment. Her heart felt stirred by something. She couldn't help but recall what Yu Qian said. Little brother has no other choice. Xia Yuan's eyelashes trembled. She gave a lazy laugh, her voice a little hoarse. Just kidding, but I could see. She wasn't joking. She really minded that I had shared the Shy family's affection for her. Aunt Hunan reminded her not to joke like that in the future. Xia Min felt that there might be some misunderstanding between them. When he has time, he must talk to her. The night before the storm, the yard was not quiet at all. The leaves rustled as they were blown by the wind. The TV in the living room was broadcasting the evening news. Typhoon warning. Typhoon manhwa may make landfall on the night of the 18th to the 20th. For the next 3 days, Shenzhen will experience frequent showers and thunderstorms. Local rainfall will reach 150 millimeters. We ask everyone not to go out unless necessary. When you do go out, you must pay attention to safety. Xia Yuan and I were watching the news in the living room, waiting for the school to announce a cancellation. Aunt Hunan was busy in the kitchen. The clatter of pots and pans added a bit of warmth to the house. My gaze fell on Xia Yuan. She was frowning at her phone. I didn't know what she was looking at. I placed both hands on my knees, my fingertips fiddling back and forth. Xia Yuan took in all my small actions, then heard me say, Xia Yuan, I'll move out as soon as possible. Xia Yuan looked up, frowning. I don't know why. Upon hearing me say that, her initially calm heart suddenly felt a bit troubled. Why are you suddenly telling me this? I explained. I was afraid you'd think I had forgotten what I said. Xia Yuan looked at me silently. Seeing the seriousness in my eyes, her heart grew more restless. Whatever. Xia Yuan left this sentence in annoyance, then turned and went upstairs. I didn't understand. I had already said that. Why was she still unhappy? This little princess of the Shy family is really hard to please. Xia Yuan returned to her room. Can immediately rubbed against her, wagging his tail. Panting with his tongue out, he looked up at her. Xia Yuan frowned. She squatted down, her palm resting on Can's head, but her heart didn't know where it had fallen. I'll move out as soon as possible. This sentence echoed in her ears. Xia Yuan couldn't help but slap Can on his dog head, then let out a sigh. The annoyance was clear on her face. Can, who was enjoying the gentle stroking, was stunned by this sudden slap. Why did my servant suddenly hit me? Waiting online. Early the next morning, I had just come downstairs, when Aunt Hunan kindly reminded me, Jiang Yi, it's going to rain today. Remember to bring an umbrella. I opened the weather forecast on my phone. It really was going to rain today. I stared at that notification for a long time, then lowered my eyelids. I know. Auntie. I noticed Xia Yuan's figure was absent from the living room. Aunt Hunan realized I was looking for Xia Yuan. Yuan left already. Said she had something to do. I was silent for a few seconds, and said, oh, I ate a bun, then took an umbrella and went out. Auntie, I am off to school. Okay, be careful on your way. If it rains heavily tonight, Auntie will come pick you kids up. Arriving at school, the lights were on in the classroom. Unlike in summer when the windows were wide open, now the windows were shut tight. The classroom was dim. I had just opened my workbook when I heard the broadcast speaker turn on. Hello, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. Welcome to the school radio broadcast. I am Xia Yuan from class 12, A6. The young girl's voice came through as scheduled, soft and pleasant to hear. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. They heard Xia Yuan's voice again on the speaker. Typhoon manhwa is approaching. I hope everyone pays attention to safety and doesn't go out unless necessary. After she finished speaking, a buzz went through the classroom. Everyone was both anticipating and fearing the typhoon. Next, please listen to a song requested by a 10th grade student named XU. It's the song Borrow a Rain. The weather forecast says it will rain tonight. Congratulations. You might actually get to borrow that rain. Xia Yuan teased. The music slowly began to play. When the broadcast ended, Song Ji intentionally turned around, only to find that I was especially quiet today. Today you didn't even say see you tomorrow. I looked at him doubtfully and said nothing, but took a bite of chocolate. Song Jie was surprised. Isn't this the chocolate from that theme store? When did you go? The Olympiad competition. After the test, Xia Yun took me there. Xia Yun bought it for you. Song Jie's eyes immediately widened. With a gossipy expression on his face, Xia Yun actually took you to buy chocolate. Oh my god. She hates sweets to death. If you asked her to choose between eating sweets and eating, she would choose to eat. That, and she actually took you to a sweet shop to buy sweets. I know Xia Yun hates sweets, but I didn't expect it to be that exaggerated. Song Ji had a look of astonishment. It's seriously super exaggerated. I stared at the last piece of chocolate in my hand, looked up at Song Ji, and silently wrapped the chocolate back up, hiding it in my bag. Suddenly there was a boom. The heavy rain poured down as scheduled. The lights in the classroom were still on. The teacher's lecturing voice got a little louder. I rested my chin on my hand and looked out the window, my gaze gloomy, my thoughts having flown off somewhere unknown. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. The raindrops mercilessly beat against the window, forming trickles that ran down with a pitter-patter sound. Xia Yun looked up and glanced towards me, because ever since it started raining, I had been staring out the window in a daze. Actually, I really like rainy days. On my social media feed, there are countless pictures of rainy days. Jiang He. The teacher called me from the podium. Xia Yun pursed her lips and nudged my arm with her elbow. I looked up at Xia Yun, my eyes calm and indifferent. I hummed in acknowledgement. Jiang He. How many times have you been distracted? On the podium, Shen Hangyu reminded me in a displeased tone. I was a little flustered and quickly said, Sorry, teacher. I lowered my head, frantically flipping through the book in my hand, and let out a sigh. Xia Yun looked out the window, not understanding what was so attractive about this rainy day to me that made a top student like me, who had never been distracted, get called out by the teacher multiple times today. After school, Song Jie leaned back in his seat and said to me, Jiang He, don't take the bus tonight. My dad is coming to pick me up. He can give you a ride home too. I shook my head. No need. I have something to do after school. Song Jie immediately turned his head back. It's pouring outside. The wind is blowing. You're not going home? I hummed in agreement, then said nothing more. My whole demeanor seemed absent-minded. Song Ji then looked at Xia Yun, extremely puzzled, asking with his eyes, Are you two going together? Xia Yun shook her head. How would I know where Jiang He is going? Song Ji frowned. Although he was curious, since I didn't say anything, he didn't ask. All right then. Song Ji nodded, then sat back in his seat. Xia Wanwan glanced at me again. She didn't know what I was thinking. The school bell just rang. I immediately stuffed my books into my desk drawer, grabbed my umbrella, and left right away. Xie Wanwan watched my retreating back, couldn't help but be curious. In such a hurry. Where is this guy going? It was pouring rain. The raindrops pattered on the surface of my umbrella. I held the umbrella with one hand, and my phone with the other, looking for a nearby cake shop. Pedestrians on the street were rushing. The rain soaked everyone's shoulders and pant legs. I pushed open the door of a cake shop, folded my umbrella, and asked politely, Hello, may I ask if you have raspberry cake? Raspberry cake? I am sorry, our shop doesn't have it. I nodded slightly, thanked them, and went to find the next cake shop. I pushed open the door, folded my umbrella, and asked softly, Hello, do you have raspberry cake? The answer I received was always no. I pushed open another door, letting the light wind dry my half-soaked clothes, only to be soaked again by rainwater dripping from the eaves. Hello, does your shop have raspberry cake? A single slice is fine too, sorry. This kind of cake with a less popular flavor. Our shop doesn't make it. After leaving the shop, I stood at a wide intersection. The traffic lights kept changing. The groups of pedestrians waiting for the green light beside me also changed one after another. I looked at this city. My hand holding the umbrella gradually tightened. I couldn't help but lower my head. Sadness suddenly rushed towards me. In such a big city, how can I not even buy a slice of raspberry cake? I don't believe it. Secretly wiped away my tears, rolled up my pant legs, and once again plunged into this vast city. Finally, I stopped in front of a shop called, What Time Is It Cake? This was the shop with the highest rating on Diamping, and also the one with the widest variety. If I still can't find it, I pushed the door open. This time, I didn't even fold my umbrella. Half of my body was inside the shop, while the other half and the umbrella were outside. Hello, may I ask something? Does the shop have raspberry cake? When I spoke, there was no one in the shop. But as soon as I finished speaking, a beautiful woman with cream on her face stood up from behind the counter, wearing the shop's apron. She seemed a bit dazed, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she had had a little to drink and was slightly tipsy. What did you say? She cupped her ear and asked. I glanced around the shop. I was sure they wouldn't have the cake I wanted. Raspberry cake. The woman repeated what I had just said. I paused for a moment, then nodded. My eyes were gloomy and lifeless, my dejection visible to the naked eye. I no longer had any expectations. Yes, miss. Do you have raspberry cake? The employee clapped her hands together, extremely cheerful. Of course, it's our shop's new product. Hearing that, my eyes immediately lit up. Really? I couldn't believe it. I hurriedly folded my umbrella. The woman walked over, took my umbrella and placed it aside, and said warmly, I just launched this type of cake. Today is its first day on the shelf. What a coincidence. I followed her, listening to her ask, Why are you out in the pouring rain to buy cake? I just hummed in response. The woman looked at me and stopped in front of a display case. Look, is this the raspberry cake you want? I looked down, and when I saw that slice of raspberry cake, I subconsciously took a step forward. A layer of black mulberry-flavored cream covered the outside. Inside was a thin layer of sponge cake, along with raspberry jam. The overall color was both black and red. It was exactly like the raspberry cake my dad used to buy for me. Dad was usually very busy with work. He would only come home when it rained. Every time he came home, no matter how late, Dad would always bring me a slice of raspberry cake. So the raspberry cake Dad bought would appear in the fridge, on the dining table, on my homework notebook, on the nightstand. It would appear everywhere I could see it immediately when I got home from school or when I woke up. The first time Dad bought me raspberry cake, I was also very surprised. Why would anyone buy a cake like this? It wasn't pretty. And its taste wasn't anything special either. But Dad said he hoped I would be like this cake, cool and aloof on the outside, but warm on the inside, forever youthful and sweet. After that, I grew to like raspberry cake, until Dad passed away. I could no longer wait on rainy days for the raspberry cake Dad bought for me to prove that Dad still existed. I started to follow his example on every rainy day, buying myself a slice of raspberry cake to eat. But the raspberry cake I bought wasn't as sweet as the one Dad bought for me. I clearly went to the same shop where Dad had bought it for me. Young man, do you want to get this to go? The woman's gentle voice pulled me back from my thoughts. In front of the counter, I looked at the beautiful woman who was packing the cake for me and asked, will the raspberry cake always be sold? If it sells well, we will. It also depends on the situation. When she spoke, her eyes would crinkle into a smile, and she spoke very charmingly. I saw the name on her name tag, Shai Shia. Recently, it seems I am, always, frequently interacting with people with the surname Shia. I've looked for many cake shops. Only here has it. I looked at her, as if expressing gratitude, and also as if confiding my grievances. Why does it have to be this one? Shia Shia was curious. It's very special to me, I answered honestly. Shia Shia tilted her head, thought for a moment. I hope you'll have the chance to hear your story. See you on the next rainy day, I smirked. On this night of pouring rain, my mood, which had been down all evening, finally broke into a smile. When I got home through the rain, the living room was empty, with only a small lamp turned on, casting a dim light. I was dripping with water. I quickly placed the cake on the coffee table, and hurried to find a towel to dry my hair, and change my clothes as well. Xia Wanwan, having finished her shower, heard a noise downstairs, and came down. She saw my room door was ajar. Ken followed behind her, wagging his tail. Xia Wanwan saw the cake box on the coffee table. What time is it, cake? She mumbled the brand name on it, and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Auntie's Cake Shop. Where did this cake come from? Xia Wanwan opened the box. Inside was a black and red slice of raspberry cake. Today, she had seen the picture Xie Aia posted on her Moments, saying it was a new product from the shop. Could it be that Jiang he bought this? Xia Wanwan phone upstairs suddenly rang. Xia Wanwan closed the cake box. She was about to go upstairs when she noticed Ken was still by the coffee table. Thinking that I would be scared if I came out and saw Ken, she didn't forget to call Ken. Upstairs, silly dog. Ken wagged his tail, looking longingly at the cake on the coffee table. He reluctantly followed Xia Wanwan upstairs. Xia Wanwan returned to her room to answer the phone. It was Auntie Hunan calling. Wanwan, are you and Jiang he both home? Xia Wanwan pulled out a chair and sat down. Yes, your dad, and I won't be back tonight. Tomorrow morning, you two can go out and buy something to eat. Also, when you go to school tomorrow morning, you and Jiang he shouldn't forget to bring umbrellas. Auntie Hunan's voice was very rushed. She kept reminding them. Xia Wanwan lowered her head. I know. The teacher called me and said about the competition you and Jiang he are in. You two have brought honor to the XEF family together. Wait until your dad and I are done with this busy period. Well, celebrate for you two. On the other end of the line, Auntie Hunan talked nonstop. Xie Wanwan lowered her head, fiddling with a pen in her hand, listening silently. In the silence, my devastated voice suddenly came from downstairs. Hearing Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan. She immediately looked up. She covered the phone's receiver, and again heard my voice coming from downstairs. She hurriedly hung up the phone, and only then realized Ken wasn't in the room. When Xia Wanwan rushed downstairs, she discovered the situation was more serious than she thought. The raspberry cake was spilled on the floor. Ken's mouth was full of black cream. He lay there, sticking his tongue out, looking at her with an innocent expression. Looking up, she saw me standing at the bedroom door, wanting to move forward but unable to, both anxious and helpless. I pointed at the little bit of leftover cake on the floor, and said, choking back tears, Xia Wanwan, that's the cake I bought. Xia Wanwan hurried over, and picked up Ken with one hand. Ken stuck out his tongue and looked at Wanwan, his fur covered in cream. Xia Wanwan was speechless. She had reminded him over and over, but still couldn't watch this silly dog. Xia Wanwan smacked Ken hard on the head. Ken whimpered twice, not daring to make a loud noise. Xia Wanwan looked up at me, and noticed I was in a terrible mood. The rims of my eyes were red. She had never seen me like this. It felt like my emotions were about to collapse. She thought I was scared by Ken. I angrily questioned her. Why didn't you watch your dog? Xia Wanwan frowned, faced with my questioning. She felt unhappy. Are you blaming me? Can is his own being. I can't keep an eye on him all the time. Besides, before you came to live here, Can has always been free to roam, because you're scared. I've tried my best to control Can's activities, within the range of my room. What more do you want from me? Hearing that, I angrily pointed at her. Xia Wanwan, he ate my cake. After saying that, I took a step forward. Seeing the cake completely eaten on the floor, my heart was broken. When I called Xia Wanwan name, my voice was clearly trembling. Xia Wanwan thought I was crying because I was scared of Can, but hearing that, she realized it was because Can ate my cake. Xia Wanwan had no idea this slice of cake meant so much to me. She picked up the cake box from the floor and said to me, "It's just a slice of cake. It was wrong of Can to eat it. I'll buy you another one some other time." Just a slice of cake? How could she say that so lightly? My voice was choked with emotion. I stubbornly said to Xia Wanwan, "That one isn't the same." Xia Wanwan suddenly became annoyed. "Then what else do you want? Drag Can out and beat him up? That won't solve anything either." I felt both wronged and anxious, and didn't say anything else. As Xia Wanwan cleaned the floor, she grumbled, "If it was so important, you should have taken it to your room, not just leave it here." I pointed at her and pressed, "So Can ate my cake, and it's my fault?" Xia Wanwan looked up and was about to ask, "So you're not at fault at all?" But seeing my devastated expression, her lips trembled, and she finally said calmly, "We're both at fault." "Okay?" My shoulders trembled. I couldn't say a word, just glared at her angrily. Xia Wanwan was at a loss for words. What's wrong with this guy? Isn't it just a slice of cake? Xia Wanwan stood up. She pointed outside and asked me angrily, "Do I have to go out in the pouring rain and buy you another one for you to be satisfied?" In Xia Wanwan's eyes, I was just making trouble for no reason. She felt I was being unreasonable. I couldn't help but lose my temper with her. "Xia Wanwan, you have no idea what this cake means to me, right? I don't understand, and I am too lazy to understand." Xia Wanwan yelled back. Her shouting made my shoulders tremble. I turned around and went back to my room. The sound of the door slamming was heavy and fierce. The living room fell silent in an instant, with only the sound of the incessant rain. Can knew he had caused trouble. He lay silently on the stairs, watching Xia Wanwan standing frozen in the living room, with her eyes lowered. Xia Wanwan looked at the cake crumbs in her hand, absolutely furious. She kicked the cake box on the floor. Doesn't he even bother to ask if anyone has ever slammed a door in my face in my entire life? The more Xia Wanwan thought about it, the angrier she got. I lay on my bed, tears falling uncontrollably. Xia Wanwan's scolding reached my ears clearly. I also blamed myself. Blamed myself for knowing how important the cake was, yet not taking it to my bedroom, but leaving it on the coffee table instead. I didn't mean to lose my temper with Xia Wanwan. Perhaps it was because I was wrong, that I shifted the blame to someone else. It seemed that only by doing so could my heart find a little solace. I stayed up all night and got up very early. I bought some bread at the convenience store. I ate while walking towards school. In front of the school's notice board, the homeroom teacher was cursing. "Which bastard stole the photos from the notice board?" Stealing one would have been fine, but both were stolen. It was then that I realized my photo had also disappeared. "Jianghe, good morning." Someone tapped my shoulder. I turned my head and saw it was Song Jie. The moment Song Jie saw me, he was shocked. "Jianghe, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they so red?" "Are they?" I was about to rub my eyes again. Song Ji quickly grabbed my hand. "Don't rub them anymore. The more you rub, the redder they'll get. Is something on your mind?" Song Ji noticed my unusual behavior. "Since yesterday, you've been distracted." I shook my head and asked Song Ji, "Do you have any sweets I can eat?" Song Ji tilted his head. "Is your treasure pouch out of chocolate?" I lowered my head. "I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring it." "Hey, I've got some." Song Ji took a box of chocolate from his bag. "I have an older sister who came to visit my dad yesterday and brought me some chocolate. I thought that you like to eat them, so I brought them for you." Song Ji pushed the chocolate into my arms very generously. I looked at Song Ji earnestly, then lowered my eyes and said with emotion, "Thank you, Song Ji. Don't mention it." Song Ji was generous, not minding at all. I unwrapped the chocolate and put a piece in my mouth. It didn't feel like enough, so I put in another piece. I really love eating sweets, especially when I am in a bad mood, only by constantly eating chocolate. "Can I cheer up a little?" Song Ji grabbed my hand as I was about to unwrap another chocolate, his expression serious. "Jianghe, although we haven't known each other for long, but if you have something on your mind, you can tell me. I am willing to be your trash can." Hearing these words, my heart felt uneasy. I nodded. "I know." Song Ji saw that I was heavily burdened and started chattering beside me. "Jianghe, did Xia Wanwan bully you? I'll get Yu Qian and Zhao Meina to help you beat her up." Xia Wanwan temper is a bit foul. It's hard to be around her. If Xia Wanwan said anything, don't take it to heart. Just treat her like a fart. Song Ji clenched one fist and punched it into his palm. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, they would see Xia Wanwan walking past? She glanced at Song Ji with an indifferent expression, disdainful, giving off "AI, can't be bothered with you today" vibe. Both my and Song Ji's footsteps halted, immediately followed by Yu Qian's loud laughter. Right. Just treat Wanwan like a fart." "A fart?" Song Ji's face darkened. This whole talking behind someone's back and getting caught red-handed thing. Could it get any more embarrassing? And then there's this loudspeaker Yu Chen. Would you die if you didn't repeat it? After saying that, Song Ji chased after Yu Qian to punch her. I looked ahead. Before Xia Wanwan went up the stairs, she seemed to have glanced back. Hey, I was wrong. I was wrong. The playful sounds of Yu Qian and Song Jie reached my ears. I pulled back my thoughts and went upstairs, just in time to see Xia Wanwan toss an umbrella outside the classroom, then head towards the broadcasting room. After I sat down, I ate another piece of chocolate and took out my English workbook. I quickly started doing my homework. At exactly 7 o'clock, the school's broadcast began. I put on my headphones. I didn't listen to the broadcast's content. Song Jie thought that the two of us had definitely argued, but on second thought, it seemed normal for siblings to argue. Not to mention, we were a special pair of siblings. It wasn't strange to have some friction. Hey, it's drizzling again. Song Ji rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. I looked up and out the window. It was drizzling. A very light drizzle. The neighboring No. 13 high school is already off tomorrow. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Song Ji muttered. He leaned back a little and asked with his chin in his hands, Jiang He, the typhoon is coming. Are you scared? As he spoke, the chair next to me was pulled out. It was Xia Wanwan who had returned. I lowered my head, gripping the pen in my hand tightly. I spoke while writing. I am not scared. How credible is that statement? Song Ji tilted his head, not forgetting to glance at Xia Wanwan. It's probably not because Ya Wanwan came that he's deliberately saying he's not scared, right? Just then, the class bell rang. Song Ji saw that I wasn't in a good mood and didn't tease me anymore. Xia Wanwan was about to get a textbook from her desk drawer. The moment she pulled it open, a mess of things fell out of the drawer. Everyone in class looked towards Xia Wanwan. They saw all sorts of snacks scattered at Xia Wanwan's feet, including 3 love letters that were slowly fluttering down. I stared at the love letter that landed by my feet. It said, to Xia Wanwan, Class 12. A 6. Xia Wanwan frowned. Just as she bent down to pick it up, her fingertips suddenly brushed against the back of my cold hand. She looked up. I happened to be looking up as well. I quickly looked down, picked up the love letter from the floor, and placed it on Xia Wanwan's desk. She casually stuffed all the love letters into her desk drawer. I looked at Xia Wanwan. My lips moved, as if I wanted to say something. Seeing that Xia Wanwan was already looking at her book, I turned my head and continued with my homework. In the silence, Lin Menjiao suddenly spoke up. I am so curious if the person who took Xia Wanwan's photo is the one who wrote one of these 3 love letters. Just then, someone else added, I heard the person who took Wanwan's photo is a guy who's 190 centimeters tall. My hand holding the pen tightened unconsciously. Then I looked up, searching for the owner of that voice. Which grade? Lin Menjiao, this little loudspeaker, came running as soon as she caught a whiff of gossip. I don't know. I think they said he's a 12th grader. A pretty good-looking guy. The person said he looked a bit unfamiliar, that they had never seen him before. In the quiet classroom, the boy's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Song Ji couldn't help but turn to look at me. I felt guilty being stared at. I unnaturally asked Song Ji, what are you looking at me for? Song Ji squinted his eyes. 12th grade, quite handsome. Never seen before. The important thing is 190 centimeters tall. Song Ji shook his head. He retracted his gaze, and couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand and smile. Is there even a need to guess this? Who the answer is written all over his face. I knew Song Ji was smart. I secretly glanced at Xia Wanwan. Fortunately, Xia Wanwan was doing her homework and didn't hear the keywords we mentioned. If Xia Wanwan knew I had taken her photo, I don't know how she would look at me. I didn't have any other intention. I just felt that photo of Xia Wanwan was really beautiful. Thinking back now, I also feel I went a bit too far to actually take Xia Wanwan's photo. I had never done anything so bold. This was the first time. Class has started. Shen Hangyu walked into the classroom just as the bell rang, interrupting the chatter in the class. School ends at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Typhoon Mun is coming. The Education Bureau has temporarily granted a 2-day break, if there are any incidents. Further announcements will be made in the class group chat. Take the safety pledge form. Home to be signed. Everyone looked at each other. The school closure notice finally arrived. This also meant that the typhoon was getting closer and closer to us. I looked at the safety pledge form in my hand, my heart heavy with thoughts. During these few days, everyone should rest well at home. Play less on your electronic devices. Review your lessons well. There are only a few days left until the college entrance exams. Shen Hangyu instructed everyone with a worried expression. Everyone nodded to show they understood. The afternoon was windy and rainy. The school's voltage was unstable. The lights in the classroom flickered a few times. Everyone's mood was stirred up. When school was over, Shen Hangyu reminded them again and again. Report your safe arrival in the group chat once you get home. Let me remind you again. Don't go wandering around outside during the typhoon. I stuffed all my books into my backpack. I heard Shen Hangyu asking some students in the hallway, did you all bring umbrellas? I paused for a moment and couldn't help but look outside the door. It seemed I didn't bring an umbrella this morning. I carried my backpack and went out to the hallway. As expected, there were no umbrellas left in the hallway. I forgot to bring an umbrella. Outside, Raindrops as big as beans slammed onto the ground. The pattering sound hurt my ears. Looking back at the classroom, Xia Wanwan must have gone home by now. Song Ji was also picked up by his family at noon. There was no one left in the classroom. I put on my backpack and went downstairs. There were a few people standing in the first floor lobby. None of them had umbrellas. They seemed to be waiting for the rain to stop. I walked outside. Under the eaves, a cold wind blew gently. Some raindrops splashed onto me. It was very damp and cold. I stepped back, stopping in the lobby of the school building. The rain was pouring down. There was no sign of it stopping. The number of people standing at the entrance dwindled. Some were picked up. Some ran into the rain. I was in no hurry to go home either, so I squatted alone at the entrance. I held my face in my hands, watching the misty asphalt road. I really like rainy days, especially the fresh air after the rain. It gives me a refreshing feeling, as if I am reborn. But more than that, it's because on rainy days, I feel that my dad is still by my side. This is the deepest connection between me and my dad. I couldn't help but sneeze. I rubbed my cold palms, then I rubbed my ears. The autumn uniform was a bit thin for the rain. The cold still felt a little biting. "Classmate," a girl's voice suddenly sounded from above my head. I was squatting and looked up. I saw a completely unfamiliar female student's face. So there's still someone here. I thought I was the only one left. I stood up and gave a nod. "Classmate, do you want to use an umbrella?" She was holding an umbrella in her hand and seemed about to offer it to me. I looked up. "You give me your umbrella. Then what about you? I saw you sneeze." The girl scratched her head, looking a bit shy. I didn't expect her to have noticed me sneezing. "It's okay. I see this weather." As I spoke, I pointed to the sky. I was about to say it was going to stop, but it was pitch black. There was no sign of it stopping at all. On the contrary, the wind was blowing stronger and stronger. "It'll probably stop soon." I stubbornly continued, sensing my refusal. The girl didn't insist on giving me the umbrella anymore. She nodded once, glanced towards the stairs behind her, and then quickly left with her umbrella. Just as I was about to squat down to watch the rain again, someone stopped beside me. I casually glanced over, and was stunned. It was Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan also tilted her head to look at me. She was holding an umbrella. Her strikingly beautiful face was expressionless. Only her gaze towards me was cold and indifferent. I embarrassedly averted my gaze and looked into the distance. Thinking about how I lost my temper at Xia Wanwan last night, I felt really sorry. My feet moved to the side, following her for dance. As I moved a little further away from her, my backpack was suddenly pulled back. "What are you running for?" Her voice was very low. I looked at her. A hint of displeasure clearly flashed between her eyebrows. "I am not running," I stammered. Xia Wanwan glanced at me. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but she ended up swallowing her words. She cursed silently in her heart. "Ungrateful brat. He hasn't spoken to me all day. He ran off alone early in the morning and didn't even know to bring an umbrella. Was I the one who was wrong last night? After all, it was Kim Kan who ate your cake. The one who deserves the cold shoulder is Kan Kan." Xia Wanwan felt an unspeakable frustration in her heart. She held out the umbrella to me. Her tone was calm. "Take it. Get a taxi home from the school gate. Don't take the bus." I looked up at her and asked softly, "Then what about you?" "Don't worry about me." She said that, but she felt a little happy inside. "At least you still have some conscience. You still know to ask what about me." I gripped the umbrella in my hand tightly. Just as I was about to speak, Xia Wanwan had already run into the rain. I took a step forward. "Xia Wanwan." She heard me, but didn't turn back. At this moment, the self-blame in my heart soared to the sky. I held up the umbrella and chased after Xia Wanwan. I lost sight of her at the school gate. There were many taxis at the gate. Perhaps she had already gotten into a car. I took a taxi home. When I opened the door, I realized Xia Wanwan hadn't come home yet, so I waited for Xia Wanwan at the door. I waited for a full 5 hours. 10 o'clock at night, the main door was pushed open. Someone came in from the rain. Hearing the sound, I immediately got up from the sofa. I opened the door and bumped right into the person who was about to open the door from the outside. The wind blew into my shirt, chilling me to the bone. My chest pressed against her soaked clothes. I looked down and looked at Xia Wanwan's face in a bit of a panic. The hair on her forehead was soaked. There were even water droplets on her eyelashes. Her breathing was a little heavy. This close contact felt different again. I swallowed and turned my head away, letting my heart pound uncontrollably. I quickly took 2 steps back. Xia Wanwan came into the house, closed the door, and quickly changed her shoes. The TV in the living room was showing news related to the typhoon. She looked at the glass of water still on the coffee table and asked me, "Not sleeping this late, waiting for the typhoon?" My eyes followed her. I said bluntly, "I am not waiting for the typhoon. I am waiting for you." Xia Wanwan's steps, which were about to head upstairs, paused. She turned back to look at me. I couldn't help but think of last night. The two of us had also faced each other like this. At that time, my eyes were red as I looked at her. My voice was filled with grievance when I spoke. Xia Wanwan looked up at me. Her expression darkened. She was about to speak. "Xia Wanwan, I am sorry." I spoke first again, cutting off what she was about to say. Xia Wanwan looked at me in surprise. I said very apologetically, "Xia Wanwan, I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have argued with you over a piece of cake. From now on, I will definitely control my emotions better. I won't cause you any more trouble." Xia Wanwan's expression instantly became complicated. My words were like a thorn, seemingly so calm, but it silently fell into her heart, pricking her little by little, making her feel self-reproach as well. Xia Wanwan. The Saya family was willing to give me a place to stay. I was already very content. It was me who didn't understand my place. Sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Xia Wanwan pursed her lips and looked at me. After a while, she said, I don't blame you. Really? My eyes immediately lit up as I looked at her. My tone became cheerful again. Xia Wanwan met my eyes and couldn't help but click her tongue. Why is this guy so easy to please? I said I don't blame him, and he just stares at me like that. My gaze was too intense. When looking at Xia Wanwan, it was filled with clarity and gentleness. It made her heart itch inexplicably. She turned her head away and hummed softly in a low voice. Really? Good. Then I am okay now. My arms, hanging by my legs, swayed. My expression relieved. Xia Wanwan asked doubtfully, have you been waiting for me long? I shook my head. No. No, just for a little while. Xia Wanwan glanced at me, but didn't expose my lie, because I was still in my school uniform. My clothes were wrinkled. It was obvious that I had waited for her in the living room after school. Xia Wanwan thought for a moment and then said to me, I went to Yu Qian house. Although I didn't know why Xia Wanwan suddenly said this, I still nodded. Xia Wanwan also realized that her statement came very abruptly, so she headed towards the stairs, muttering, I am going to take a shower. You should get some rest. Hearing that, I smiled. Okay, good night. Xia Wanwan's steps on the staircase paused. She looked up. Her hand on the railing tightened. Then she turned her head to look at me. I stood there very calmly. I looked a little tired, but still smiled at her with a placating expression. At this moment, Xia Wanwan only felt that I was too sensible, overly sensible. Xia Wanwan slowly opened her mouth. Jiang He, it's not your fault. It was me who didn't manage Can well. Next time, I won't let him eat your things. I quickly shook my head. It was me who didn't control my emotions well. I am sorry. Xia Wanwan pursed her lips. Her voice lowered. It was me and Can who were wrong. My eyebrow twitched. It felt like something in my heart was being warmed. I couldn't help but feel both aggrieved and embarrassed. Why are you suddenly admitting you're wrong? I already said it wasn't your fault. All right. I am not going to argue with you anymore. I am going upstairs. I am all wet. It's so uncomfortable. Xia Wanwan quickly went upstairs. The living room became quiet again. I turned off the TV and went back to my room. I took a shower, changed into my pajamas, and got into bed. I stared at the ceiling. My mind was filled with the words Xia Wanwan had just said. I don't blame you. It was me and Can who were wrong. I suddenly sat up, opened the desk drawer, and took out my diary. The moment I opened the diary, Xia Wanwan's photo fell into my palm. I tilted my head and held up the photo in my hand. Xia Wanwan's features were very delicate, a pair of beautiful big eyes. Her gaze carried a certain indescribable pride. I pouted and said softly, she's so cool, Xia Wanwan. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. I was engrossed in looking at it. The ringing of the phone startled me. I guiltily put the photo back into the diary, secretly taking Xia Wanwan's photo. This is my secret. I will bury this secret for a lifetime. I grabbed my phone. It was a typhoon warning from the weather app. I couldn't help but rub my arms. I carefully put away the diary and quickly got under the covers. I opened my phone and opened the chat with Uncle Xia. I sent a message. Uncle Xia, if you have to go out for rescue missions, please remember to be safe. Upstairs, Xia Wanwan was squatting in front of Can. She frowned and pointed at him, asking, from now on, you're not allowed to get close to the handsome brother. Got it? Poor Can looked at Xia Wanwan. He whimpered softly, clearly saddened. The little brother is scared of you, so don't hang around in front of him anymore. It's useless, even if you like him. Can lay down on the floor, as if accepting his fate. Also, if it's not your food, you're not allowed to eat it from now on. Got it? Xia Wanwan patted the dog's head. Can stuck out his tongue. He knew he was wrong. Xia Wanwan suddenly smiled at Can. Can only felt that his owner's smile was a bit strange. As expected, the next second, Xia Wanwan pointed her phone screen at him and said gently, sister can only let you suffer a little. Seeing clearly what was on the phone, Can immediately started barking, raising his paw to try and knock her phone away. Xia Wanwan immediately pulled it back, saying, I know you don't want to, but don't be so quick to refuse. Everything can be negotiated. Right? I'll buy you the pink one. How does that sound? Xia Wanwan continued to talk to Can. The scene from last night. I am sure you don't want to go through that a second time, right? Can's eyes were teary. Even its bark became weaker. Xia Wanwan stroked the dog's head, comforting it. Can, I still love you. Can lowered its head and whimpered. Xia Wanwan stood up. She looked out the window. Tree branches were hitting the window hard. The cracking sound was a bit jarring. As for me, I was lying on the bed, watching helplessly as heavy raindrops hit the glass. The class group chat on WeChat was very lively. The wind is so strong. It feels like the roof is about to be blown off. I hope when I wake up tomorrow morning, Lin Menjiao's roof is still intact. Jiga, you're good at everything, except for that mouth of yours. The moment you open your mouth, you ruin everything. I think you're asking for a beating. Wanwan, protect me. After sending the message, she even tagged Xia Wanwan. Below was a string of ha 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 ha. A few others joined in, tagging Xiao Wanwan, trying to get her to appear. Song Ji and Lin Menjo often teased her in the group, but I noticed that Xiao Wanwan had never once appeared to respond. No matter how many people tagged her, they couldn't get her to show up. It was as if the group was still there, but the person was gone. Truly a cold and arrogant big sister. Song Ji couldn't help but complain. Your Wanwan has a cold and arrogant persona. No one can summon her. Lin Menjo wasn't convinced. Nonsense. A few days ago, I even saw Wanwan carry a chair for her deskmate and get food for her deskmate in the cafeteria. Maybe her deskmate can. I smirked, showing that Lin Menjiao really thought too highly of me. That was just shy Wanwan being in a good mood and showing some mercy. Other classmates also expressed their doubts. Forget about Jiang He. He and Xie Wanwan barely say a few words to each other at school. How could he have that much influence? You can show off without anyone knowing, but you can't be weird. Lin Menjiao, you misjudged this time. Song Ji tagged me in the group. Seeing I didn't reply, he sent me a private message. Go tag Xia Wanwan. Let Xia Wanwan reply to you. But you are her younger brother. What's there for her to be arrogant about in front of her younger brother? I replied with a speechless emoji. No way. No way. If she really doesn't give me face, I'll be so embarrassed. Things I am not 100% sure about, I absolutely won't do. Song Jie kept sending messages to egg me on. Jiang He, don't you want to know what place you hold in Xia Wanwan's heart? The expression on my face froze. I hurriedly replied. Why would I need to know that? Jiang He, could it be that you like Xia Wanwan? That's why you don't dare to tag her, right? My hand trembled slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Then why don't you even dare to tag Xia Wanwan? Song Ji started to provoke me. I pushed the blanket away and sat up. I just don't think it's necessary. To stop Song Ji from talking nonsense, I had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'll tag her. Okay, but if Xiao Wanwan doesn't reply to me, you better step in and help me out. I am a true introvert. Don't leave me hanging there all alone. But I had no idea how cunning Song Ji's smile was on the other end. I opened the class group chat. I really found it baffling. I was just peacefully watching them argue, and they dragged me into it. Every message of theirs was related to Xia Wanwan, but she never appeared. If I tag Xia Wanwan and she shows up, then I'd have to suspect that Xia Wanwan likes me. As I thought this, I tagged Xia Wanwan and sent it. Xia Wanwan, are you there? As soon as my message was sent, the class group suddenly went silent. No one said anything anymore. Not even a single sticker. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, but to me, it felt as agonizing as a day feeling like a year. A minute has passed. My message was just hanging there. The words, "Are you there?" looked so silly. I immediately cried inwardly. That scammer Song Jie. He said he would step in and help. I hurriedly pressed and held the message. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. I should just retract it. Just as I was about to hit retract, a new message appeared below. The sender of the message was someone who had never appeared in the group before. My hand holding the phone unconsciously tightened. My eyelashes trembled slightly. My eyes were immediately filled with disbelief. I read this reply over and over again, not forgetting to tap on her profile picture, wanting to see if it was really her, but I was sure. This was Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan had actually appeared in the group chat, and she even replied to my message. The group was dead silent. The people who were just so active were all silent now. Song Ji even sent me a direct private message. Apparently, Xia Wanwan might reply to me. Song Ji was also very surprised. I was immediately stunned. So what should I say next? Forget it. I am not saying anything else. It's too embarrassing. I decisively closed the group chat, and the other people in the group didn't say anything either. 10 minutes passed. I found that the last message was still Xia Wanwan's. Now I deeply regretted tagging Xia Wanwan. Just then, a new chat box appeared in my list. It was Xi Wanwan. I guiltily tapped on it. You tagged me? And then didn't reply to my message, just leaving me hanging there. My mind raced, thinking about what to reply. A moment later, I replied. I just tagged you for fun. Someone's hand, which was drying their hair, paused. Good, very good. Xia Wanwan, your 3 years of cold demeanor was broken by someone tagging you for fun. Forget it. I won't bicker with a child, as long as he's happy. Then Xia Wanwan replied with a sentence. I won't cooperate with you like this next time. For Xia Wanwan to notice me in the group, I was already very satisfied. How could I dare to hope for next time? Upstairs, someone read the private message I sent her. Thank you, Sister Wanwan. Looking at this message, the corners of Xia Wanwan's mouth curled up unconsciously. Boom. The sound of thunder rumbled again. The wind blew even stronger than before. It suddenly slammed against the window, making one's heart tremble. Xia Wanwan looked out the window, unable to help but frown. Their house is like this, with the windows rattling. I wonder what will happen to the dilapidated old houses in the countryside. It seems that after tonight, Shen Cheng is in for some trouble. Suddenly, a dull thud came from downstairs. Can immediately got up and paced around in the corner, barking twice. Woof woof, my servant. Something's happened. Hurry downstairs. Xia Wanwan threw the towel onto the sink. She quickly went downstairs. The living room light was off. The house was pitch black. At this moment, my bedroom door was pushed open. The sound of the door opening was very clear. Jiang He. Xia Wanwan called out reflexively. My voice and the flashlight beam appeared at the same time. I am here. Xia Wanwan turned on the living room light. Seeing that I was okay, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Did you hear that noise? She scanned the living room. Xia Wanwan. It's the window in my room that's cracked, I said, looking at her. She walked into my room. Indeed. The glass pane near the big tree was broken. It was covered in a web of cracks. It seemed like it would shatter with just a light push. This pane of glass was near my desk. On the desk were my study materials, and also my iPad. I sighed and said, it seems something hit the window. Xia Wanwan grunted in agreement and said nonchalantly, you can't sleep in here tonight, then you'll sleep in the living room. Saying that, I picked up my blanket and pillow and asked Xia Wanwan again, will this bother you? Xia Wanwan glanced at me, an indescribable feeling in her heart. This emotion was very complicated. She took the pillow from my hands, and while walking to the living room, she said, John He, why are you always so cautious and reserved? How could you bother me by sleeping in the living room? After saying that, Xia Wanwan glanced at me again and placed the pillow on the sofa. Xia Wanwan, you should go back to your room and rest, and don't keep this light on. I urged Xia Wanwan to go rest quickly. Xia Wanwan was a little worried about me, but she didn't say it. As she went upstairs, she even helped me turn off the light. I quietly hugged the blanket tightly. My gaze fell on the window. Occasionally, a clap of thunder would sound. The sound really made one's heart tremble. Just as I was about to bury my head in the blanket, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Xia Wanwan turned on the light and came downstairs. I secretly watched her and saw her slowly walk towards the kitchen. She said with a blank expression, getting a glass of water. A while later, when another clap of thunder and flash of lightning occurred, she came downstairs again and said, I am hungry, getting something to eat, can't sleep, getting some exercise, I am thirsty again. Once or twice is a coincidence, but after so many times, I knew. She was worried I was scared, but couldn't bring herself to tell me. So she kept trying to get my attention. It seems the big sister Xia Wanwan is actually very thoughtful. Until she came downstairs once again, I was lying on my stomach on the back of the sofa and called out to her. Xia Wanwan stopped in her tracks and stood on the stairs looking at me. What is it? I just lay there on my stomach, looking very silly. Did you hear me call you? Xia Wanwan frowned. I heard you. Then why didn't you answer? I like everything to have a response. It makes me feel at ease. This habit formed after my father passed away. Because on the day my father died, I called him for a very long time, and he never answered. I always feel that when you seriously call someone, and that person doesn't answer, it means something has happened. Xia Wanwan was defeated by me. She had to say with a helpless yet doting expression. I am here. Go on, speak. Just like a spoiled young master. He even needs to be pampered. I blinked my eyes, unconsciously charmed by Xia Wanwan's tone. Although Xia Wanwan always acted annoyed in front of me, very haughty, but I have to say, her mood is actually very stable. After going through a few things in life, you come to understand how lucky it is to have a friend, a lover, or a family member with a stable mood. What a fortunate thing that is. Xia Wanwan, you don't need to worry. You don't need to stay with me, I said with a serious expression. Xia Wanwan was speechless. Who said I was staying with you? Don't be so narcissistic. Xia Wanwan immediately retorted. I let out a silly laugh, tilting my head. A pair of bright, clear, dark eyes. I said softly. Xia Wanwan, you're so nice. Xia Wanwan was pouring water. The sound of running water mingled with my voice. She looked at me with a hint of teasing. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I pouted. If you didn't hear, then forget it. I am not saying it a second time. Xia Wanwan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The corners of her lips curved up. She put the glass down and said lazily, you said, Xia Wanwan, you're so nice. Hearing that, I was speechless. Hey, this person is so annoying. Didn't she hear it very clearly? Xia Wanwan just felt that a moment ago. That moment of mine was very silly, so she wanted me to say it again. Xia Wanwan, I am also very nice. I secretly added another sentence. Xia Wanwan was amused by me, who praises themselves like that. She sat on the single sofa next to me, resting her chin on her hand, looking at me. There is. Saying that, I pointed to myself, carefree and natural, very radiant. Xia Wanwan looked at me, lost in thought for a moment. She lowered her head, no longer looking into my eyes. I tilted my head. I don't know if it's because Xia Wanwan is here, but my eyelids feel a little heavy now. Xia Wanwan. My voice was deep and a little charming. I am sleepy. I looked at Xia Wanwan, my face gradually pressing against my arm. My eyelashes drooped. Xia Wanwan watched me close my eyes. My eyelashes trembled slightly. On my handsome, flawless face, it was impossible for others to look away. Xia Wanwan's gaze unconsciously fell on my lips. Her lips moved slightly, staring at my lips for a long time. She turned her head away, thinking of that sentence from Yu Qian. The line between being a sister and a beast is just one wicked thought. At this moment, she felt like a beast. Xia Wanwan helped tuck me in. After silently scolding herself, she stood up, intending to go upstairs. In that instant, her fingertips were held back by something. Xia Wanwan looked down. A large, sturdy hand was gripping hers tightly. I was sleeping restlessly. My furrowed brows told Xia Wanwan that I was dreaming, and this action was reflexive. Xia Wanwan wanted to pull her hand back, but found that I gripped it even tighter. I slept very obediently, not tossing and turning, and not kicking the blanket. My curled-up posture clearly showed a lack of security. Xia Wanwan squatted down. She looked at my face. Her gaze gradually softened. Only when I was sound asleep did she bring herself to go upstairs to rest. The next day, Xia Wanwan came downstairs, letting out a yawn. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at me. What do you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it. I felt that since last night, Xia Wanwan seemed to have changed a little. The way she looked at me gradually became more direct, as if she wanted to see right through me. I know how to cook noodles. How about I make some noodles? There happened to be tomatoes in the fridge. After getting Xia Wanwan's approval, I quickly made 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. How is it? Is it good? Xia Wanwan gave a thumbs up. Not bad. I looked smug. My dad taught me this. I tilted my head, speaking with a bit of pride. Xia Wanwan immediately looked at me. Speaking of my dad, my face was filled with pride. My dad's favorite food was tomato and egg noodles. I learned this skill from him. It's delicious and saves time. Xia Wanwan didn't say anything, just listened intently, thinking to herself that her dad did indeed like to eat tomato and egg noodles, and also knew how to make them. It's just that the taste couldn't compare to Jiang Has. But Jiang Has noodles didn't seem like they were learned from his dad. It was as if the two of them were taught by the same master. Jiang he learned the essence, while her dad only learned the superficial parts. Thinking of this, Xia Wanwan suddenly spoke up. Does Uncle Sia treat you well? I looked up, stunned for a moment. Why suddenly ask if Uncle Sia is good to me? I replied firmly. Of course. Actually, after my father passed away, it was Uncle Sia who always took care of me. If it weren't for Uncle Xia, I wouldn't have gotten over the sadness of my father's death so quickly. He brought you home so late. You don't blame him. Xia Wanwan continued to ask me. I chuckled. The fact that Uncle Sia could bring me home already made me very happy. How could I possibly blame him? Xia Wanwan fell silent, lowering her head to eat her noodles. The more she ate, the harder it was to swallow. Actually, she wanted to ask me about this title of being an illegitimate son, whether I minded it or not. If you have something to say, just ask me directly. I consider myself to have no secrets in front of the Xia family. I am completely transparent. Xia Wanwan looked at me for a long time and asked a question. What kind of person is your mother? My mother is like Aunt Hu Nan, also a doctor, but she was a cardiothoracic surgeon at the military hospital. Speaking of my mother, there was even more pride in my eyes. My dad was a hero, and at the same time, so was my mom. She once received the Outstanding Doctor of the Year award and was reported on the Central Television News. As for me, I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to be a teacher and live a peaceful and stable life. Xia Wanwan asked curiously. Jiang He, do you understand what he did? I took a sip of the hot soup and said softly. I didn't understand before, but later, I gradually understood. Xia Wanwan's gaze was complicated. She couldn't empathize at all. But Jiang Sha, she's the third party. I was slightly stunned while eating noodles. I looked up at Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan, what are you talking about? What third party? You don't know what your mother did. Xia Wanwan didn't understand. I ate a mouthful of noodles, then sat up straight and put down the chopsticks in my hand. My expression was unprecedentedly serious. My tone was extremely firm. My mother was innocent her whole life. She dedicated her entire life to the country. When the front line needed her, she went to provide support without a second thought. In the end, she even sacrificed her life. That's the mother I know. No matter where you heard those rumors, I hope you won't say them a second time. Xia Wanwan was stunned. Jiang Has mother is dead. No wonder dad brought him home. If his mother hadn't died, would mom and I forever not know that dad had a second family outside? She looked at me. I looked at her too. Our eyes met. The atmosphere was a bit tense. I lowered my head. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. I didn't want to talk more about my mother. Mom left when I was very young. Compared to the ease of talking about dad, mom's passing was like a thorn that I could never get over. Mom and dad are both heroes. I won't allow my heroes to be slandered by anyone. Xia Wanwan noticed the sadness in my eyes, so she didn't say anything more. The two of us lowered our heads and ate our noodles. The atmosphere became quiet. After I finished my noodles, I went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, I went back to my room. The sound of the door slamming was jarring. Xia Wanwan looked at my tightly closed door, her heart in turmoil. At that moment, her phone rang. The caller was Uncle Xia. She was a little annoyed, and as soon as she answered, she said one thing. What's up, you rotten kid? Who made you angry again? Such a cranky tone. On the other end, Uncle Xia grumbled as he asked, how are things at home? Where's Jiang Xia? He's at home, of course. Your precious son is fine, Xia Wanwan said sarcastically. Uncle Xia laughed. Take good care of your younger brother. Dad is leading the support team in Yunzhou. Don't worry, Xia Wanwan said nonchalantly. I know. I saw the news. The Yunzhou area is isolated. The news said the Shenqing Fire Brigade has gone there. I didn't even have to think to know that Uncle Zai would go too. He's clearly part of the command unit, but he always rushes to the front lines. Call me if anything happens. After Uncle Xia said that, he added, oh, right, Wanwan. When did you leave our family group chat again? Xia Wanwan was speechless for a moment. Last time I made mom angry, she kicked me out. Then I'll add you back. The other end of Uncle Zayas' line was a bit noisy. He nagged for a few more sentences, then hung up. Sia Wan looked at the ended call, her feelings complicated. A WeChat group chat appeared with the name, the chief, and his subjects. Uncle Zia hurriedly sent a message. Honey, don't kick our daughter out anymore, in case she misses some important message. Auntie Hunan liked to kick her out to vent whenever she was angry. After many times, Xia Wan didn't care anymore. At this moment, I pushed open the door, just in time to meet Xia Wan's gaze. The TV was also broadcasting the good news that the storm had passed. Originally, I didn't want to pay attention to Xia Wan, but thinking about the storm passing, without causing too much serious damage to Liao province, and that people like Uncle and his comrades who rushed to the front lines could return safely, my heart was filled with joy. My lips moved. I still couldn't help but share. Xia Wan. The storm has passed. Xia Wan hummed in agreement. It passed. The night of the howling storm, this terrifying storm had finally ended. But it was still raining outside. It just wasn't roaring like it had during the night. Jiang Xia, just now. Xia Wan pursed her lips, wanting to talk to me about what happened earlier. I quickly interrupted Xia Wan. So, does that mean we can quickly find a craftsman to replace the glass? Xia Wan knew I didn't want to talk much about it, so she didn't ask further. Yeah, so how about finding a craftsman this afternoon? I hadn't finished my sentence when I was interrupted. This afternoon won't work. The rain hasn't stopped yet. No craftsman will come to replace the glass. I pouted. It's just that. I don't want to keep sleeping on the sofa. It's not comfortable at all. Just then, Xia Wan's phone rang. It was Yu Qian, calling her to play a game online. As for me, I went back to my room to do homework. I quietly put on my headphones, not wanting to be disturbed. I just wanted to focus on solving problems. It was past 4 p.m. The wind had stopped. The rain had stopped too. The sound of traffic gradually returned to the street. I stood at the door, eating chocolate. I heard a few uncles next door talking. Oh my god, the wind last night kept me awake all night. You're telling me the roof I built behind my house even got blown away. So scary. When I turned around, I saw Can lying on the second floor balcony. I remembered the first time I met Can. He was also lying on the balcony. Back then, Can had his tongue out, barking at me with a well-behaved expression. Now he looked listless, lying there looking at me. Looking extremely aggrieved. I was lost in thought, when suddenly someone was standing next to me. I looked down. Xia Wan was looking at me. Let's go. Let's go out to eat. I shook my head. I am not hungry. But despite what I said, my stomach rumbled at the most inopportune moment. Xia Wan narrowed her eyes, her gaze traveling down from my face. Really not hungry? I felt a pang of guilt. Not hungry. As soon as the words left my mouth, my stomach rumbled again. My face turned bright red. This damn, good-for-nothing stomach. Xia Wan just stared at me, her eyes full of amusement. I admit, looking into those eyes of hers, I couldn't tell a barefaced lie anymore. Very hungry. Let's go. Xia Wan poked me. She put both hands in her pockets and walked ahead. I quickly closed the main gate and followed behind her. Hearing the footsteps behind her, the corners of Xia Wan's lips curled up. At the corner of the alley, there was a collapsed section of the road, forming a very deep puddle that blocked our path. The depth of this puddle was enough to go past Xia Wan's calves. The only way to cross was to wade through the water. I bent down and rolled my pant legs up very high. Xia Wan also knew that the only way to get through was to wade. She was about to bend down when I had already taken off my shoes. Holding my shoes in one hand, I squatted down in front of Xia Wan. Xia Wan. Get on. I'll carry you across. I tilted my head to look at her. Xia Wan was stunned. She let out a huh. I can walk myself. I gave Xia Wan a once-over, as if coaxing a child. Little potato. Be good. Don't be stubborn. Xia Wan's face darkened. How presumptuous. Who are you calling a little potato? Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't be able to cross. I turned my head to look at her and said patiently. Seeing me remain squatting, Xia Wan couldn't keep being difficult. Jiang Xia, I am a bit heavy, Xia Wan said. As she climbed onto my back, I said nothing. I just lifted her up. Whoever says you're heavy, just beat them to death. Xia Wan lay obediently on my back. The flooded path under my feet was not easy to walk on, but I didn't waver at all. My center of gravity was very stable. Xia Wan unconsciously wrapped her arms around my neck. Her arms were a little cold, but my heart was burning hot. My steps clearly faltered. Xia Wan's hair brushed against my cheek. There was a very fragrant scent of gardenia. Xia Wan leaned against my shoulder and said softly, Jiang Xia, thank you. I frowned. My throat felt a little dry. Thanks for what? Thanks for carrying me. Xia Wan looked at my side profile, her ears quietly turning red. I suddenly turned my head. Her lips were about to touch my cheek. Xia Wan instinctively pulled back a little. She could clearly feel her heart beating fast, each beat very strong. I met her gaze, feeling the strong heartbeat of the person on my back, but I didn't know how hot Xia Wan's ears were right now. For a moment, she had an improper thought. I swallowed, looking straight ahead. My breathing suddenly became heavy. I had to lower my head. I didn't dare to dream of anything I could only use avoidance to deal with. The indescribable flutter from that moment, After crossing the collapsed section of the road, I put her down. Until we finished eating, neither of us said another word. After eating, Saya Wan went to pay. On the way back, the water had receded a lot. We could step on the bricks placed on the side to get across. After getting home and showering, I lay on the sofa in the living room to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan was in her room, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Her mind was filled with the image of me carrying her, that moment when I suddenly turned my head. Xiao Wan placed her fingertips on her lips and her heart began to race again. It seemed he had kissed her. Xiao Wan turned over, quickly burying herself under the blanket. Her heart was a mess. As for me, lying on the sofa, I thought about poor Can these past few days, and felt a bit guilty. Because of my arrival, Can wasn't even free in his own home. Actually, I could feel that Xiao Wan loves Can very much. Can has become a part of her life. I secretly decided in my heart that I couldn't be afraid of dogs anymore. As soon as I opened my eyes in the early morning, I saw Can lying in the living room. Looking at me, I let out a decisive shout. I am never setting goals again. I can't do it. Xiao Wan, who had just come downstairs, froze. She almost fell. She shouted, "What are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Can walked towards the stairs, whining woof, woof, woof. He looked very aggrieved. Without time to explain, I rushed back to my room, my face pale. I didn't dare look at Can again. Xiao Wan had a headache. She picked up her phone and unlocked it. The screen was still on my profile page. Her hand trembled. She quickly closed WeChat, not forgetting to console herself. I just browsed Jang He's profile because I couldn't sleep. It doesn't mean anything else. The chaotic morning became quiet when the two of them got to school. At the bus stop, I looked at Xiao Wan strangely. "You're not riding your bike?" She lifted her small, proud face and casually said, "One. T-word, tired." I said, "Oh." I didn't understand, but I respected it. There were other students waiting for the bus nearby. I quietly shifted to the side, pretending not to know Xiao Wan. Seeing this, Xiao Wan glanced at me, taking in my small action. There were no seats on the morning bus. It was very crowded. As soon as Xiao Wan got on, she was pushed to the back. The handrail above her was taken by the person next to her. She could only brace herself against the window with one hand. I stood behind her, holding onto a nearby handrail. I was tall. I stood out especially among the students in uniforms. The two young girls next to me didn't say a word the whole time, but they secretly glanced at me several times. Their admiring gazes were about to overflow. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Xiao Wan's hand slipped on the window, and she was about to lunge forward when her arm was suddenly pulled back by someone. Xiao Wan looked up and met my eyes. I offered my other arm to her and asked her in a low voice, "Do you want to hold my arm?" Xiao Wan's lips moved, hesitating whether to hold on or not. Seeing her hesitate, I was about to pull my arm back to give myself an out. The bus was swaying, and it seemed like it was about to break again. Xiao Wan immediately reached out and grabbed my arm tightly. She looked up at me and replied with just one word, "Yes." I raised my eyebrows and moved a little closer. Pushed by the crowd, Xiao Wan bumped into my chest. One hand gripped my arm tightly, the other grabbed the hem of my shirt at my waist. Her fingertips accidentally touched my firm waist. I turned my head to look out the window, my Adam's apple bobbing slightly. A flash of secret satisfaction appeared in my eyes. After getting off the Merlot's bus, Xiao Wan asked me, "Was the bus always this crowded before?" But in her heart, she couldn't help but think, do other pretty girls usually press up against him like this? She and I stood waiting for the red light. I shook my head and said, "No, it's especially crowded today. Maybe it's because after the storm, the roads aren't very smooth yet. Plus, the weather forecast said it would rain again today, so everyone took the bus." Xiao Wan was about to say something else when she heard me say Wed arrived at school. Song Ji and the others are up ahead. I am going to find him. With that, I ran after Song Jie, as if I wanted to get away from her as quickly as possible. Xiao Wan's steps halted. She looked at my retreating back, her feelings complicated. Meanwhile, I was greeting them warmly. "Song Ji, good morning." Yu Qian immediately asked coquettishly, "What's this? You don't see your big sister?" I smiled at Yu Qian, my eyes deep yet reflecting a gentle light. "Sister Qian, good morning." Yeah, that feels so good." Yu Qian showed a satisfied expression. Song Jie gave her a disgusted look. "So shallow. Sister Nei, good morning." I casually greeted Zhao Mei Na. Zhao Mei Na nodded and asked me, "Where's Wan? We texted this morning." Wan said she was taking the bus. "Why isn't she with you?" I pointed behind me. All three of them turned their heads to look back. Xiao Wan looked like an abandoned little wife, pitifully all alone. So slow. Yu Qian grumbled at her, but Xiao Wan had no intention of catching up, so Yu Qian urged her, "Hurry up." Zhao Wan lazily followed. Before she could get close, she heard me say, "I am going back to class first." Yu Qian and Zhao Mei now quietly looked towards Zhao Wan. Those who get it, get it. Xiao Wan shrugged. "See, the moment I arrived, Jiang Xia ran off." But Song Ji really didn't understand. He asked doubtfully, "Did you have a fight with your younger brother? Hey, is your relationship not good?" Song Jie had a clueless look on his face. Xia Wanwan remained silent, but she was reflecting internally. A bad relationship. It doesn't seem that bad. Stop asking nonsense. Yu Qian quickly cut Song Jie off. Song Ji frowned. When adults are talking, what's a kid like you interfering for? Yu Qian rolled up her sleeves. It'll give you a 3-move head start, and you still won't be my match. Go play somewhere else. With that, Yu Qian pushed Song Jie away. Caught off guard, Song Jie stumbled. Zhao Mei Na shook her head. These two chicks are starting to bicker again. On the other side, I had just entered the classroom when Lin Mengyao came over. Brother Zhang, here's the milk tea I bought for you. With that, Lin Mengyao handed me a cup of milk tea. I narrowed my eyes. To be courteous for no reason is to be up to no good. Besides, I've already been through this milk tea business once before. There won't be a second time. I didn't take it. My hands were in my pockets, shoved in tightly. Don't even think about forcing it into my hands. Can I ask you something? Lin Mengyao asked. I put on a cautious expression. I didn't even dare to go back to my seat. What if she puts milk tea on my desk? What? My alertness was as strong as a detective connecting clues. Lin Mengyao looked straight into my eyes. Why did Wan reply to your message? I was at a loss for words. So that's what she wanted to ask. I reluctantly lowered my level 1 alert. But I didn't know how to answer this question. Should I say Xia Wan is crazy? Xia Wan was bored. Xia Wan saw me standing there all alone and awkward. It was as if I had switched to vibrate mode. I stammered, not knowing how to answer properly. Why was it? I don't know either. Is it inconvenient to say? Lin Mengyao's eyes immediately widened. It felt like she smelled some juicy gossip. I saw Lin Mengyao suddenly get excited. I quickly said, we don't have any relationship. Then why did she reply to you? Lin Mengyao couldn't figure it out. She tags Xia Wan 800 times a day. Xie Wan never replies. Not even once. Not even to scold her. To tell her to stop tagging. I smiled and told a lie. Because I have some dirt on Xia Wan. What? Lin Mengyao became even more excited. I chuckled. Since it's her weakness, I definitely can't tell you. Lin Mengyao had a serious expression. So that night, she replied to you. Because you threatened her. I made a shushing gesture, looking all mysterious. Lin Mengyao couldn't even imagine. A person as outstanding as Xia Wan. What kind of weakness could she possibly have? Hurry back for the morning study session. I finally dared to take my hands out of my pockets. Lin Mengyao was dejected. She returned reluctantly. I breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down in my seat. My gaze unintentionally fell on Xia Wan's desk. Tsk. That's Xia Wan for you. More love letters and snacks. I averted my gaze. Just then, I heard Xia Wan's voice over the school broadcast. It's now time for the school broadcast. Good morning, everyone. I rested my chin on my hand and did my work. In my heart, I refuted her words. It is a very good morning. She got love letters again. Song Ji turned around and asked me, there's a typhoon these 2 days. Are Uncle Sia and Auntie Hugh home? After getting my answer, Song Jie blinked. So it's just you and Xia Wan at home? I looked up at him and hummed in agreement. What's up? Song Ji suddenly smiled. Just the two of you. Hey, Zhangxia. After saying that, Song Jie leaned onto my desk and asked me seriously, having such a beautiful girl hanging around in front of you, how does it feel? How does it feel? I thought about it for a moment. It seems like there's no feeling at all. Song Ji laughed. But Xia Wan is quite special to you. Is she? I asked casually while reading the question, completely not paying attention. Of course, she helped you move your chair and got lunch for you. Especially that day when she replied to your message in the group chat. Xia Wan is a very otherworldly person. Normally, only with Yu Qian and Zhao Mei Na. When they're together, she talks a bit more. Or, to put it bluntly, this person is untouched by the mortal world. She normally wouldn't bother doing things like taking care of others. But you're the one Xia Wan is giving special care to. Isn't this ship worthy? It's a pity you two are half siblings. Otherwise, I would have shipped you to death. I lowered my eyes, thinking. Xia Wan's attitude towards me has indeed changed since we first met, especially the recent Xia Wan. She's clearly taking special care of me. We agreed on 4 prohibitions. I am still following them, but she broke the rules a long time ago. Just then, Shen Hangyu knocked on the back door. Zhang Xia, come out for a moment, in the office. Shen Hangyu handed me an envelope. After I opened it, there was money inside. Teacher, this is. I can't accept this. I was about to push it back to Shen Hangyu. Jiang Xia, considering that both your parents sacrificed themselves for the country, and now, you're all alone. This is the student aid fund I applied for on your behalf. I was very surprised. There's even a student aid fund. Just keep this money. Don't feel any psychological burden. If you need any help in the future, the school and I will do our best to help you. Shen Hangyu's eyes twinkled with a smile. His tone was very gentle. I was very moved. The money in my hand felt heavy. I nodded. Thank you, teacher. Because I could meet such a warm person, felt my heart warmed by the teacher and the school. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. It was a student from the next class coming to get homework. I found her a bit familiar. When the two of us walked out together, I looked a few times before asking carefully, are you the student who gave me the umbrella that day? After receiving an affirmative answer, I thanked her once again. The other student held the homework with both hands and gave a helpless smile. Sigh. The person you should thank isn't me. I was extremely confused. Why would she say that? Xia Wanwan came out of the broadcasting room, just in time to see the backs of me and the female student. The two of them walking side by side. I don't know what they were talking about. They seemed to be talking and laughing. The female student explained, "It was Wanwan Ga who told me to bring the umbrella to you." My footsteps halted. I looked at her in astonishment. Xia Wanwan. The student nodded. I was momentarily stunned. So she was near me the whole time, secretly caring for me from where I couldn't see. No wonder, as soon as I refused her umbrella, Xia Wanwan came over. Turns out the little princess of the Xia family didn't want to show herself, who knew I wouldn't fall for it, and didn't accept that person's umbrella. In the end, she had to come out herself. Thinking of this, I let out a soft laugh. Such a cool big sister. Is face so important? Couldn't you have actively given me an out? Did you have to wait for me to apologize first? After parting ways with that female student, I leisurely walked back to class. Xia Wanwan followed behind me, passing by that female student's classroom. She even peeked inside a few times. Why was this person laughing and talking so happily with Jiang Xia? Xia Wanwan returned to the classroom. Everyone stared at her. She glanced at them, her expression cold. What are you looking at? Everyone stared at Xia Wanwan as she sat down. There was no interaction with me at all. These two looked like strangers. But why did Xia Wanwan? In the group chat, to reply to Jiang He's message, everyone couldn't figure it out. They could scratch their heads raw and still not get it. Xia Wanwan was about to reach into her desk for a book when a love letter slipped into her palm. She let out a sigh. This must be the trouble of being a beauty. Xia Wanwan stuffed the love letter back in and looked inside again. She found 2 chocolate bars. She raised an eyebrow, thinking it would be a waste to throw them away. She casually passed them over to me. I was doing my work when my arm was nudged. When I looked over, Xia Wanwan was glancing at me. Then she gestured with her eyes, telling me to take the chocolate. Your admirer gave them to you. It's not really appropriate for you to give them to me, I said unnaturally. My tone was a little strange. Xia Wanwan narrowed her eyes. Seeing through my petty thoughts, she asked coldly, "What's with your passive-aggressive attitude? Do you want it or not?" I pursed my lips. Was I being passive-aggressive? No. Thanks. I refused firmly. Xia Wanwan clicked her tongue and threw it straight into my desk, scolding like a shrew. I am giving it to you. You have to want it even if you don't. Why are you so talkative? I was immediately speechless. This person is so unreasonable. I passed it back to Xia Wanwan and said seriously, I don't want things other people bought. Xia Wanwan looked at the chocolate in her hand and was silent for 3 seconds. She smiled teasingly. I get it. So you want me to buy it for you? I was stunned for a moment. Xia Wanwan had an I understand now expression. She said lazily, I know. Just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? My face was sullen. I hurriedly retorted. Don't twist my words like that. Xia Wanwan nodded impatiently. It's class time. Stop bothering my studies. I rolled my eyes directly at her. Seriously, is this person sick? During the lunch break, I sat alone, spacing out on a bench on the sports field. Xia Wanwan was playing paddleball, the court after the rain. The ground was still not completely dry. Their shoes stepped into puddles, splashing water everywhere. I rested my chin in my hands. My gaze was unconsciously drawn to Xia Wanwan. Her athletic skills are really good. She's amazing at paddleball, with the coordination of Yu Qian and Zhao Meina. The opponent was beaten so badly they had no chance to counterattack. After Xia Wanwan served the ball, her eyes glanced over at me. I was caught peeking. I immediately turned my head away, pretending nothing happened, but my heart was racing like crazy. Xia Wanwan's lips curved into a smile and continued playing. I couldn't help but sneak another peek. Wanwan is very beautiful, isn't she? Lin Mengyao's voice rang in my ear. I looked up. It was Lin Mengyao and a few others. The classmates sat down here. I nodded. Not stingy with my praise at all. Xia Wanwan is indeed very beautiful, like the brightest star in the night sky, making it impossible for people to look away. Do you want to pursue her? I'll help you. After all, we shouldn't let such a good catch get away. Lin Mengyao is so straightforward. I smirked, a little embarrassed. Are they always this direct? Jiang Xia, you absolutely shouldn't have a secret crush. An outstanding person like Wanwan. If you don't pursue her, someone else will. Instead of letting someone else win her over, why not be bold and give it a shot? What if? Lin Mengyao raised her eyebrows. It felt like she was instigating me, but I thought she had a point. A secret crush is painful. It only leaves you with regrets. Try to be bold and make a move. Even if you get rejected, at least your youth will be without regrets. But I still smiled at her. Lin Mengyao gave a tactful refusal. I have no intention of pursuing Xia Wanwan. Today, I received the student aid fund, plus the money I saved before. I have enough for rent now. I am planning to find some time to look for a place. I looked at Xia Wanwan. My gaze was a little gloomy. Once I move out of the Xia family's house, Xia Wanwan and I probably won't have any connection anymore. Some people, just meeting them is already a great fortune. Don't ask for too much more. As for the occasional flutterings of my heart, let them be forever hidden in this summer. I hung my head low. The chocolate bar in my hand had been crushed at some point. I was about to open the wrapper when a cold voice came from above my head. Move aside. I looked up and saw Xia Wanwan pushing Lin Mengyao away. She forcefully sat down next to me. I stood up, intending to Leave. My wrist was suddenly grabbed. I lowered my eyes and looked into Shia Wanwan's eyes. She was sitting on the bench. Her fiery gaze glanced at me. It had a very relaxed feel. The people next to her looked at me. I looked at her. Everyone held their breath. They smelled drama. Everyone felt that there was drama to watch between us. Even I felt that when Shia Wanwan gets angry. She lazily asked a question with, "Deskmate, help me buy a bottle of water." Lin Meng Yao's face was full of disappointment. Sigh. All that anticipation for nothing. I narrowed my eyes. Can't this person go buy her own water if she wants some? But while I was complaining in my heart, my mouth still obediently asked what my deskmate wanted to drink. She only replied with one phrase, "Anything is fine." I nodded with a smile. Then I looked down at her hand, motioning for her to let go. Shia Wanwan laughed and pulled her hand back. Her expression was like that of a young lady. "Go on. Hurry." Before leaving, I shot her a glare and cursed silently in my heart. Buying water is fine, but why the physical contact? Are you afraid others won't notice us? Shia Wanwan looked at my retreating back and couldn't help but laugh to herself. He's cursing me silently, isn't he, right? As if I can't tell. After I left, Lin Meng Yao immediately sidled up and pressed Xia Wanwan. Wanwan, what's going on between you and Jiang Xia? What do you mean? What's going on? He's a new transfer student. The teacher just told me to take care of him a little. Xia Wanwan rubbed her forehead, crossed her arms, and said with a straight face, "So you helped him move his desk and chair, got him lunch at noon, all just because you're deskmates, to take care of him a little." Lin Meng Yao felt that she had been mistaken. She almost thought that this high and mighty person, Xia Wanwan, already had someone she liked. Xia Wanwan was suspicious. Could it be that the things I did for Jiang Xia, they all know? As expected, Shen Hangyu was right. Not a single one of them studies properly. Once there's the slightest hint of gossip outside of academics, every single one of them sniffs it out and comes running, just like detectives. Xia Wanwan pursed her lips, watching me run towards the cafeteria. She hummed coldly in agreement. Lin Meng Yao was extremely disappointed. She thought she had some gossip on Xia Wanwan. In the end, it was just her own grand imagination. Lin Meng Yao sulked away with her friends. I came back after buying the water and found only Xia Wanwan was left. I stopped 3 meters away from her. Xia Wanwan frowned, looking a bit melancholic. "Come here." I pursed my lips. "You're the one telling me to come over." I saw her nod and hurried over. I stopped in front of Xia Wanwan and handed her the sugar-free drink in my hand. Xia Wanwan glanced at me and said nonchalantly, "I bought it for you. You drink it yourself." Actually, she just saw Lin Meng Yao and the others surrounding me and was just helping me out. "You bought it for me?" I was surprised, but quickly said gloomily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I like the ones with sugar." Xia Wanwan was speechless. She reached out to take the water. I smiled, my eyes crinkling, deliberately saying something provoking. "It's okay." Xia Wanwan, "I'll go to the cafeteria to exchange it. Give it here." Xia Wanwan immediately snatched it back. I couldn't help but laugh, seeing someone approaching nearby. I quickly slipped away. Just then, Xia Wanwan opened the bottle cap. Looking at my retreating back, she couldn't help but click her tongue. He's too obedient. In the evening study session hadn't ended yet, so I said goodbye to Shen Hangyu and left early. Xia Wanwan dozed off during the evening study session. She was only woken up by Yu Qian when class ended. Wanwan, if you keep sleeping, it'll be morning class soon." "Oh, right. Where's Jiang Xia?" Xia Wanwan rested her chin in her hands and sleepily looked at the empty seat beside her. Don't know. Probably left early. Let's go. Class is over. Since your little brother already ditched you and left, then he'll give you a ride," Yu Qian said with a laugh. Xia Wanwan walked out of the classroom expressionlessly, with a proud I don't need it look on her face. Very quickly, Xia Wanwan arrived home. She entered the living room carrying a package, and saw Can lying on the floor, eating a cake. Xia Wanwan was stunned. Then she scolded, Can, shut your mouth." Her voice was very urgent. The sound was very sudden. Can was startled and barked once. Its face was covered in cream from eating. It looked at Xia Wanwan with aggrieved eyes. Xia Wanwan rushed over. Next to the cake was the opened cake box. She raised her hand and slapped Can hard on the head. "Damn it. You dare to eat Zhang has cake?" Can looked at Xia Wanwan miserably. That slap really hurt. Woof woof. Can lay down on the floor. Then it looked behind Xia Wanwan. It was me, coming out of my room. I asked Xia Wanwan, confused, "What are you doing?" Xia Wanwan immediately stood up. She looked at me and decisively admitted her mistake. "Jiang Xia, Can was wrong. I swear it won't happen again." As she spoke, she raised her right hand. I hurriedly explained, "Xia Wanwan, Can didn't eat my cake. I bought that for him." Xia Wanwan was stunned. Meanwhile, Can wagged his tail at her. "My human, it's true, actually. I got out of school early to go buy a cake. I originally planned to buy a raspberry cake, but that beautiful lady said they didn't make any today, so I bought a different slice of cake." Xia Wanwan, "Can he eat cake?" I pointed at Can and asked Xia Wanwan. Xia Wanwan frowned. In theory, he can't, but she lied for my sake, answering that he could. After saying that, she asked me in return, "So, you've forgiven Can?" I pouted. "It's mutual forgiveness." "All right then." Xia Wanwan nodded. She gave me a thumbs up and said seriously, on Can's behalf, I thank you. Classmate Jiang Sha, you're so magnanimous. As expected of you, handsome and kind-hearted. I wish you happiness and a bright future. The smile on my face immediately froze. Great. Now look what's happened. I don't need to rent a place outside anymore. At this moment, my toes have already dug out a sea view villa. You're making me die of embarrassment. My mouth twitched. Xia Wanwan smiled. She helped Can wipe his mouth and led Can to sit down beside the sofa. I just leaned against the door, watching the two of them. Without getting closer, Xia Wanwan picked up scissors to open the package. As she said, actually, Can doesn't have any ill intentions toward you. He just likes you. Poor Can looked at me. His tail wagged even higher until the next second. A muzzle appeared on his mouth. The light in Can's eyes vanished. Are you still scared now? Xia Wanwan turned her head and asked me. I was stunned. She bought a muzzle for Can to wear. I know Jia Wanwan loves Can very much, but for me, she put a muzzle on Can. I felt a little guilty in my heart. Really? You don't have to. Xia Wanwan patted Can's head. He does feel a little wronged, but it's not a big deal. I said seriously. Xia Wanwan. I'll be moving out soon anyway. Once I move out, he can take it off. I'll be moving out soon anyway. Xia Wanwan heard this sentence again. She was no longer as calm as the first time she heard it. I don't know since when, but she didn't seem to want to hear this sentence anymore. Do you have enough money already? I hummed in agreement. The teacher helped me apply for the student grant, plus the money I've saved. It's almost enough. I'll go look for a place this weekend if I have time. Xia Wanwan didn't say anything. Her expression visibly darkened. She was no longer as relaxed and happy as before. I didn't say you absolutely have to move out quickly. You're acting as if I am targeting you. Xia Wanwan scratched Can's chin. I pouted. Not targeting me? I wonder who it was that on the very first day they saw me, gave me a show of force right away. Oh. Right. When is someone coming to fix the glass door in my room? I quickly changed the subject. Probably this weekend. Due to the typhoon's impact, a lot of houses have broken glass. There's a queue. Hearing that, I let out a sigh. I don't think that window will break. It should be fine to stay in there. He'll just sleep in my room. Sleeping on the sofa isn't comfortable at all. If something happens to you, Xia Ming will chop me into pieces. Xia Wanwan's voice was calm. I smiled with my eyes narrowed. How could that be? Sister Wanwan is so nice, as beautiful as a fairy, and kind-hearted. Uncle Xia wouldn't have the heart to do that. Actually, as a person, don't be fooled by my usual quietness. I may seem very obedient, but actually, I hold grudges for a long time. Very good. Xia Wanwan gave me a thumbs up. We are both outstanding successors of socialism. I burst out laughing, my eyes curved up. The dimples at the corners of my mouth also secretly appeared.